start the video and we can get going. Mayor Du Bois, the meeting is now live.
Great, thank you. Welcome to the council meeting of May 17th, 2021. It's a busy week this week. We have a council meeting tonight and tomorrow night. Will the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Councilmember Ku.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great, thank you. We've been hearing from Palo Alto nonprofits once a month, and tonight it is La Comita's turn. I think Bill Blodgett is going to go ahead and give us a presentation. So Bill, take it away.
Okay, I'll go ahead and share my screen. Slideshow. Okay. Good evening. Again, I'm Bill Blodgett, one of the co-presidents of the La Comita Senior Nutrition Program. We're a nonprofit organization supporting the nutritional and social needs of seniors here in. We appreciate the chance to update you on our program, which will be celebrating its 50th anniversary in Palo Alto next year. We're one of 39 senior nutrition sites in Santa Clara County, and I believe the largest. In addition to updating you on the services we provide to Palo Alto seniors, there are 3 key points I hope you'll take away from this presentation. First, this is a critical program for Palo Alto seniors. We serve about 1,700 meals a week to Palo Alto seniors, many of whom would experience nutritional risk otherwise. Second, we're losing our downtown serving location June 1st, and we have not been able to secure a replacement. And third, we really need the city's help to secure a new downtown home. And I hope, and I'll give you a hint, we believe the best location for the best location would be our former location where we served for 40 years. So what do? Well, we serve hot, delicious lunches to Palo Alto seniors each weekday at Stevenson House on Charleston Road in the southern part of the city, and at the Masonic Center downtown. All meals are freshly prepared daily in our Stevenson House kitchen. But that's only part of our mission. Equally important is bringing seniors together to socialize, celebrate special occasions, and enjoy live music. In addition, we connect seniors to resources and services about nutrition and healthy aging. We view the socialization aspect of our mission as just as important as nutrition. It's been estimated that 1 in 5 older adults are affected by social isolation. We know that 1/3 of our La Comita diners live alone. An AARP report found that Medicare spent about $1,600 more per year for each socially isolated senior compared to those with more typical levels of social contact. So that's why returning to congregate dining as COVID risks subside is critical to us and our seniors. This is what one of our seniors we frequently serve told us about her La Comita experience. Another senior told us just a week or so ago that nobody celebrates her birthday with her except La Comita. La Comita is the only communal dining program for seniors in Palo Alto. As with all senior nutrition sites, we don't charge for lunch, although there is a suggested $3 donation per meal. Over 800 seniors participate in our program. 81% of the meals we serve go to Palo Alto residents. This year, we'll serve about 75,000 meals, which represents a 75% increase since before the pandemic. There's a large concentration of seniors living in the downtown area. Approximately 50% of our diners live in the downtown and northern Palo Alto area. We serve seniors who are 60 years and older, 59% of whom are 75 years or older. 47% report that they are low income. As you're probably aware, almost 25% of Palo Alto residents are 60 or older, and that percentage is increasing over time. I should also say we couldn't do what we do without our volunteers, about 75% of whom are also seniors. 90% of our funding comes from federal and state sources managed by Santa Clara County. We are also, gratefully, a Palo Alto HISRAP grantee, which provides about 6.5% of our funding. As you'd expect, most seniors were reluctant or unable to shop for groceries when COVID hit. We had to close our congregate dining rooms and shift to outdoor distribution of takeaway meals, still freshly prepared each day. We saw a huge growth in the demand for meals to 310 meals per day over the year as friends and family members stepped up to pick up meals for seniors who are reluctant to venture out. In fact, over the last few months, we've seen even greater growth to 340 meals a day. And the greatest growth has been downtown. Clearly, growing food insecurity is particularly a problem among older adults. We're pleased to say that we didn't miss a day of serving during the pandemic, and to support more seniors, we added 2 additional distribution sites by partnering with Litton Gardens and Alta Housing. We really appreciate the partnership with Stevenson House that allowed us to continue serving Stevenson House residents and non-residents alike. While we're pleased to have been able to provide this level of nutritional support to seniors, we regret the limited social interaction that resulted, despite our efforts to find new ways to engage. Last October, we learned that the Masonic Lodge was electing not to extend our use agreement for their auditorium, which is why we're asking for your help now. We started searching for an alternative downtown serving venue at that time and contacted several potential venues, including Avenidas, but so far without success. We need a venue that can seat 80 or more in a congregate setting. Without a downtown location, nutritional risk and increased isolation will become greater problems for a major portion of the seniors we've served over the years. We will continue to serve at Stevenson House, but it would not be possible for most downtown seniors to travel there. And even if they could, we wouldn't be able to manage the increased volume of seniors for congregate dining there. The Stevenson House dining room can seat about 70 diners. Prior to COVID, we regularly served 140 seniors a day there, utilizing multiple seatings, and it was often very crowded. As wonderful a partner as Stevenson House has been, expecting their dining room to be the solution for all of Palo Alto is not realistic. As I've hinted a couple of times, we believe Avenidas would be the ideal downtown home for La Comida, and we'd love to share their facility with them again. We operated there for 40 years until 2017, when the site was closed for renovation and expansion. While the central downtown location is ideal, overriding that is the benefit to seniors when the nutrition program is co-located with a broad range of other services for seniors, such as fitness activities, health education, cultural activities, learning, case management, and legal aid, such as offered today by Avenidas. Look, it's not a coincidence or an accident that city-owned senior centers in Mountain View, Santa Clara, Campbell, Milpitas, Morgan Hill, Gilroy, and Alviso all offer lunch programs and all the other senior services together in one facility. In San Jose, there are 14 city-owned community centers hosting the senior nutrition program and a broad range of other services for seniors. Here in Palo Alto, seniors benefited from this synergy for 40 years until 2017. I also believe the collaboration between the 2 organizations was excellent over those 40 years, benefiting seniors even more. Frankly, since 2017, not so much. In short, we believe that a return to sharing the Avenidas building would be a win for Palo Alto seniors with more convenient access to a broader range of services, a win for the city as its facility is leveraged for even greater benefit of seniors, and it would provide greater stability for La Comida. So where do we go from here? I hope you'll come away from this presentation convinced that the city needs to help us secure a permanent downtown home. We clearly believe that Avenidas would be the ideal location, but it looks like that won't happen without your encouragement and involvement. If that's not possible, we'll be open to other alternatives you suggest. We're requesting a meeting with you within 30 days. As you're aware, the COVID situation is thankfully improving, and the county will allow senior nutrition sites to start resuming congregate dining 30 days after the county moves to yellow tier. So we need a solution for downtown congregate dining very soon. It would be great if you could identify a key contact for us to work with on this. By the way, we believe we have found an outdoor location where we can continue distributing takeaway meals starting June 1st. But in order to return to congregate dining downtown, we'll need your help. So in closing, at La Comida, our primary goal is to continue serving seniors across Palo Alto and continue creating these smiling faces. Thank you for your time this evening.
Great, thank you, Bill. And if you could email council just so everybody knows how to get in touch with you, that'd be great.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our second item, which is a study session on what was formerly known as the citizen survey. Staff like to go ahead and start their presentation.
Sure, let me ask Deputy City Manager Chantel Cotton-Gaines to get us started.
Great, thank you so much, City Manager Shapata, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Chantel Cotton-Gaines, Deputy City Manager. I just wanted to give a few remarks, and then I'll be turning it over to Jade Arocha from Polco, formerly NRC, who will be walking us through the citizen survey, community survey results. So just high level, the survey has been done annually for some time now in Palo Alto, essentially since 2003 with a few years off. And the purpose of the survey is to get feedback from a wider representation of the Palo Alto community. It informs the city of how residents perceive the services that we provide, as well as providing us some data that are used as some benchmarks in the budget or some performance measures in the budget, and other ways throughout the community and city services as well. I would like to note that this past year was rather unique for a variety of reasons, one being the pandemic year. So that is something that Jade will reference in some of the survey results, as there seem to be some results that seem like they could be linked to that. As well as pointing out the pandemic year has impacted some of the benchmarks that we use in the survey, where some communities opted not to do a survey last year. And so Jade will also speak to the impact of that on the benchmarks and how it's sort of smoothed over with the 5-year averages that they use. So last piece I will offer is we were able to do more of an online survey this year, and Jade will speak to that methodology. But unlike years prior, where it was mostly phone and email, this year it was offered as well for people to complete it online after receiving the postcard. So Jade can speak more about that process, and I will turn it over to you now, Jade. Thank you.
Thanks, Chantel. Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for having me here to speak. As Chantel mentioned, I was the project manager for the 2021 survey. Go ahead and share my screen here. Are you all able to see that okay? Perfect. So with that, go ahead and get started. Before I go into the specific results and ratings from this year's survey, I wanted to talk about the background and the methodology that we use to conduct the survey. So this was the 12th administration of the survey in Palo Alto. The first was all the way back in 2003, and then it was administered annually from 2009 all the way up to 2018. It was a little bit of a break between 2018 and 2021. So this year's by year trends that I'll be referencing are comparing 2018 to 2021 specifically. We mailed the survey this year to 3,600 randomly selected Palo Alto households. Our methodology was a little bit different this year than in previous years in that we are transitioning to a little bit more of an online data collection approach. So of those 3,600, 1,800 or half of those received what we call a traditional 3-part survey mailing that included a pre-notification postcard, followed by a hard copy of the survey along with a cover letter and instructions, and then 1 week later, a second survey packet. Those folks also had even though they received a paper survey and were invited to complete the paper survey, received a postage paid return envelope, they were also able to complete the survey online as well. The cover letter that they received had instructions to do this. The remaining 1,800 households received 2 postcard only invitations to complete the survey online. Now, the benefit of this split methodology, as we call it, is that we are able to reach a greater number of households for the same or lower costs. So with that said, this year we received 768 completed surveys for a response rate of 22%, which is actually 1% higher than we saw in 2018. So that bodes very well to be able to continue this shift to more of an online data collection methodology and mailing methodology for future surveys. Of those 768 completed surveys, 530 were completed online. Those mailing materials also were branded, as always, with Palo Alto specific graphics, letterhead, and signed by the city manager to make it clear that the survey was being conducted by the city and administered with the city's sponsorship. As this year was a little bit unique in that in previous years, Palo Alto has conducted the National Community Survey, formerly the National Citizen Survey, which is a templatized survey in which almost all of the questions are fixed. This year, Palo Alto switched to a more customized survey to allow for a greater degree of customization to the questions that were being asked. So many of the same questions are still on the survey. Many of the same benchmarks and trends are preserved, but it just allowed for a greater degree of customization this year. And going forward, we would expect to continue with the more custom survey. So with the 768 responses that we received, that gives us a plus or minus 4% margin of error for the results. And additionally, the results were statistically weighted to reflect the community. We use census and American Community Survey norms to statistically weight the data. What this does is it's a gold standard survey practice in the survey research industry. It's important to make sure that the data are representative. But what it does is it corrects for any differences between who actually lives in the community according to census data and who we heard from. And just as a very basic example of this, this tends to be the folks that we tend to hear less from tend to be those who are younger, those who rent their homes versus own their homes, et cetera. So the weighting allows us to make those adjustments. It makes the data more representative. Results were also compared by a number of demographic and geographic factors. We compared responses by 2 different sets of subgeographies. The first was North and South Palo Alto, and then the second was by 5 different geographic sub areas of the city. We also compared the results by gender and by race/ethnicity. Broadly, because I won't really go into detail on these subgroup results for the rest of the presentation, but broadly, for most subgroups, ratings tended to be similar between the groups that we were comparing. When differences were observed, we tended to see that males and non-white respondents gave more positive ratings than their counterparts. But again, most of the responses tended to be similar between the subgroups being compared. Finally, as in past years, we continue to provide national benchmark comparisons to our full database of results. This database contains over 500 different communities across the nation. It contains any survey that we have conducted within the last 5 years. So as Chantel mentioned, what that means for the benchmark averages that I will discuss for the remainder of this presentation is that the average ratings for each item are, you can think of them as kind of a 5-year rolling average, which usually isn't really all that noteworthy. However, coming out of 2020 and a pandemic, it's definitely noteworthy that the benchmark ratings, again, are that 5-year rolling average. And we conducted fewer surveys in 2020 than we have in previous years. So some of the averages that you'll see or that I'll refer to aren't necessarily strongly impacted yet by the 2020 pandemic. So that's just something to keep in mind. I will speak a little bit more specifically about that as I go along. But before I go into the results themselves, does anyone have any questions about the methods?
Why don't we complete and then we'll just do questions? That's okay.
Sounds good. Okay, so out of 97 individual items for which benchmark comparisons were available, 71 items were rated similar to the national benchmarks, 19 were rated higher, and 7 were rated lower. And I'll talk more about these as I come to each specific topic area. When compared to 2018, results in 2021, out of 136 total items for which we had trend data available, 87 items were rated similar to 2018, 28 were rated higher, and 21 were rated lower. So we included a write-up of 5 different key findings in the body of the report, and the key findings that I'll talk about now mirror those that are found in the main report. So with that, our first key finding, Palo Alto residents continue to rate the community positively. Nearly 9 in 10 residents rated Palo Alto as a place to live and their neighborhood as a place to live as excellent or good. Both of these ratings were similar to the benchmarks. Looking at individual aspects of community livability, about 8 in 10 gave positive ratings to the overall quality of life, place to raise Palo Alto as a place to raise children and as a place to work. And about 7 in 10 were pleased with the city as a place to visit. Those ratings were similar to those given in other communities and also similar to 2018 ratings. However, Palo Alto as a place to retire at 52% excellent or good. This was actually an improvement from 2018 and higher than the national average. Our second key finding, the local economy garners strong ratings, but affordability is an issue. So about 8 in 10 residents gave high scores to the overall quality of business and service establishments in the city. 3/4 were pleased with shopping opportunities. About 7 in 10 gave positive ratings to the vibrancy of the downtown commercial area and to employment opportunities. About 2/3 gave excellent or good ratings to the variety of business and service establishments. So the top and the bottom item here, the quality and the variety of business and service establishments, those 2 items are new, so we don't have trend data for them. The other 3 ratings were similar to those given in 2018. When looking at the benchmark comparisons, all of these items were rated higher than the national averages, except for the variety of business and service establishments. That rating was similar to the benchmark. All the others were higher. As in past years, affordability-related measures such as cost of living, availability of affordable quality housing, and variety of housing options, these were lower than the benchmark comparisons. I do want to note, however, cost of living and affordable quality housing, those were stable over time. Variety of housing options increased significantly in 2021 from 2018. So while it's still lower than the national average, definitely making strides in the right direction over time. This question is an open-ended question. What one change could the city make that would make you happier? And 19% of residents, they wrote in their response to this question. It was an open-ended question. 19% of residents made a comment related to housing, either to the amount of housing type, the affordability of housing, or to the cost of living associated with their housing. This was the #1 most frequently mentioned topic area in response to this question. Our third key finding, mobility and transportation are features of the community, and attitudes toward alternative transportation have shifted more positively in recent years. You can see here, 8 in 10 residents gave excellent or good ratings to ease of walking, ease of travel by bicycle, and to street cleaning. All 3 of these items were higher than the national averages. We can see also 7 in 10 residents were pleased with the ease of travel by car and availability of paths and walking trails. 6 in 10 gave positive ratings to public parking, traffic enforcement, traffic signal timing, street repair, and sidewalk maintenance. Many of these ratings, almost all of them, improved from 2018 to 2021. I do have to give the caveat, though, that we have a nationwide seen a trend toward improved ratings for traffic-related and street-related ratings in 2020 and 2021, just due to fewer cars being on the road as a result of the pandemic and lockdowns. So that will be important to keep in mind in future years as we look at the trend line. It's hard to know whether there are legitimate improvements in this category or if they're just related to having fewer cars on the road. Looking at attitudes toward alternative transportation, 34% of respondents used public transportation in the past 12 months. That is higher than the national average. And then 2 questions that are unique on the Palo Alto survey, so we don't have benchmark comparisons for them. However, we have asked them in previous years. We asked about the level of convenience of different transportation methods if they didn't have a car available. Residents in 2021 were more likely than in 2018 to describe walking and biking as more convenient modes of transportation, and also indicated that they were more likely in 2021 to plan to purchase an electric car in the next 2 years. So some positive trend lines there regarding alternative transportation. Key finding #4, ratings for some utility-related aspects have improved since 2018. This question is also unique to Palo Alto, so we don't have benchmarks available, but there are 11 different items in this question asking about the quality of different aspects of utility services available in the city. These that you see on the screen were the top 7 most highly rated aspects of utilities. You can see all of these were rated positively by at least 80% of respondents. Out of the total 11 individual aspects asked about in this question, 5 of them increased in rating from 2018 to 2021. And those that did not increase stayed the same. So definitely movement in the right direction on utilities. We don't just ask the one unique question regarding utilities. We do have some benchmark questions as well. And you can see those here on your screen. More than 8 in 10 residents gave positive ratings to drinking water, sewer services, and utility payment options. And then drinking water and utility payment options were, those ratings were higher than the national averages. And then about 3/4 gave positive ratings to gas utility and electric utility. All of these ratings were similar to 2018, except for electric utility and gas utility. Those did decrease this year. Key finding number 5, educational opportunities for children and adults are another community asset. 9 in 10 residents gave positive ratings to library facilities and K through 12 education. K through 12 education also was rated more highly, above average there. 8 in 10 were pleased with adult educational opportunities and art programs and theater. Adult educational opportunities was higher than the average, and then both of these improved from 2018 to 2021. And finally, 4 in 10 residents gave positive ratings to the availability of affordable quality childcare. That rating is actually similar to the benchmark, even though it's lower than the others on the screen here. And it also improved in 2021. In another open-ended question that asked, what one thing does the city do well? So residents were invited to write in a response to this question as well. 10% of those who made a comment wrote in something related to the library, and 8% made a comment related to schools and education. These were the 3rd and 5th most frequently mentioned topic areas, respectively. In addition to our main key findings, just a couple of other highlights to mention. So participation in certain activities and civic engagement in general in the city, for some aspects, did decrease in 2021. Again, we attribute this in large part to the pandemic and to closures. It's difficult to parse out what would have been if things were open. But we are seeing, this is another nationwide trend that we are seeing for those clients of ours that have surveyed since 2020, is that this is not unique to Palo Alto. So some of the participation rates that we have seen decline since 2018 were use of recreation centers, use of public libraries, attending city-sponsored events, and volunteering. However, one aspect that increased, also in large part as a result of COVID-19, virtual attendance of public meetings. This rating went up 17% in 2018, from 2018. It was 12% had done this in 2018, and 29% of respondents had watched online or on television, a local public meeting in 2021. So large increase there. Finally, since public safety ratings are also of interest in the last year or two, particularly, we did see the rating for animal control increase since 2018. That rating is higher than the national benchmarks. Police services and crime prevention, those ratings were actually similar to the national benchmarks. They did decrease from 2018 to 2021. And then briefly, before I take questions, just to quickly go over what our clients tend to use their survey data for. They often monitor trends. Palo Alto is one of our longest term clients, actually, so those long-term trend lines can really be useful to monitor long-term patterns. Government performance measurement for governments is also a huge use of these survey results, as well as budget prioritization and particularly strategic planning, or even formulating a strategic plan in those communities that don't yet have one. And then, of course, the benchmarks. Again, even though Palo Alto is no longer conducting our template benchmark survey, we still maintained and preserved a lot of those benchmark items on the survey. We'll continue to be able to provide those comparisons to national averages going forward. I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thank you. Let's go see if there are any comments from members of the public, and then we'll come back to council real quick.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Let's keep it to 2 minutes, Beth, and maybe stop taking additional speakers after the first two.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Chuck Jagoda, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Cheryl Spencer. Chuck, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I thank you for the survey. It's very interesting and informative. However, it doesn't change some basic facts that I assume everybody can observe, does observe, and that is Palo Alto has a distinct bad attitude towards affordable housing for the poor, for the middle class. And we all suffer for that. We all have more pollution, more traffic, more dangerous streets, and more expensive. A number of the things you mentioned, some of the key items were matters of affordability and how expensive it is to live here. There's a Latin expression, cui bono, to whom the good. The Romans used to debate lots of stuff, including who's getting the benefit of this, you know? So I look at it all, and it's just my opinion, but it seems pretty obvious. I assume there are others who agree. Palo Alto is prejudiced against affordable housing. The benefit of the status quo is for those who are investors in real estate, those who are developers of real estate, those who own a lot of real estate. And, you know, everybody deserves a chance, but what about the poor people? What about those who drive 3 hours to get here to mow your lawn? As one example of Palo Alto's prejudice against poor people and homeless people and housing people, Claire Mateo was a functioning women's shelter here till about 10 years ago. And then it needed rehab. It was running down, and it was given to Life Moves. I looked it up the other day, and the last mention of it I can find online is an article in Palo Alto Online, I believe, that it was going to be used by Life Moves to increase their ability to shelter homeless people, which is the main reason they exist.
Chuck, can you sum up? Your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just think we need to do a whole heck of a lot more for affordable, cheaper housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuck. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Cheryl Spencer and then Jeremy Ehrman. We will not take any speakers after Ms. Eisenberg speaks. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Beth. This survey demonstrates clearly, without any doubt, that the city council is utterly, entirely, criminally, embarrassingly out of sync with the public. The things that the public loves the most about Palo Alto, each and every one of them are services that you just put on the chopping block. Need I remind you? Library, children's library, art center, theater, childcare, animal services. These are things that you decided to defund, but they're the things that the public loves the most. Affordable housing, the #1 problem listed across the board by all sorts of people in Palo Alto, is a thing that you spend all of your time fighting with Sacramento over your obligation to provide. It's sad. And then the thing that the public cares the least about, police services, is actually what you keep doubling down on. It's crazy. Now, I know you put out your own little survey doing ludicrous things like lumping a business tax in with a utilities tax. Ironic, because you have a utilities tax. It only is an illegal utilities tax, which is why you owe us $12 million. But what you can just do is look here and you will see the truth. People are very disappointed with you. Please do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Cheryl Spencer, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman, and then Roberta Alquist, and we will no longer be taking any speaker hands. Cheryl, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. I've studied this 126-page report in some detail. I bring your attention to table 39 on page 36, which gives the overall direction that Palo Alto is taking in government performance. And it is the positive responses are going down. Some years ago, our government got a 59% positive response. You're down to 40% now. So people are not happy with your performance. And I hope you take that into account as you choose what to focus on. The other speakers are talking about affordability. I wholly agree with them. I note that 45% of the respondents to this survey are renters. And so they are the ones who suffer the most from high rental costs. The other thing, I'm glad that Jade told us that you do compare the men and women answers, because I've been asking for this to be done, although I didn't see it in the 126-page report. But she did say that males tend to give more positive responses than females. I would very much like to know if that is, for example, to do with the safety. One of the questions is, how safe do you feel in Palo Alto? Because when you disaggregate these data by sex, you will discover where discrimination may be happening, where more attention needs to be paid to what the women in our city are feeling and experiencing. So I'm very happy that you're having that community summit on June the 12th. And I hope some of these thoughts that come out of this survey will be paid attention to during that community summit on women and girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cheryl. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by our final speaker, Roberta Alquist. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. The first thing that I really want to know about this survey is how much did it cost? Because I don't quite understand how does the city, when cutting 39 million or so from the budget for this current fiscal year, can still spend money on an outside company to do this survey. So it seems very strange then that the survey would, at least the presentation here, generally says very favorable things about the city, but yet the services which this survey says people like in Palo Alto are services that were extremely cut during the current year's budget. So there seems to be a disconnect there. So I'm not quite clear on how much information in this survey is truly specific and helpful and necessary for the city making its way forward, and how much is there to essentially make the city feel good about its image. For example, transportation was mentioned, public transportation. Questions given out in this presentation as if though is about walking or biking as being a convenient alternative, but nothing was said about the quality of the public transportation. The city cut its public shuttle during this year. So I really worry about leading questions, because it's really easy to survey and to put in questions which sort of presuppose an answer or guide people toward giving you answers which essentially make you feel good. To actually get real in-depth information that you might necessarily know or might not want to hear is much more difficult. And so I really wonder what factors are in this survey, and I really have this feeling that it's not really a good cost for the city at this time. There's not information that that will produce, serious changes in how the city functions. And I don't understand why, for example, this discussion on surveys has been allotted for an hour tonight. The entire city budget is allotted for only an hour and a half. But yet you're willing to listen to consultants now. A previous meeting it was housing consultants. So I just think this is a really strange use of city time and money for all these consultants on issues which are not as pressing as others. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And our final speaker is Roberta Alquist. Roberta, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Here are some examples of how Palo Alto City Council continues the class and racial segregation of the city as it continues to resist building any affordable housing, let alone hardly talking about it, cuts community services that are critically enjoyed by the city libraries, the theater, the children's theater, the public community gardens. The city shuttle across town no longer works. And yet we have no rent control, no efforts to even consider rent control when nearly half the city are renters because they can't afford a $2 million home. You're squeezing residents with small increases in one or another of the utilities, sewage one year, water the next, nickel and diming things in a way that does not serve the city well. I think you need to do your online survey annually, even though the city manager seems to think that we don't really need an annual survey. And maybe we should get a cheaper survey. This seems to be very expensive. You could have the staff model some of the same questions and provide the survey to the citizens. It's time for the city to stop talking about things and start acting on the interests of a community that wants to have more affordable housing, more social services like the ones I've mentioned, and some form of control on the rents because they just continue to go up when other cities have rents going down. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Great, thank you. Let's bring it back to the council for questions and comments, discussion. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Thanks so much to Holco for being here, and thanks to the 768 households who filled out this survey. Just a few comments I want to overall, and then I'll have a few questions. Personally, I have found getting this information now during budget more helpful than getting it when we're setting priorities. I think it's a really good reminder. I don't remember us discussing it during budget prior years. I think it comes at a really good time. So I know it wasn't intentional, but I'll just throw that out as an idea. I remember last year on policy and services, we discussed with former assistant city manager Aziz and Henny switching to an online format, partly to make it easier and faster for people who filled it out and partially to save costs and reach more people. So I'm delighted to see that that succeeded. Thanks to Ms. Arocha for highlighting the headlines on page 20 and 21 of our packet. Those aren't quite the same numbers as the report. In general, there's a lot of good news here. On packet page 37, looks like we have super high usage of our parks and visiting with neighbors and walking or biking instead of driving. I think that may possibly be related to COVID, but it's still good news. I also was really happy to see we've nearly doubled the number of people who are more prepared for a disaster. That's on packet page 39. I mean, it's for a bad reason, but anyway, I guess people use some of their time during pandemic to stock up on what they needed. I do have a few questions, and the first is about the libraries. So I'm looking at packet page 27, 39, and 51 and 52. We're just going through discussion about how many libraries and which should stay open, and we have this data for the different 6 areas. Is there any way to sort of match the data we have for these areas with whether or not there's a library in that area? Is that something that staff or the consultant has any thoughts on?
Thank you for the Library Director Gayatri Kant, who can tell you which area each library is located within.
Hi, thank you for the question. Yes, we do have that information. I'm going to share that with you in a minute.
Also, I'll just note while you're doing that, I don't see my timer, and I'm sure I've used up a few of my minutes if the clerk wants to put me on the clock.
So the purple, if you look at the map, the purple dots, that's where College Terrace is located.
Director Kant, we cannot see your screen at the moment.
Let me share that in a minute. Not able to share. Kylie, do you mind sharing?
I can share it, Gayatri.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chantal. Can you see the map now?
No.
No, but keep going. Ah, there it is. Okay, sorry. Too many windows open. Okay.
There we go. Excellent. Thank you.
I will zoom in.
Let's increase it a little. Okay, so we'll start with the purple. Purple is College Terrace.
Mm-hmm.
The green is downtown, and then the red is Rinconada, and then, I mean, the two dots in the red are Rinconada and Children's. And then the one that's in the blue, that's Mitchell Park.
Okay, and do we see any connection between whether or not people have a library nearby and whether or not they rate it more highly?
I looked briefly at the subgroup comparisons there. There's 3 different questions on the survey that are related to libraries, and actually did not see much difference. One place I did was the rate of user rate of using the public libraries. The comparisons by area, and I have the areas numbered here. So we have areas 1 through area 6. And if I'm looking at the map, I want to be able to see what color those are. Let's see here. So it looks like area 5 is the purple area on the map. I know we're not screen sharing anymore. And then area 6 appears to be, I think, the green. In any case, the differences there, they weren't stark, but areas 5 and 6 did tend to use Palo Alto Public Libraries less than areas 1 through 4, the other 4 areas.
Okay, and what colors were 5 and 6?
Let's see.
On this map?
So the legend is on the bottom. It's just hard to see when it's zoomed in.
The purple is area 5, and the green color is area 6.
Okay, yeah. So College Terrace and downtown. Great. Thank you. That is super helpful and very good timing. I know that my time, which was more than I was supposed to have, is ticking down. So I'll just say 2 more things. One is, are these results routinely shared with our boards and commissions? I think there's some really interesting information here that might be useful. So I just encourage staff to think about that. If we don't, I think they're probably operating at the right level. And then finally on page 57, it's concerned to see that connection and engagement with the community is lower. And I think that's a real opportunity for improvement. And in a little foreshadowing, Councilmember Stone and I have identified a way that we might be able to improve that. So if we do a second round, I'll have more to say, but thanks so much.
Okay, I'll jump in. So my understanding is while you were using this online collection, you were still using a code or something so you could keep track of the sample and make sure it was statistically significant?
Well, yes. So by virtue of using a mail-based sample, so we're mailing to randomly selected households, that is what allows us to describe the survey as a statistically valid survey effort.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I'm on the clock, so I'll keep going.
Sure.
But it's just important to point out the difference between this and a self-selected online survey.
Yes, I definitely wanted to speak to that a little bit, and I don't want to take up too much time here. But one of the really great benefits of piloting this new approach that we did, in which half of the residents received a paper survey and the other half did not, was for us to be able to evaluate whether or not we were going to hear from those folks who didn't receive that paper survey, because it is far cheaper, far more cost effective for the city to just send out a postcard invitation with a link on it and invite. That way we are still randomly selecting households versus just advertising an open participation survey on the city website and social media. Those efforts are also important, but they aren't a statistically valid mail-based sample that is needed for this type of statistically rigorous survey. So what this allowed us to see is that going forward in the future, we'll be able to achieve some significant cost savings by switching more to this method. Great.
And I thought in the past that we got benchmarks, like we got scores of other cities. Maybe I'm misremembering. It's been a while. And I thought we could compare ourselves to a more relevant subset of cities. Is that something is that data available to us?
We do provide the average rating, and then we provide your rank compared to all others. The actual average benchmark rating itself is proprietary for us. It is something that I think we have provided in the past, but it's something that remains a confidential report that you can't share. So that is something that we could talk about being able to provide, but it's not something you could include in the main report that's meant to be shared with others.
Okay.
And then custom benchmarks, yes, there's an additional cost with that, but that is something that we can do also.
And with the data you provide us, is it available in a spreadsheet or something so we could do cross-tabbing and
we can provide the raw data set. We have not done that yet, but we can do that with the caveat that it is unweighted data. So you'll need to be able to take that into account when you're doing your own crosstabs.
Okay, so you don't give us the weighted data.
We provide the weight. You just need to be able to apply the weight with a statistical program. It's difficult to do with something like Excel. We use SPSS here to do it, but yes, we do provide it for you.
Got it. So a couple quick things. I do want to make a plea that we get back to doing this annually and that we do it early enough that we do get the results in January. So I think when we were doing it on a regular schedule, we were nailing down the survey in August. We had the results, in December. We could use it at the retreat. If we have it at the retreat, we can still use it during the budget. I mean, I find the trends really helpful when setting priorities. One of the public speakers mentioned this idea of leading questions. This is really the city's only scientific survey, plus or minus 4%, error margin. It's done by professionals who pay attention to wording to avoid bias. That's exactly why we use a firm like this. And I just think having this kind of data is critical. And as Jade said, I was going to make the same point that self-selected surveys, they're really noise. You don't know what you're getting. You don't know what population saw the website, who decided to complete it. You can't weight it because you don't know if there's just implicit bias and who responded. So it's just not statistically representative. I do want to say congrats to the utilities for the increased satisfaction ratings in the benchmarks. And it wasn't on the slide, but I thought it was notable that satisfaction with affordable high-speed internet service was noticeably lower than all the other utilities. It was 39% versus 87% for trash, sewer, water. Electric was our lowest at 77%. So that was quite a big difference, I thought. I am concerned about the crime trend or the perception of crime. You know, the overall feeling of safety is 87%, which is quite good. It's great. But rating of police services dropped, as well as crime prevention dipped from 78% to 67%. That was a pretty significant drop, I thought. And again, this data is from December and January, well before Black Lives Matter. So, you know, I am hearing more and more concerns about safety and, you know, mostly theft, but I do think it's a trend we should pay attention to. So thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Jade, for being here and answering our questions tonight. And yeah, to all the survey respondents who took the time to fill out the survey. This is really helpful information. I agree with the mayor that I'd like to see these surveys returning to getting back to us in January, but I also agree with Councilmember Cormack. This is really helpful information while we're going through the budget process. So I'm hopeful in the future, maybe we can have this return to us in January, but also maybe when we get to the budget season, if staff could really kind of maybe bring this back to us, at least the most relevant for budget discussions. Because I think in many ways, this is going to be able to help frame our discussion tonight. I think a few things that I found some consensus on within this survey, definitely issues regarding city services and why that helps, why that's such a critical piece to make it to the quality of life of residents in the community, and what really makes living in Palo Alto such a special place. And there's a clear consensus on how the city has done on availability of affordable housing, with only 2% saying excellent. That's a terrible number, and 64% saying poor, which is much lower than other jurisdictions. So I think that gives us some clear direction on where we really need to focus on with our housing policies, really focusing on that affordable housing piece that we have not been doing well on for a long time now. You know, one of the areas where I was really happy to see was that Palo Altans seem to be satisfied with their ease of travel by bicycle, with us receiving a much higher rating than other jurisdictions. So I think that's really good news. I think it also shows that we're a community that is interested in using alternative means of transportation. So I think that kind of maybe will help us when we're focusing on certain areas in the budget later this evening. And Councilmember Cormack, you beat me to foreshadowing on some of the issues with engaging our residents and connecting them with their community. That was an area that was definitely a concern for mine. And yeah, I agree. It goes to show we really need to work harder on creating those connections, and especially as we come out of the pandemic here, maybe being able to re-engage our neighbors. I just have a couple questions. One thing I was concerned about was what seems to be a steady decline in quality of life ratings that we saw on page 17 of the report. Jade, is that decline consistent in other cities? I'm wondering if that's just kind of a sort of the general consensus of how people have been feeling lately in the country.
You know, that's a good question. You have such a long trend line in Palo Alto, but all the way back to 2003 is that first survey result. We don't really have a meta-analysis of national averages over time readily available. And even our averages, our current averages, which is again that 5-year rolling average, with something unprecedented and unexpected like a pandemic, that obviously changes ratings in the immediate term, but it doesn't necessarily move the needle quickly on our 5-year rolling benchmark average. So it's hard to say, if we were to do a meta-analysis of the last 18 years, which is how much, how long your trend line is, whether or not those ratings would have decreased nationwide. We just don't have that analysis available.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember, if I could add on, this is one where, to the mayor's point of, if there are communities that are of interest where we think that it's a close comparison, it would be something that we can easily do in subsequent years, is just identifying those few communities that we want to make sure that we just glance at and seeing their survey results for having sort of a micro version of being able to see in general our communities going up or down that are comparable, in addition to looking at that benchmark. So that's something that we can have for subsequent years.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you. And Jade, I think you made a good point too, talking about the impacts that the pandemic might have, and I'd be interested to see data later comparing Palo Alto to other communities across the nation to just see what impact the pandemic has had on just people's general well-being and feeling of satisfaction on various services. And of course, there were a whole lot of other issues occurring this year as well that I would imagine had an impact. And then just one, I see my time's running out. Is the 22% response rate, is that consistent with other cities?
That really does vary widely, but I would say it's average or maybe even slightly above average. That is something that we have seen decline over the last 20 years, 25 years. I'd say right now our averages tend to be between 15 and 25%, with our really, really high response rates being closer to 30%. So 22% is notable. Much more notable, though, is that it increased only by 1%, but still that's very notable for us because it's really rare to see it increase over time. Almost always we're seeing a point or two decrease over time. So that's good news.
Okay, good optimistic twist to a number that looked pretty low. So thank you. And I see I'm out of my time.
Probably within the margin of error. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. One thing that is always important about this survey is how much it informs us about what our residents perceive. And that's quite important, but it's not necessarily always tracking with the objective data that we may have. And an example is on crime. We can have a perception of crime getting worse, and we have police reports statistically that may show that that's not the case. We might have had actually a year where it declined. And that's one of the things I'm very interested in, is how can we have a comparison between the perceptions and those that subset of these questions where we may actually have objective data. It goes also to this comparison of kind of benchmark cities. How does our objective data compare to our community perception here versus how it is in another city? And that goes to, in part, at least I should say, my assumption and my recollection from some of the previous surveys is our community expectations. Our residents have a high expectation for our community. So we might have relatively good objective data and not as good of scoring in perception of our residents because they have high expectations and reasonably so. But it's important for us to see those comparisons. And I think those are the things I'm curious, either whether we can do that, some of that through getting hold of the cross-tabbing, or is that something, Jade, that your organization has ability to do?
We can certainly do more analysis if there's different crosstabs for certain items that are of interest. That is something we can do. Our limitation, of course, is the questions that we asked on the survey. So if there's a desire to do some more digging and with more detailed questions specifically related, for example, to public safety, that would require a different survey that specifically digs into those. We actually do have a National Police Services survey that we've developed in the last couple of years that speaks just to aspects of public safety and to issues in the community surrounding public safety. So it can really be hard to get into details of individual items because that's not really what this survey is. It's more of a broad snapshot of a lot of different topics and issues in the community, but not really any particular one in a lot of depth. So there's that limitation.
And I haven't gone into looking at the regions of the city and how they compared, but one of the things that had struck me several years ago was that we had certain areas of the city that were consistently rating a lot of the services and conditions lower than other areas of the city. And some council members leaped to the conclusion, therefore, it must be that those services were necessarily lower. And lo and behold, the data showed that the perception of crime in the downtown area was a higher perception of crime from some areas of the city than from others. And clearly, the crime in the downtown area doesn't discriminate based on what part of the city you live in. It is what it is. And so those are informative breakdowns that we would have there. Lastly, I think it is important for us to get this data as soon as possible. It informs both our budget, but it informs our priority setting as well. And so just because we may get the data in January from being more timely from when the survey is done, doesn't preclude us from using it in our budget process. It's just a condition of when the survey was done and how quickly we can get those results. So anyway, thank you very much. This was very valuable.
And on the survey timing, if I can jump in, Mr. Mayor, before the next council member speaks, I did want to point out last year we were redoing the contract. So that was some of the delay on this particular survey. So I did want to note that the intention was to be on the regular timing cycle, but this one had some delays, and the pandemic year definitely did not help us in that regard. And the other thing I'll mention is the survey started in December 2020. So I did want to note that the starting date was late last year.
Thank you.
Late a year. More than, yeah, you're right, December 2020. I'm sorry. Councilmember Filson.
Thank you. Hey, the weighting algorithm, does that change from year to year, or is it the same one that, from 15 years ago?
No, it definitely has evolved since then. I would say, if I'm generalizing over the entire trend line, we use the previous one as a starting point and use that first. And if we need to make further adjustments, then we do. We are most interested in making sure that we are correcting the data, if you will, weighting the data back to census norms versus preserving what we did in the past, if we have to pick one over the other. But with that said, we do take both into account and try to preserve the past process if we can.
So should we worry about changes in the weighting algorithm skewing the trend data over time?
No. Again, it's each year the goal is to mirror census norms as closely as possible. So if there were ever a big shift in methodology, which some of our clients do, for example, some decide to take the sub areas into account with weighting and they change the way in which that's done, or there's redistricting happening or something like that. That has not happened for Palo Alto, and we would note that in the report if that was the case.
Okay, thanks. Just want to concur with the mayor. I'd love to see this every year instead of every other year. And also, where do I sign up for the raw data? Thanks.
We'll be sure to get that to you all.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Ms. Aracha. This is very, very valuable, and I'm just so glad that we have this back again. And thanks to my colleagues for insisting that it does return. I too agree that this should be done every year, and it should be done early enough so that we receive it in time for priority setting, as well as, when we can go into our budget studies. Ms. Arocha, I wanted to ask you, there is a question in here of availability of affordable quality housing. Why the word quality in here? I mean,
Sure. Again, this word perception has come up several times over the course of this discussion, and this whole survey is really a resident perception survey. So we are careful with the wording in that way. The addition of the word quality is just, that does change the meaning quite a bit. Availability of affordable housing, there might be a lot of that, but it may not be desirable or in good enough shape for folks to want to actually reside there. So we are trying to specify affordable housing that is high enough caliber that it's desirable for a living space.
I see. Okay. So thank you for that. But I just wanted to mention that, so in terms of the survey, when it comes up and it says housing, the percentage that says amount, type, affordability, and cost of living, I mean, that's very telling in terms of if it's about affordability and cost of living, then I think that that's direction to stop upzoning because that increases the value of land. Then we should be looking at prohibiting Airbnbs because they take away housing from people who want stability and who wants long-term rentals. Then there is also perhaps the deed restriction of ADUs and JADUs too, so that they are low income. And then, of course, there's also providing parking because it does have impact on the pricing of housing. Then there is also, I'm looking at, traffic flow and ease of parking kind of jumped up. And like you said, in most cities that you have seen, it would be due to perhaps COVID. It takes COVID to show us that we do have traffic flow issues, circulation and parking issues. So, it's hopefully we can learn from that, right? Then there is the, overall, the quality of developments in this city. I mean, the boxy glass steel types, that continue to come up. I mean, obviously that has gone down, to 38%. So that's something that maybe planning and ARB needs to kind of take a deeper dive in getting to know our community and what it is that they're looking to see. Obviously, we are also seeing that transportation, if you don't have access to a car, which you consider one of the following methods to get around, that has gone down substantially. So transportation is a big problem. Then Palo Alto as a place to visit kind of suggests, based on this survey, it does suggest that maybe Palo Alto should be investing in a economics development person so that they can have some economic interest, they can develop its interest and also not just be representing the property owners, but what is in the best interest for the residents here so that there is community serving businesses and that it does vitalize our economy. So I look at also our overall built environment has scored higher. And I have to say, that's mostly because our residents here has been engaged in the development of the overbuilt community. So I'm very encouraged by that. But no matter what, the feeling of safety is pretty important. And so therefore, we should really reconsider the excessive cuts to public safety because obviously, that is something, again, that needs to be addressed because perception is also important and our residents' safety and the community's feeling of being safe here is important as well. I have a couple of places where it's indicated the cost of living in Palo Alto. So it does continue, I do continue to say that upzoning continues the cost of living impacts. And, we need to kind of look at even on page 27, I believe, or is it on page 26? It's I see the progression from the many years, even from before the recession in 2008. There were there were more developments and housing, but since then it's reduced, and that can go to show that there is a trend where upzoning does increase the land costs. And I said that a few times, but going back to re-engaging with the neighbors, I think that has to, and the residents in Palo Alto, I think that has to be intentional, since we do have established neighborhood lists. We could engage with those more. I see my time is up, but I think I've said most of what I wanted to say, what I found from this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also want to just thank you guys for your work on this. I think hearing from the community is really important. And also want to thank all the 700 or so people that participated. I actually do agree that having this when we talk about our budget or priorities actually makes sense. And it also makes me kind of wonder, why don't we do our budget and our priority settings kind of at the same time? Because a lot of what the budget is about is actually implementing those priorities. So, but I can understand why we're doing it the way it is. Although to me, doing the budget priorities and getting the survey results all at the same time probably makes the most sense. One question for you is, how long does it take for someone to fill out this survey?
Good question. A 5-page survey like this one, so there's 4 pages allocated for the regular survey questions and then an additional page of demographics that allows us to do that weighting. It's typically about a 20-minute process. However, that is on the paper survey. I actually don't know if we have a time available for online, because people use different devices that may or may not take them less time. It's quicker to do on a desktop than a mobile, for example, but 20 minutes for the paper survey.
Okay. And what's your thoughts about survey fatigue? Because how many questions total are there?
There are a total of 18 overall questions, although many of those are grid questions with lots of individual items. So there's more like I'm probably around 140, 150 individual items. Survey fatigue is definitely a consideration, and it's one of the reasons why our template surveys are no longer than 5 pages. Ideally, a little bit less than that. Our business survey, for example, is 3 pages. We strongly dissuade our clients from going over that 5-page limit. That's just about as much as folks can tolerate.
Because I've read that, as you longer the survey, the accuracy of the survey as it gets longer goes down. People just either don't finish it or they don't put as much thought into it. Do you guys test for that, or how do you guys check to make sure that people are not getting too much? 140 is a lot of items, actually.
Sure. Jay, jump in before you. Last year, actually, that was part of the process before we went out with the survey, was to reevaluate all of the questions on the survey and to see if we wanted to keep them or reduce the amount, because Polco has let us know in the past that Palo Alto has more questions than some of the other communities with which they work. And after the process with Policy and Services Committee, it was decided to keep pretty much every question that was on the survey. So just for some background context, that we are making sure that we evaluate that before we roll the survey out. And then Jake can speak to the general process.
Sure. One way in which we evaluate things like you said, survey fatigue is if we are seeing a lot of drop off in those later questions. We don't. We saw almost none. Folks either didn't complete it at all, hence the 22% response rate, or they completed almost all of them answered every question.
Okay.
The one place where we see less is the open ends, because it's more effort to write in a response. But the ones where they're just circling a number, almost everyone answers all of those questions.
The trend that I've seen is to really go towards shorter, more frequent surveys versus long, less frequent surveys, and actually administrate the surveys kind of at the time of service. So, for instance, I think the city manager was talking about a few meetings ago about trying to do like net promoter score type surveys, where it's the survey is given after the service is rendered, so that people kind of remember what's happening versus once a year. Okay. But in general, I kind of like that trend of shorter, more frequent surveys versus once in a blue moon type of survey. Now, it was actually kind of curious to see in the survey that because rents actually in our city have fallen quite a bit. In fact, I was just looking at it, and surveys have dropped about 14% compared to the prior year. But it's interesting to see the survey not really reflect that. Do you have any thoughts about why that might be?
As far as, so you're saying that the actual amount that folks are paying in rent has decreased,
Yeah.
that it's not reflected in the results.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll show you. So, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, so this just shows like the rent of one bedrooms. It's dropped about 14%. I mean, some places have dropped even more, but Palo Alto is about 14%. And the surveys didn't really reflect that. And so I was just kind of curious why.
Mm-hmm. That is interesting. You know, I'm not, without being able to do more digging, I'm not really sure. It could just be that folks are not thinking of, you know, they have more of a long-term general assessment of affordability of housing when they're answering these questions than right now in this point of time, how do I feel about it? So, but again, it's a perception survey, so it's hard to get at that kind of nuance.
I just wonder if there's bias in terms of homeowners versus renters, because maybe renters would definitely be seeing rent drops, but homeowners, you know, maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of out of time, but I don't know if I could try to wrap it up here, Mayor. I just have a few quick things.
If you're quick, yeah. We're
okay.
behind.
The other thing that was kind of just interesting is the utilities, right? We've been having a lot of power outages recently. And so it was interesting to see the at least the survey data didn't seem to indicate that people were that alarmed or concerned. But I seem to get a lot of that through my offices about how concerned people are about the power outages. So that was the other thing that was kind of curious to me. And then the other part that I thought was really interesting in the survey was on page 43, crime prevention. You know, it went from something like 80% down to 67%. And that's actually is aligned to kind of what I'm hearing in terms of people's concern about crime. So that one made sense. But yeah, just the fact that the rents went down and then the power outages was just a little bit counter to what I've been hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to end because I'm a little bit over time here. I just want to just also say that I think getting the raw data, not just the PDF, but like getting a raw CSV file where people can do their own slicing and dicing, kind of other council member requested, I think was really important. And perhaps other community members want to do this as well. So I think making that available, kind of like the raw CSV data available for everyone, I think is really important, and publishing it on the website so that anyone that wants to can get it. So do you think that's going to be made available?
I can definitely send that along. Not all of our clients choose to publish it publicly, but you of course are welcome to. So
thank you, appreciate it.
We're a nerdy town.
So we're about 10 to 15 minutes over schedule. I would like to end the study session here. We all did one round, but I see multiple hands up. I don't know if you guys left your hands up. Okay, thank you. All right, well, thank you very much. It's great to get the data. And yes, Chantal.
I'm so sorry to prolong it by one more second. I did want to point out that one of the proposed budget reductions is to change the survey from every year to every other year. So I know that there will be discussion on the budget, and I did want to make sure that that was in your mind as we're reflecting on this information.
Yeah, thanks for that reminder. Okay, let's move on to agenda changes and deletions. We have removed item 12 from the agenda tonight, which was the closed session. That's the only change I know of. Yep.
Correct. And Mr. Mayor, just wanted to note no additional changes, but just for the public's awareness that we did issue a few additional documents. One was related to the item you just heard. It was a minor addition of a table, but we did reissue the report, so that was a complete package of the POCO survey results. We also issued 2 at-place memos related to item number 11, your budget discussion. One is the summary of the Finance Committee's work, and the second just went out today, which is transmittal of a draft colleagues memo related to the Roth building and next steps related to the building. There is a component of that relates to funding, which is why we thought it would be timely to ensure the full council and the public is aware of that pending colleagues memo discussion. And that was it in terms of items for tonight's agenda.
Yeah, thanks for pointing those out. Let's go on to oral communications. This is a time to speak about things that are not otherwise on the agenda.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to oral communications, anything that's not on the agenda, please raise your hand at this time. Our first speaker will be Rich Green, who will be speaking for Winter Dellenbach, Carol Kaparsky, Lainey Wheeler, Laura Baychuk, Susan Beal, and Andy Reid. And Rich, I'm going to promote you to panelist so that you can show your video or your PowerPoint. Rich, you should be good to go.
I'm here and I'm bringing up my PowerPoint. Here we go. Okay, you can see and hear me. Just a moment. Okie dokie.
Mayor Du Bois, how long will his presentation be allowed? 8 minutes?
Yeah, we'll do the 8 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. Rich, you have 8 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I want to talk about the Roth Building and the museum, the Palo Alto History Museum, and its role in partnership with the city in that museum. I also want to talk about the need to reinstate the lease or perhaps a lease option for the museum so that we can move forward. We have tremendous supporters for the museum project, not the least of which is Joe Simidian, Counter Supervisor. It's important to tell the next generation about our history, and without the Palo Alto Museum, it's hard to imagine that happening. We actually had a little museum once in the Carnegie Library, but that was torn down to make way for City Hall. The historic Roth Building is the topic here, is important in perhaps more ways than any other building in the city's infrastructure portfolio. It embodies the legacies of many people, the entrepreneurs who founded the nation's first group medical practice clinic, Dr. Esther Clark, a woman who broke into the medical profession, then dominated by men, who co-founded the clinic. Victor Arnautoff, a celebrated artist, Stanford professor whose creations remain controversial and whose frescoes are on the front of the building and at Coit Tower. And Burge Clark, of course, a nationally recognized architect whose life's work has helped define our civic image to this day. So we are in a partnership with the city. We have had this partnership going for many, many years, and we respect the spirit of that partnership. Ever since December 2017, there have been confusing messages to the city about the museum's place in the Roth Building, even though we have invested dearly for it. So we'd like the council to reconsider the museum's lease on that building so that together we can rehabilitate this amazing building and turn it into a tremendous community asset. There's plenty of precedent in community partnership with the city. The Junior Museum and Zoo has received capital support. The Arts Center, 5.8 million. Avenidas, of course. And to some extent, the Palo Alto Museum has received some capital support. The Palo Alto Museum provides many public amenities not otherwise available. In other words, this Roth Building is going to bring a tremendous amount to the community. First of all, we can rehabilitate a National Register Roth Building according to the required national standards. Our work in that regard made it eligible for over $3 million in TDRs. A public restroom desperately needed by the kids and the parents in the Heritage Park. Permanent home for the city-owned archives, which is part of the city library system. It's a venue for Palo Alto and Stanford exhibits. Second, third, and fourth graders have required studies in local history. They have no place to practice that right now. The Roth Building, the museum would provide that for them. Studios for recording oral and video histories, community meeting spaces, the Parkside Cafe, places to research, a unique venue for speakers. So there's a lot that can go on in this building. The impact fees and Stanford Medical Center development funds might be a way to help offset costs to rehabilitate the city-owned building. And we have identified by studying the square footage and usage of the building, what an appropriate amount would be for usage, not specifically to the museum. Over $1 million for the library function, over $3 million for the community center function, $350,000, which is the standard amount for restrooms at the parks, and the Stanford Medical Development fees, $5.5 million unallocated. Our exhibit areas will focus on both Palo Alto and Stanford histories. We celebrate a rich interdependent heritage with Stanford University. Potential funding with no general fund impact and no impact to other city programs or identified projects. So we've done a lot of work with city staff to identify impact fees and Stanford Medical Center development fees that could legitimately be allocated to the rehabilitation of the Roth building. And the funds are there. They're not otherwise allocated. They are available. The funding that's required to get the rehabilitation done, in other words, a warm shell, the whole thing finished, so that we can get occupancy in the building, is about $3.71 million. We conservatively, we might estimate that as $4 million. The museum has already spent $1.8 million toward the rehabilitation of the city-owned building. We have an active building permit. So we feel like we are, we've honored the partnership and we're pretty much ready to go. The city partnership investment scenario, all to a city-owned asset and leveraging nonprofit contributions. So we're looking at the 1.97 million already allocated toward the project, plus the other fees that I've identified here: library impact fees, park impact fees, community center impact fees, Stanford Medical Center, totaling to about 5.72 million. The above funding scenario does not take away from other identified projects. Impact fees have very narrow application, as you all know. The Roth Building rehabilitation qualifies for these fees and funds. So moving ahead with the Palo Alto Museum is the fastest, most cost-effective way to rehabilitate the historic Roth Building. The museum has invested $1.8 million in plans, permits, and fees. The Roth Building rehabilitation, according to Palo Alto Museum plans, is shovel-ready. We're ready to go. The building is in serious need of attention. It is dilapidated and crumbling. Vance Brown Construction says this is an opportune time to move forward because of the economy. It's a one-time expense, 1 year and done. So all we need to move forward is funding and a renewed lease on the building so that the museum has some assurance that we have an intact partnership to move forward. There is a lot of community support for this project, thousands of donors and supporters, plus community associations moving this project forward. And I'm so happy to let you know that we have astounding honorary chairs moving this project forward with us. Dr. Claiborne Carson, Stanford University, Susan Packard Orr, Dr. Gloria Hom, Dr. David Kennedy, and Dean Clark, the son of Burge Clark. That's it. I am so grateful that you gave me a chance to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard Green. Our next speaker is Mark Schull, to be followed by Mark Molyneux, and then Jonathan Ehrman. And we will take speaker hands for the next 2 minutes. Mark Schull, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, Mark Schull here. I'll try to be brief, but I remain concerned that SFO's new landing system, GBAS, will be implemented over Palo Alto in December, and the city has no plan as to how to deal with its short-term or long-term effects. The FAA categorical exclusion from an environmental assessment will be issued shortly. This is an SFO project, not FAA. Its main impact on us will be to eliminate the remaining dispersion of flights over the peninsula into a single very narrow and very noisy stream centered over Side-by or an Eleanor Pardee Park. In addition to concentration, SFO and FAA are refusing to deal with the noisy speed break and last-minute deceleration problem over us. GBAS and the upcoming Surfer 5 will make this fixable problem worse. Lastly, GBAS is intended to allow planes to sequence closer to each other and ultimately to enable tandem arrivals, which were field tested as SFO 2 years ago. SFO has argued that GBAS is no more than an overlay over Palo Alto. But I remind this body that on February 10th, 2015, an SFO spokesman literally told this body that NextGen is an overlay. Chairman Dubois and Vice Chair Burt may recall this meeting. It will be incremental, but GBAS will have as much an impact on Palo Alto as NextGen. The difference is that GBAS is being driven by SFO, which we can influence, but not by waiting for them to come to us or by writing big checks to aspirational roundtables. We need a mitigation plan that is well-informed and realistic, and we do need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We'll no longer be taking speaker hands. Our next speaker is Mark Molyneux, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman and then Lydia Callahan. Mark, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hey there, Mark Molyneux, renter. Just a bit of news and a query and a bit of an ask. Exciting bit of news last week was the Embarcadero Institute, the think tank in Palo Alto, used by the anti-housing folks on the council, the slow growthers or residentialists or whatever. They joined Twitter. So the Embarcadero Institute has an account on Twitter, and they published one of their studies. This is one of the studies that was used by the council people to speak upon their stance against building housing. And I responded on Twitter with a note, with several notes and actually a link to a radio program, podcast about the flaws in their analysis. And actually, this became a very good back and forth about me describing the flaws and then the Embarcadero Institute making some excuses for it, which I pointed out further flaws. In the end, they blocked me. I think this is actually problematic for democracy. I was having a very civil two-way conversation. I think it's just good for the council to know the flaws in this study. Listen to the podcast. It's good. Many people jumped on to mock the Embarcadero Institute. They made a public shame of themselves for some very poor description of their model choice for a quadratic model. But I know one of the council people, Greer Stone, is on the board. So hopefully you have some juice, and I would enjoy it if you asked them to unblock me, because I think it's good for analysis. It's just good for the health of the community if they don't if they have someone describing what the flaws in their model are, because it's quite a few of them. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Lydia Callahan and then Sache Weissman. Jonathan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Jonathan Ehrman. Last month, several of the council members expressed an interest in live performances this summer, specifically music, and also perhaps even an expansion of what we've seen in the past. And I believe there was even an ad that was placed in the newspapers asking for feedback from the public. So I just wanted to respond directly to the council and say that I would wholeheartedly support the idea of live performances outdoors in Palo Alto this summer. I think we can expand our thinking beyond just, summer bands. There's all kinds of music. There's opera, there's classical. We could have theater performances. Palo Alto we have Palo Alto Players is doing an outdoor show right now in the Lucy Stern patio. But, West Bay Opera, which has been performing in Palo Alto since 1956, just sent out a season flyer recently for 2 operas next season in February and May. And I just want to point it out that means it will have been 2 years since their last production, which was last February. 2 years. This will be their 66th season. Right now, there is no 65th season. Wouldn't it be great to go to a park this summer and catch some world-class opera performances or something else, or a sampling from one of our local theaters, or the Palo Alto Children's Theater, which has an outdoor stage built through a public-private sponsorship. It's really quite remarkable, the resources that we have, and we should put them to use, because there's nothing quite like live performances. So I just wanted to wholeheartedly say that we should look into that. And some of our programs now is not that artists have been really hit hard in the last year. They haven't been able to do what they do. And at this point, we're vaccinated, chomping at the bit and ready to go. The Palo Alto Children's Theater and the Palo Alto Community Theater program, which is now Palo Alto Players, were started during the Great Depression. West Bay Opera started in the mid-50s. Theaterworks grew out of a summer performance in 1970, a one-shot that grew into a nationally recognized Tony Award-winning company. So there's really no telling what summer performances can bring. It's more than just enjoyment. It really is something important.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Lydia Callahan, to be followed by Sachi Weisman and then Jeremy Ehrman. Lydia, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, counselors. Thank you for your service. I'm the mother of 16-year-old twin girls who've been participating in the Palo Alto Children's Theater program since their early elementary school years. Like many of our youth, they found their home, their safe and happy place at this 90-year-old Palo Alto gym. I'm also on the board of the Friends of the Theater. I've spoken at previous meetings and have reached out to some of you directly. I wanted to make a heartfelt plea to you to restore the funding to the theater. Last year, the council cut the theater's budget by almost half, 45% to be exact, or $830,000. Apparently, the city cut the theater's budget by twice the amount of the largest cuts made to other community service departments. For example, more than double the cuts made to the Art Center. While understandable given the high rates of COVID transmission at the time, the current outlook for our city is much brighter. COVID rates are low, federal fiscal stimulus money is on the way, and Governor Gavin Newsom plans to reopen the state by June 15, if not earlier. Furthermore, our youth and community desperately need the support and joy the theater provides. Our family and kids are excited for the return of our hot dog shows, main stage productions, classes, and outreach programs. I strongly believe that our city would benefit the most from the full restoration of the theater's budget cuts. However, for only $360,000, we could restore the following: outreach productions in our public schools, which would have a net cost of $151,000, 2 of our outdoor and COVID-safe hot dog shows with a net cost of $80,000, and 3 main stage productions with a net cost of $129,000. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Lydia. Our next speaker is Sache Weisman, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Sache, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Tsachi Weisman, and I come before you wearing 2 hats. The first is that of a professor of electrical engineering at Stanford and director of the Stanford Compression Forum, under the auspices of which we've been running the STEM to STEM summer internship program for high schoolers in the last 3 years. Much of this program's success has been due to an incredibly inspiring and effective collaboration with Palo Alto Children's Theater. This collaboration has allowed us to attract students we wouldn't normally have been able to reach, and to provide our participants a truly inspirational, multidisciplinary experience. Our collaboration with the Children's Theater has resulted in projects at the intersection and union of technology and the arts. These projects, in fact, have inspired research in that intersection, which is currently ongoing at Stanford. More importantly, it has resulted in quite a few students from the area, many of whom have come from underrepresented populations, who got the confidence and guidance to apply and be admitted to top colleges, Stanford included. The other hat I'm wearing is that of a father who has been raising 3 kids here at Palo Alto. The Children's Theater has been our family's anchor and source of well-being. It's where we've been consuming as a family our most exquisite, enriching entertainment. It's where my kids have done much of their social, emotional, and mental growing by participating in the best theater programs in the country. And it's where we develop much of our acquaintance with and caring for the Palo Alto community. The Children's Theater for us, as for many here, is synonymous with Palo Alto. There is no better or more cost-effective way to invest in the health and vitality of the Palo Alto community than to support its Children's Theater. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachi. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Veronica Saleh. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I'm disappointed that this year, for the first time that I can remember, the Palo Alto City Council has started limiting the number of speakers to a particular item or on oral communications after a certain amount of time has passed. I've never seen this before, and I think that it limits public participation in the process. I understand the council wants to move the meetings along because they are epic, but I don't think this is a good way to go about it. I have seen, in fact, at council meetings, more people speak than have been speaking over Zoom, although this was several years ago. And also because it's very hard to sometimes know exactly when a particular item will start if you want to speak to it. Items can change. 2 weeks ago, for example, one of the main items was moved up, I think, about an hour and a half in the schedule. So to expect people to be there right when you start to discuss something so they can sign up and it's that like 5-minute window and nothing else for them to be able to speak, I think that's really wrong, and that should not be done. So I really encourage you to go back to the principle 4 that people can always sign up. If people continue to sign up, so be it. If you want the meetings to be shorter, it might be that the council members should not have a 5-minute segment for themselves to talk, or that staff and consultant presentations should not be nearly so long as they are and repeat so much information. I also am a little disappointed that staff continually puts memos to the city council members immediately before meetings or the night before when there's not time to review them. This happened last year as well with Coverly, and it's very disturbing. Also, the memo for tonight for the budget says these assumptions presume the city and its labor groups reach agreement on 0 wage increases for a second year in fiscal year 2022. But that implies that fiscal year 2021, there were no wage increases. And I believe there were wage increases, weren't there? Because the city couldn't negotiate with SEIU. So this might be a mistake in the memo that you've given to council even today to look at. So there are also a lot of mistakes in the Coverly information given last year. So I really wish the city staff would be more conscientious with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Veronica Soleil, and then Esther Nigenda. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. A couple things. First, Palo Alto City Council, may I make a suggestion to you? If you don't like all the public speakers and everything we have to say, you can get around it most effectively by doing a better job. Second, last week, there was, we heard news of a huge and potentially devastating toxic spill in Matadero Creek, where that was created a danger for animals as well as humans and all sorts of wildlife. Yet we haven't heard an update on that. And it hasn't been on any agendas. You haven't mentioned it at all. Given the history of toxic spills in Palo Alto, need I again mention the HP Superfund site that just sits there under the, sits there possibly leaking out, under the soccer field so many of our children play on. Can you please be on the ball here about this huge spill in the creek? It's not a small deal. It's a really big deal. Third, I would like to just state, and I will make this in other ways, I have, I guess, an official complaint of misconduct by the city manager for the way that he continues to present the $12 million that is owed by the city of Palo Alto to the utilities ratepayers under the judgment by the Court of Law last year. The city manager presented this as some sort of, transfer payment or something. It is in the presentation last week, which was deceptive at best, fraudulent possibly, when really what you're talking about is a payment from the city to the people who live here because Palo Alto illegally taxed and overcharged utilities payments. Please be honest. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Veronica Soleil, to be followed by Esther Nigenda. And our final speaker is Olivia Brahm. Veronica, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I am a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and parent of 2 teenagers here in Palo Alto. Palo Alto Children's Theater has a long history of being a safe haven for our youth, where they can take safe risks, fail, build resiliency, and build so many important skills. PAC provides a sense of belonging to so many youth of diverse backgrounds, abilities, and ages. Our youth are exposed to and mentored by a variety of creative professionals. Most importantly, the kids are able to serve and connect with the larger Palo Alto community. We will see better mental health outcomes if we preserve these programs in their entirety. Now is not the time to cut back on these programs for our kids. Now is the time to shore them up because they need them more than ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Veronica. Our next speaker is Esther Najenda, to be followed by Olivia Brahm, our final speaker. Esther, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm speaking for Safe Palo Alto's groundwater. The San Francisco Chronicle reports that the entire Bay Area has gone from severe to extreme drought levels in just 2 weeks. Recently, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, released new climate averages showing that conditions across the West are getting hotter and drier. As the climate gets hotter, we have increased evapotranspiration. The heat dries out the trees and the ground beneath them. Drier soils lead to less aquifer recharge and the groundwater levels drop. Our trees get stressed both through their roots and through their canopy, and some of them die or are badly stunted. During the last drought, we were told not to water our yards, but to keep watering our trees. If trees are that important, and they are, why are we pulling the water out from under them by allowing construction dewatering? Measurements in 2020 showed the water table was lowered by over 1 foot at a distance of 1,900 feet from the construction site. Clear evidence of the very wide impact this dewatering has. In case you think one residential basement cannot have that much of an impact, the city has measured anywhere from 6 million to more than 40 million gallons of groundwater pumped and discharged for the construction of one basement. For logistical reasons, at most 3% of that water can be used for the city.
Esther, your volume has gone low.
Pardon?
I can barely hear you speaking.
For logistical reasons, at most, is that better?
Yes.
3% of that water can be used by the city. The rest is discharged via the storm drain system into the bay. To put the 6 to 40 million gallons of water into perspective, the entire city of Palo Alto uses about 11 million gallons of water per day. We propose that instead of permitting dewatering during a drought, the city use a sustainable amount of groundwater as defined by our 2017 groundwater budget to water our city trees. This might keep our price canopy healthy and be a hedge against providing more fuel for fires. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Olivia Brahm. Olivia, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olivia Bram, and I would like to voice my heartfelt support for the Children's Theater. I'm 13 years old, and I've been acting in shows and classes at the Children's Theater for a while now. But I've seen almost every one of their shows since I was a baby. I've learned so much from the Children's Theater. Not only do I get to put on plays and learn how to act and sing, but I've made a lot of friends at the Children's Theater. The theater is like its own community within a community. Everyone has either seen a show at the Children's Theater or has been a cast member or part of a crew at the Children's Theater. The Children's Theater is a safe space for kids to be creative and let themselves shine. We need this amazing organization in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Great, thank you to all the public speakers. We are now on to minutes approval. Entertain a motion.
We'll move the minutes for approval.
Second.
All right, we'll go in reverse order tonight. We'll start with Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Cormac
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
All right, so we have 7-0 on the minutes. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Again, please raise your hand if you to either make a motion or register a no vote. Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 5 and 8.
Okay, I will move consent.
Second.
Thank you. Let's go to the public to see if there are any public comments on consent.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to an item on consent, please raise your hand at this time. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman. Rebecca, you have 2 minutes to speak about an item on the agenda.
Thank you. I am speaking with regard to, there's so many things, but I'm going to focus on your proposal to refund any sort of business fee that you have actually charged. Y'all, this is not the time to move in the exact wrong direction of, again, comping businesses for when thereby placing all of these costs, all of the budget cuts on residents. You may argue that, yes, small businesses are hit hard and therefore small businesses should not have to pay business taxes or these minimal license fees. True. That's why every other city, the United plus the state and the United States, understands how to tax different size companies differently. Just like somebody who makes $50,000 a year is taxed differently than somebody who makes $500,000 a year, you have the right, and I might say obligation, to treat small businesses differently than you treat Tesla. In every other city, when companies that are based there experience huge and unprecedented growth, as did Tesla, the city gets to benefit too, gets to share in that unprecedented growth. Only in Palo Alto do you give subsidies to Tesla and Palantir and continue to squeeze every dime, either legally or illegally, might I point out again, your illegal utilities tax on the residents. Please do better.
Thank you, Rebecca. And our final speaker is Jeremy Ehrman. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I just noticed that one of the items is the second reading of changes to impact fees related to libraries, I think, in the parks. And my understanding is that this is related to the Brown Act. Yes, that you have to do 2 readings when you pass certain laws. I think it's over maybe a 30-day period, which gives the public time to know about this and also to respond if there are any concerns or objections to it. But I've noticed that the council doesn't do this for the budget. You pass it in late June and then it goes into effect about a week and a half later. So I just think it's interesting that when you pass the budget, which has more impact than almost anything else that you do, you just do it and it's done. There are no second readings. No one has a chance to look it over and see maybe something should be changed. Maybe you'll tell me that this is a different part of the Brown Act or it's not related to that, but I did notice last year that the Palo Alto School District, when they passed their budget for the fiscal year, did have 2 readings of it. So I really just kind of wonder why there aren't 2 readings of the budget and why there isn't a longer period before it goes into effect that people can really look over it and figure out if it's really what's wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Mayor Du Bois, there's no further speakers.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on consent. Starting with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth. Councilmember Filseth. Let's come back to him. I will vote yes. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth. Okay, it looks like maybe he's frozen. I can't quite tell. Okay, let's just show it as one abstention, I guess, or we could ask him once he's back connected. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to your no votes?
Sure. So number 8 is really simple. I voted no last time, so I'm voting no again. Number 5, right now we're going through pretty tough budget cuts again. We're talking about closing libraries, cutting the children's theater, a bunch of really other very hard decisions. And so we have to kind of prioritize and figure out what's really important and what's not. There's $2 million that's going to be spent on professional services, enhancing our CAD services to do more capital projects. To me doesn't seem quite right, because I feel that actually our capital projects should be delayed, not sped up or done more. I don't think we should be doing more, given that a lot of what was funding our capital projects has been a hotel tax, which has plummeted. Another big issue here is this wasn't competitively bid out, which I think we definitely should be doing. So that's another reason why it doesn't sit well with me. This one thing, if this was the license to the software, but it's not the license to software, we actually have the license to the software. This is to basically provide maintenance and support, to do additional professional service to actually enhance the system, which to me, if we're just going to try to sustain ourselves, I don't know if that's necessary. I think we should think about where we put the money. It is $2 million. That's some of the cuts that we're cutting from very community-facing type of programs like the children's theater and the libraries. And so if we say yes to this, it means we say no to other things. So I think it's something we should think carefully about, and really try to focus on putting money where the community sees it versus where it sees less of it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Filseth, I don't know if you're back. Asked for your vote on the consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to suggest we take a break now. We'll come back for city manager comments. Let's come back. Let's take a 15-minute break, and then we'll get into it. So we'll come back at 7:22. See you then. And council members, if you're back, please turn your camera on. Looks like we have a quorum. If you want to go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see if we can get our slides going here. Very good. Thank you much. Oh, and I see Ms. Morgan Taylor's running the slides this evening. Perfect. I think we're ready to go. Next slide, please. Just have a few items to update the council and the community on, recognizing you're in the middle of budget discussions, and that is somewhat consuming in terms of bandwidth, maybe mental bandwidth, and working through community issues. At the same time, we are continuing to provide services in a variety of areas. So let me hit a few. First off, with respect to keeping the community informed on the status of the pandemic and our recovery efforts as they are continuing, would note as it relates to vaccination and testing, that we are now, and anyone with a teenager probably knows very well that vaccines are now available to everyone over the age of 12. The county health department has made particular outreach efforts to get the message out as much as possible in many different forms. Would note a couple of notable facts here. One is that drop-in is a new feature and one of increasing availability throughout the county, and using the site sccfreevax.org is, as has been for the last several months, the excellent one-stop place to look for information on getting vaccinations. Also, just a notable talking point that the cohort age 16 to 29 now make up the highest number of unvaccinated individuals among those eligible for vaccinations within the county. So if you know people in that age group, tell them they're not in a good group. So an opportunity to get that word out. Next, that the county's blueprint metrics are continuing to improve. We are currently in the zone that would allow for movement into the yellow tier next week, and we hope that that will continue and that will allow additional activities with fewer restrictions. And finally, that we have our next upcoming testing with the county public health department at Mitchell Park this Friday. Next slide, please. Mentioned earlier, budget discussions, as we know, will continue this evening. I did want to highlight for members of the community that our online survey is still open. We have done now a couple of downloads and are making that information available in tranches to the council. Tonight will be the second, and the survey itself will close on Friday, the 21st at noon. And so continuing as a good channel for members of the community to get input to the council and the finance committee on budget issues. Next, at the finance committee will continue its next hearing following tonight's discussion on Tuesday, the 25th. That's an all-day meeting for a continued work through the details of individual budget actions and follow-up. And then the council will once again hear the item on June 21st. Next slide, please. On the survey, we do have that available on the city's homepage under news. So that's an easy way to locate on our new website. Also then, on the theme of recovery, our next session, recognizing that wellness and recovery comes in various forms. This week is focused on teen wellness and teen mindfulness, led by one of our key staff from our human resources department, Angelica Jimenez, AJ as she's known. And that I'm sure will be a very interesting and fun, no doubt, and no doubt high energy event for our teens. So information there on our webpage at cityofpaloalto.org/bewell, B-E-W-E-L-L. I really encourage teens to join for that session. Check it out. Love to hear any feedback. Next slide, please. And then looking back over the last couple of weeks, our Mayfet, we'll call it parade. I guess we will call it parade this year, although again, done in an adaptive manner. I want to note the winners that have participated in our contest and are shown here with our spring-themed, culturally diverse, and People's Choice Awards. So really thank residents around town that participated in the Mayfet decoration contest, and for everyone who participated in judging and enjoying this annual event, which is again back. And also thank you to our sponsors that participated in the program. Next slide, please. Then just looking forward, we do have a few items just to reinforce ongoing, not to get into particulars here, but just noting that our libraries are continuing to open with increasing availability, Rinconada this week. And let's see, also have a number of events ongoing through the month of May and beyond. This month related to both our race and equity work plan, as well as celebrating Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And then finally, tomorrow evening, we had scheduled and still have scheduled the monthly local community meeting on Uplift Local. And recognize it does conflict with the City Council special meeting that was added to address land use items tomorrow evening. But nonetheless, we want to proceed and have this as an opportunity for members of the community to hear about what's going on with Uplift Local and supporting local business and community interaction. Next slide, please. And then finally, noting a few items coming up that we know have likely community interest. And we did not include tomorrow evening's land use items, but beyond that, we have a number of items in the upcoming weeks, and we'll update this list as additional information comes available and as we settle in on dates. I believe that's the last slide. The one other item I just wanted to note for the council and community is that I know there was a question earlier about the Matadero Creek diesel spill with the VA hospital and the follow-up cleanup. Would note that we put out a joint statement with the VA hospital last week. Appreciate the cooperation of the Veterans Administration in working with us to get information out. We also have now a webpage set up for community members that are interested to subscribe and get updates as they occur. This evening we put an update out through that channel indicating that from the fire department, who has a lead for the city perspective, they are monitoring the monitoring that is being done of the creek itself, and test results I believe are still pending, but nonetheless cleanup proceeding both in the creek as well as on site at the VA. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's move on to our action items. We have two hopefully pretty short items, and then we're going to get to the budget. The first one is a public hearing. It's adoption of a weed abatement report and ordering a special assessment on certain properties to pay for that. Is there a staff report on this item?
Let me ask Chief Blackshire to lead off for staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We do not have a staff presentation for this. However, we will be referencing the staff report that's included in the agenda to discuss the the item that's on the agenda this evening. This is a public hearing, and this is to consider objections that are brought to our attention from the public in regards to the weed abatement agreement that we have with the county. And as you may have seen with the attachment, that there is a resolution including addresses that were identified to be to have the weed abatement hazard counted against them. We do have Brian Rosa from County Weed Abatement Management Program here to answer any of your questions that you have in this regard.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's go to the public. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing. So if there are any members of the public who want to speak up about an assessment, now is your chance.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time. At this time, our only speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I will be brief. This is in reference to a weed abatement program that, as I understand, was put in place by the county of Santa Clara, where they decided that weeds are a hazard and determined that weeds must be removed. Okay, so this is take out the like, this is a problem, oh, and now the county apparently wants to charge homeowners who had hazardous weeds on their property. So, and you're going to decide probably whether or not you should protect the homeowners from having to pay for this, maybe by even subsidizing them the costs of the weed removal, I'm guessing. So here's what I want to say. What you saw earlier tonight is that approximately half of the people who live in Palo Alto rent and don't own. So when you're talking about subsidizing, should you choose to subsidize homeowners, you're talking about subsidizing half of the population. And you may have theories that, well, it gets trickled down. If you pay them back, it gets trickled down into rent. Well, all of those theories have been 100% disputed, because we know that rents are determined by supply and demand and not by the cost of the landlord. And therefore, you will not be helping tenants at all should you do this. We also saw in that presentation that people who own their properties are significantly wealthier than people who rent. So I guess when you look at this, I ask you to please consider equity. Do the wealthiest people in Palo Alto need more subsidies? Also, maybe you can divide it up, maybe have people request the subsidy versus pay, or have them maybe show that they're a senior living on limited income. Just some thoughts in favor of equity. Thank you for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, so seeing no more public speakers, we will close the public hearing. Take it to council. Just to get it on the table, I'll go ahead and make the staff motion.
Second. Oh, go ahead.
It's okay.
All right, seconded by Vice Mayor Burt. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, interesting timing. There was a resident who wrote us all last week or a week or two ago about her next door neighbor who was an absentee owner, and there was like huge weeds all over their property, and it was a fire hazard. Did we look at that one?
You know the address?
I'd have to go dig up the email, but there was a dialogue on it. Chief, do you recall that one?
I don't recall that. Well, I'd have to look at that, but I could definitely look into it and see if they were either on the list from last year or if this is something that might be on the next list. But I would have to look into that one, sir. My apologies.
Okay, let me go. I'll go look for it too. Okay, thanks.
Okay, seeing no other hands, let's go ahead and vote on this one. Councilmember Coop.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so this passes 7-0. We're on to our next item, item number 10, which is a $15 million construction contract at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. Would staff like to go ahead and make a presentation?
Yes, and I'll kick us off. So good evening, Mayor Du Bois and City Council members. Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. This item tonight is the construction contract for one of our important water quality control plant capital improvement program projects. And this is a budgeted project in the CIP. And I just point out most contracts like this are actually approved on your consent calendar, but we're bringing it tonight as an action item just because of the large contract amount that we're talking about here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Plant Manager Jamie Allen, who has a very brief presentation for you.
Good evening, Council. Let me pull up my screen. Okay. So the project, the primary sedimentation tank rehabilitations at the city's water quality control plant. This is the area of the tanks that you can see highlighted, and there's an electrical room. The project addresses aging infrastructure. It rehabilitates 4 concrete tanks and replaces 49-year-old electrical gear. Staff is recommending that council approve the award of a construction contract to a Avera company, 2 resolutions regarding repaying a state loan, and agreements with 4 of our partner agencies, Stanford, East Palo Alto Sanitary District, and Mountain View and Los Altos. There is no agreement with Los Altos Hills that needs to be amended because we don't need them to approve capital projects. So this is the recommended motion. Item 1 is approval of the construction contract with Avera. Item 2 is approval of the contingency to the construction contract with Avera. Items 3 and 4 are approval of the loan and the language of the resolutions. And the item number 5 is approval of the amendments to the partner agreements, one with Palo Alto and Stanford, an amended and restated agreement with the East Palo Alto Sanitary District, and then the tri-party agreement with Mountain View and Los Altos. And that is my presentation. Are there any questions?
Great, thank you. Before we go to council questions, let's go to the public, see if there are any public comment, and then we'll come back.
Any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand at this time. At this time, we have one speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, you have 2 minutes.
Unlike last time, can you at least try to create the perception that you are thinking about it before spending our money? Maybe demonstrating that there were competitive bids, maybe showing yourself to be true to your values, stated values, not acted values of equity, that you maybe for once, considered firms that are Black owned or female owned and operated. $15 million is a ton of dough when you've just virtually destroyed the Children's Museum, the Art Center, Palo Alto Children's Theater. $15 million. I mean, please. I have no idea if this is necessary or not, but I'd like just to see you take it seriously, unlike the subsidies you just gave to the wealthiest people in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roberta Alquist, and we will no longer be taking hands. Roberta, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Roberta, you need to unmute from your end.
Okay, there was something in the way of being able to unmute. I would just like to reinforce the former speaker's comments. We need to have more diversity. We need to have more consideration. It seems like these things get doled out in ways that are very private and not transparent to the public. So I'm hoping that you could take these words of advice seriously so that we have a more representative body that reflects a broader view than just it seems so so hidden. I don't feel that there's transparency in these decisions, and that's a lot of money regarding a need that may be less a need than some others that the community really wants. So I would hope in the future that you would be more expansive in searching out bids and giving a more diverse community a chance to get such a bid. That's a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Du Bois, there's no further speakers.
And let's bring it back to council. Again, as Director Eggleston noted, this would normally be on consent, but because of its size, it was put on the action calendar. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. For the benefit of the public, this was the entire wastewater wastewater treatment capital plan was covered on April 20th at the finance meeting in a fair amount of detail, not just this one, but everything that needs to be done over a period of time. So people should be prepared for the next one to be even larger. The secondary treatment one, which is coming, will be even more expensive than this. And unanimously, we agreed that all of these things absolutely need to be done. Also, the staff report does reflect that it was competitively bid, and we accepted the low bid. So when the mayor's ready, I'll be happy to make the staff recommended motion. Move the staff recommended motion.
I will second. Do you want to make any other comments?
No, thank you.
Yeah, just super quick. This extends the life 30 years. We got 4 bids that were in a somewhat narrow range. We went back out for new bids that came in lower. Just to clarify, and again, we only pay 38% of this. The regional plant partners will pay the rest, which are the other cities that are involved. And just to clarify, because our public speakers seem to misunderstand item 9, there was no public subsidy. We assessed property owners to pay for their weed abatement. So there were no city funds used on that item. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, so just echoing some of what the mayor just stated, this is an enterprise fund. This is our wastewater treatment plant. These dollars do not compete with general fund dollars. They're shared by our city and the other 5 entities of East Palo Alto, Stanford, Mountain View, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills, who all are partners in the wastewater treatment plant that Palo Alto runs on behalf of those 5 other entities and ourselves. Just like on item number 5, when Councilmember Tanaka, for some reason, seemed to think that investment in our utilities somehow competes with important things like children's theater dollars, that's just factually false. These are entirely separate funds and they can't be commingled. So I think it's important for everybody to understand that. And as Councilmember Cormack stated, the Finance Committee spent a great deal of time going through the whole capital plan for the wastewater treatment plant. And really the sentiment is that it's overdue. It's very important for the quality of our wastewater, for the environmental emissions that we have into the bay, to invest in this, and that our plant is past its expected life in most of its equipment, and that these investments are extremely important. And our encouragement is for the staff to proceed on an expeditious manner with plans that have been in the works for a decade to replace in a series of stages equipment that is overdue for its replacement. So I think this is a really important investment that's shared by all our entities. And once again, it's a dedicated fund that goes, is paid for by wastewater treatment charges that businesses and residents pay for this service. Thanks.
Councilmember Ku.
Thanks for all of that, and to the two finance committee members who confirmed that there are bids that were issued. There was a period of 47 days, and it's all in the staff report, and that this is again, there's concrete cracks and repairs that's needed in this, and we do have agencies that depend on us operating a facility that is not going to leak out in appropriate times. So thank you for the due diligence, and I will support.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, a couple questions here. I think our share is it 38%? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I was actually looking at the item for 524, and it says 35%. So I was trying to figure out which one is it? It's pretty close, but it's different.
For fixed capital, share is 38.16%. The operating share that changes every year based on flow, last year was 35%, but the fixed capital share for debt expense is 38.16.
Okay, and that's not changed based on usage?
No.
Okay. Should it though? Because if other cities are using it more, should they pay more versus us?
We want 38.16% capacity. So if we wanted less, we'd have to find someone to buy it, and there's not likely to be any interest in others buying our capacity.
I see. Okay. And I guess the other question is, I assume the other cities also have to sign off on this, correct?
Yes, and they have.
Okay. And let's see. The other question I have on this is yeah, I guess what happens if we delay it one more year?
We could drop off the funding list for the state and lose our financing, and we would also put the equipment at risk of failure and be subject to some significant fines if the equipment fails.
Yeah, just adding on to what Jamie just said, we have state clean water revolving fund loans approved for this project with an interest rate of 0.9%. So this is a highly advantageous time for us to move forward.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more hands. Let's go ahead and vote on this item. I'm starting with Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
All right, that passes on a 7-0 vote. And we're now on item number 11, which is a discussion of the FY22 budget. Staff, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Ed, did you want to lead off, or you want to?
Kylie, your volume's pretty low, but go ahead.
Headphones better?
Better.
Awesome. Sorry. Worst case, I'll switch audio. All right. Well, good evening. I'm Kylie Noze, Administrative Services Director, and with me tonight I have Christine Pross, the Assistant Director of ASD, as well as, well, frankly, all your city staff to go over the FY 2022 proposed operating and capital budgets. Just a little background as we move through the kind of high-level overview. As the council recalls, on May 3rd, we reviewed the transmittal of these budgets to the full council and all that was contained within them. We also had a meeting on May 4th with the Finance Committee to go over some deep dives as well as an overview of our procedures. We had a great town hall on May 6th with the release of a survey. And then last week, we had 2 marathon days with our Finance Committee where they poured through all of the documentation in front of them for their consideration. And so just, Christine, if we can advance to the next slide, please. At the conclusion of that, ultimately, the committee has placed about 7 questions for the full council's review and deliberation today. But just as a regrounding to everyone, obviously, we continue to live in a world of uncertainty and challenges, both as we moved into the pandemic and now as we're working our way out of the pandemic. The city last year took very swift action and balanced the FY 2021 adopted budget to meet those significant declines that we felt as an organization as a result of the pandemic financially. And even in spite of those, we continue to and have with the council and community work to adapt to all of these changes, whether it's closing parks or opening parks or closing libraries or opening libraries, depending on the kind of status of shelter-in-place orders. Back in February, the council directed staff to use a conservative recovery scenario to build the budget. So this was known as long-range financial forecast scenario B. And that forecast assumed a 3 to 5 year projection. And at council's direction, staff brought forward a proposed budget that was based on those assumptions, basically. And obviously, after an extremely difficult year in FY 2021, trying to balance against further gaps in 2022 resulted in pretty significant potential service impacts. At the start of the Finance Committee meetings on May 10th, the city actually got new updated information that Ms. Peras will go through later on in this presentation. But just want to highlight right at the get-go here, staff are working actively on a preliminary Q3 financial update for FY 2021. So this is just looking at our tax revenues and where we're at based on the most current information we have. And we also got our final American Rescue Plan Act allocation, which we previously had discussed as $12.5 million over 2 years, is actually $13.7 million over a 2-year period of time. So the Finance Committee had these 2 additional tools to assist them as they went through a really rough budget last week. And I think you'll find that they have maximized use of these tools in their recommended adjustments. But before we go to that, one of the components that continues as we're moving through this iterative process is the survey that's out for the public. And we promised regular updates on this. So we provided a brief update to the committee last week, and they received an At Places memo with about 200 pages worth of public comment and feedback on the budget process. But Ms. Horgan Taylor, our Chief Communications Officer, has an update on where our results are as of today. So I'll turn it over to Megan.
Thank you, Ms. Nose. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Megan Horgan Taylor, Chief Communications Officer. I wanted to provide a few slides to share the latest budget survey results. As Ms. Nose noted, we are providing a few different summaries of the results as we go through the budget deliberations with both the Finance Committee and with the City Council. And tonight is your second update related to that. The survey itself was released on May 5th. It closes, as Mr. Shikata mentioned, this Friday at 12 p.m. At the time, we will issue a memo to everyone and post it on the website of all of the survey results received. So that will be an important memo at that time, but we did want to provide you with a couple of different phases of survey results. So tonight we're doing that for just a couple slides. Next slide. So we had 4 questions, pretty short survey. We wanted to make it both succinct, but also provide an open opportunity for the community to share open-ended comments as well. So you'll see that as part of the last question of the survey, it is open-ended. There are a number of different comments from the community about different aspects of the budget. There's over I think 300 pages of community comments related to that. But from a summary standpoint, from May 4th through to today, this afternoon, the total visitors to the website itself where the survey is taken, which does provide a very high level summary of the budget process itself. The total visitors is a little over 1,000. Of those that actually took the survey, currently we're at 820. And these next few slides relate to those full 820 responses received to date. So the first question is a prioritized ranking that provides a ranking of the citywide service areas in these 4 areas. And so this is similar to the presentation that we gave last week. There are no changes from that point in time to today. The first priority is focused on community and library services, and the second priority is public safety. The third priority is planning and transportation, and the fourth priority is strategic support. So that's sort of in priority order specific to these community service areas. The second question asked to basically review all of the different budget proposals that are listed in the budget and prioritize those, their top 10, how they would, from those priorities, restore those service areas. And so what I've included here is just the top 10. What I wanted to note between changes from last week to this week are that number 3, police patrol staffing, used to be number 5. So that's a slight change into the top 3 there. Also, I wanted to note that crossing guards also moved up to number 5. That used to be, I think, number 7. And then the last one I wanted to note that's up as right now as number 7 is investment in the city's infrastructure, catch up and keep up. So just wanted to mention those few that did shift within the priority ranking. The rest were all still within that top 10 area. Next slide. Thank you. Question 3 was more of a question around if there was funding available, how you would prioritize those additional funds. And so what you'll see here is a top 7 just to date in terms of where the community, if there were additional funding, where that might come from. And so I did want to note that the change from last week to this week was last week, number 1 was use of city reserves as their number 1 priority. This week, the number 1 is use of the American Rescue Program Act funding that the cities received from the federal government. So just wanted to note that is a shift. And then in terms of the general comments, they really are a number of different areas of the budget, no real themes within there, kind of still working through those comments, but on Friday's report, we will have a summarizing of those more general comments. So with that, pass it back to, I think, Ms. Nose.
Sure. Actually, Ms. Pross will go through the additional information and all the transactions that the committee went through last week. The one note I would like to just reiterate is, as City Manager Shikata mentioned earlier today or this evening, that we issued one additional at places memorandum not listed on this slide, which is a draft of a colleague's memo in regards to actions and funding associated with the Roth Museum. And so just wanted to call everybody's attention to that since it's not on this slide. Ms. Pross?
Thank you, Director Nose. Hi, Christine Paras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. This slide summarizes at-place memorandums received to date. Director Nose highlighted the colleagues memo for the Roth item. We also had an at-place memo for this evening that summarizes actions that the Finance Committee took during the 2-day budget hearing workshops. And that memorandum is organized in 3 main parts, which identifies items for further discussion with City Council, what the Finance Committee's tentative recommended balancing strategy is, and we're going through in a slide, and the summary of Finance Committee review for 2022 proposed actions and reference links for you all. Before we begin on all this other stuff, I want to also let you know that the budget website has been updated for both those memos, tonight's presentations, along with a full download of the community survey results received to date. So all for your reference at www.cityofpaloalto.com/budget. On this slide, in addition to the at-place memorandum summaries, a few things. On the 10th of May, we received, as Director Nozay noted, an updated American Rescue Plan Fund, increases our allocation from 12.5 million to 13.7 million. And in addition, we are planning to go to council the second week of June to provide preliminary Q3 general fund results. This box in orange yellow is something that we kept referring to during the Finance Committee meetings. That summarizes the range of the preliminary Q3 revenue increases. The range is about 2 million to 3.3 million. And most of it is comprised of one-time adjustments related to excess ERAF that is part of the property tax revenue category and documentary transfer tax. So both of those funding sources that we're seeing for the preliminary Q3 revenue update are both one-time in nature. We're also seeing decreases from our projections in transient occupancy tax, which you may also be aware impacts our transfer to the infrastructure fund. This slide summarizes the Finance Committee directed tentative adjustments to the proposed budget. As some of you may know, the parking lot is a mechanism we use during the budget hearings to maintain a running list of items that the committee wishes to restore using available funds. The status of these tentative actions taken by the committee is to inform these discussions on the 17th. So this is taken straight from a page in the at-place memo we provided to you. Total adjustments to the proposed budget as of last week total $961,000. One of the items we highlighted here and added a note in the memo was the teen services restoration. This $55,000 restoration assumes restoration of 1.21 part-time FTE. And it also assumes use of program revenues related to think funds and use of those funds. We just wanted to clarify for the Finance Committee and the Council that this is one of the items that we're assuming that the Finance Committee wants to restore. So we can discuss that as well today and at RAP. This chart may look familiar to you all. We reviewed it on May 4th when we reviewed it with the council. And this shows basically the budget balancing strategy as it is in the proposed budget, and adds an additional set of bars for how that has changed after deliberations with the Finance Committee last week. To recap, the proposed 22 balancing strategy comprised of 7.7 million of service reductions and decrease in capital investments, 1 million use of 1 million of program specific reserves, 1.6 million in labor concessions, and setting aside 3.2 million of ARPA funds. And this is a partial use of that. After deliberations with the Finance Committee, we can see that the proportions of these colors have changed, where the new balancing strategy is made up of 2.2 of service reductions and CIP reductions, 1 million in program specific reserves, that has not changed, an assumption of 1.6 million in labor concessions, and full use of the first half of the allocation of ARPA funds, which totals 6.8 million. In addition to that, the Finance Committee also is recommending a use of the budget stabilization reserve of 2.5 million. This use of the budget stabilization reserve keeps us within the range of the 15 to 20% target by council policy direction. However, it is below the minimum 18.5%. This next slide summarizes a few key areas that the Finance Committee would like to review and have discussion with the council. These 7 areas are also outlined in the At Place memo. The first one being to propose a lower level of BSR by 2.5 million, which we saw on the previous slide. Propose a 1-year solution where the city will continue to face gaps in 2023 if revenues do not grow faster than expenses. Assume a 50-50 split of the receipt of ARPA funds over a 24-month period. Consider a moderate increase in the electric utility rate for 2022. Request that the city council or their representatives engage with the school board on these items, not limited to crossing guards, children's theater outreach, and safe routes to school. Continue to assume 1.6 million in labor concessions in the general fund, and recommend up to 1 million of the city for the city council to increase the uncertainty reserve and replenish the BSR. I think that was my last slide, but one thing I did forget to mention in this slide was, I just want to also note that within this balancing strategy, key points really is that these recommendations, I think, are one-time in nature, and use of the ARPA funds are also one-time in nature. So just keeping that in mind as we proceed with discussions, knowing that in the future, 2020, after this fiscal year, there will still be discussions that will, talk about the ongoing sustainability of the general fund that need to occur. So with that, I'll turn it over to the council and Chair Cormack.
Thank you so much. Thanks for slide 9. Could I ask you to go back to slide 7 for just a moment, Ms. Paras? This can be very confusing. And before we go to the public, and if you're reading this, I just want to explain a little bit of this. So you'll see, for example, let's pick reduce patrol staffing with a negative 1 million. What that means on there is that we added that back. So I just want people to understand that the negatives are actually adds. And if staff wants to make that more clear, that's fine. In some of the other areas, it's a little hard to understand. So if I look at fire budget, fire equity hiring, that is also an add. It wasn't proposed, it just wasn't in there at all. So I just want people to understand where it says neighborhood library closure with a negative number, that means it's added back. And if you could just go forward now to the slide from the Finance Committee, and thank you, Ms. Paras, for covering that. Very briefly, I just want to say that the Finance Committee spent over 14 hours. Sorry, the one that has the list of that's the one. Spent over 14 hours. We did go through the 1,000 pages. We had dozens of staff attend and dozens of public comments, and we even had a song. So I want to assure the public that we spent a great deal of time on this, and we did review emails for those people who weren't able to attend during the day. We received some comments from the public wondering why it was scheduled during the day. It has traditionally always been during the day because of the length of time required. Last year was unusual because we did it as council. So I'll just go through these in order and then make my own personal comments later when we come back. You'll definitely hear a lot about the budget stabilization reserve. The target is 18.5. So the Finance Committee made a conscious decision to lower that for next year. Number two, because of the 1 year revenues that Ms. Paras was mentioning, in the event that our revenues don't grow faster than our expenses, we'll be having similar conversations next year, potentially about these kinds of cuts. We did assume a 50-50 split of the receipt of our ARPA funds. That was a 2-1 vote. It was not unanimous. I'm sure my colleagues will be talking about the moderate increase in the electric utility rate, while before we had considered 0, as we reflected on not only the importance of the Sustainability Climate Action Plan work going forward, but also the recent concerns about reliability. We thought it might make sense to revisit that. In terms of working with the school board, I think this is a perennial topic, and it's worth us discussing whether it's the council, the city manager, the city school liaison committee, to spend a little bit of time talking about the things that are really shared priorities, and to see if it makes sense to share the costs on those. It is important to emphasize that all of this assumes receipt of $1.6 million in agreements from people who work for us to continue to have their salaries at the same level. We're really hopeful about that, and this will all work if that comes through. And then finally, when we left last week, it was up to 1 million. I see that as staff went through and adjusted everything, it looks a little bit more like 900K. So I will reserve my personal comments for what I think we should do with that for the next round. Thank you.
Okay, I was going to come to you after public comment, but I think you covered it, so thank you. Was that it for the staff presentation? Okay, so let's go to the public again. Hopefully it was clear. A lot of things are now proposed to be restored. But City Clerk, if you could go ahead and let's hear some public comment.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this budget item, please raise your hand at this time. We will continue taking speakers until our second speaker is done. Our first speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman, and then Eileen Kim. You will each have 2 minutes. Jonathan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Jonathan Ehrman. I think there was a lot of positive progress at the Finance Committee meetings. I still think that there can be more use of reserves and other funding. In particular, there's so much focus on the libraries, the Junior Museum and Zoo, the Children's Theater, and I think it's interesting to point out that these are all organizations that have dedicated friends group that can assist in raising money. So when, especially because there are still, cuts from last year that we haven't seen because everything's been closed that we will start to see this year. And we shouldn't throw things out assuming that there is no money because we have groups that can raise money. I mean, the new Junior Museum and Zoo, the new building wouldn't exist without the Friends. The Palo Children's Theater, the outdoor stage, the buildings that were built 20 years ago, those were all because of the Friends raised money. It was a public-private sponsorship. It wouldn't have existed without it. The city said, that couldn't be built, and they said, we think it can, let's make it work. So it's very important not to discount that money can be raised. With the fees for the Junior Museum and Zoo, you have no, raising the fees because that will get you more in response. So you have no guarantee that anybody will walk through the door. It seems to be much smarter to keep it small. And also there's, with this original small fee, the assumption would be then, the kids, certainly teenagers, could pay for it themselves. If you raise it, that's all being paid for by adults. And, and it seems to me that if you want people to come in the door to that museum and everybody to come in, when it first opens, it should be free, say, for the first month or so, and then a small, modest fee introduced. As the friend said, a lot of their fundraising is based on the idea that it's only a modest fee to enter. And I think people, coming this summer when, things start opening up, people discover that there are no hot dog shows outdoors at the Children's Theater, the first time since, whenever. I think people are going to be very disappointed. And I think we need to look at how we can, the cuts that were made live. We need to look at how we can strengthen these organizations using the available resources that we have.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by Eileen Kim and then Angela Evans. We will continue taking hands until Jeremy finishes his speech. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank the Finance Committee for recommending a budget that mostly avoids further cuts to community services, libraries, and public safety. I know this was not an easy decision for the entire committee to make, but you did make it, and the final vote was unanimous, as I recall. So I really hope the full council will follow these recommendations and even expand on them if possible. These restorations would still leave this year's cuts intact, which do not position the city to engage well from the pandemic-related closures. For example, the Children's Theater currently has no budget for performances this summer, which is astonishing because, as I think you know now, the Children's Theater has an outdoor stage, which was built through the city's first public-private partnership. And this is what all performing arts groups like around the country are desperate for, is an outdoor space to perform, because this is far safer than indoors, and the restrictions are far less, and people feel much safer. So I don't really understand why the city is not positioning itself to put performances on that stage this summer, which is when performances are usually held on that stage, because we're in California and we have great weather. We can be outdoors and do almost anything. It's really remarkable. So I really urge the council to find some sorts of funds or partnerships to keep these activities going, because otherwise they simply won't be there. Council members keep on telling us we have not seen the cuts really that were passed last year. And as we start to emerge, in fact, next month, the governor has suggested he will lift restrictions. Next month, things might open up again. So July, which is when this budget is slated to take effect, is really right when things are going to be allowed to open up again. And at the moment, the city is not really positioned for that. So I urge you to find ways to find the money. It's too bad that the city staff has not provided a full budget, because otherwise we could look at the full line items and figure out what can be adjusted and what can't. Like, we don't even know what the full budget of, say, the Art Center or the Children's Library is. So I really urge you to keep thinking creatively. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. We no longer will be taking speaker hands. Our next speaker is Eileen Kim, to be followed by Angela Evans and then Andy Reid. Eileen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eileen Kim. I'm a pharmacist, a mom of 2 students in Palo Alto, as well as VP of Health and Wellness on the Palo Alto PTA Council. Today, I speak as a healthcare professional, a longtime Palo Alto resident, a parent, as well as on behalf of the Palo Alto PTA Council. On May 11th, Palo Alto PTA Council sent in a letter to the city councilors on the crossing guard budget cuts. I want to bring to highlight a few points to your attention. The current crossing guard contract provides 30 crossing guards at critical school intersections citywide. Prospective cuts will reduce the total number of intersections covered from 30 to 15, with a savings of a mere approximately $300,000. Currently, there are multi-lane intersections that carry traffic volumes exceeding 20 to 40,000 automobiles per day on roads such as Alma, El Camino, and Embarcadero. These roads are fully covered currently by crossing guards, and they make an essential decision in helping parents to decide whether to allow their students to walk, bike, or to school. I also want to point out, during the pandemic, in over a year, students have not had the ability to bike or walk or scooter to school. We're talking about next year in the fall, kinders and grade 1s, biking, scootering, walking to school anew. We're talking about all 6 elementary schools having brand new rising 6th graders biking to middle school on a new route. There's also current 7th graders who've stopped biking starting March of grade 6 that will be starting anew in grade 8 and biking to their middle school routes as if they were still back in grade 6. There's also 3 middle schools which will have brand new 9th graders biking to new high school routes. Never mind the fact that after a year of pandemic, all the city will be open and there will be new people driving on the roads after lack of practice. I urge you to make this a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Our next speaker is Angela Evans, to be followed by Andy Reid and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Angela, go ahead.
Thank you so much. This is Angela Evans, as stated, and I'm actually a resident of Menlo Park, but I'm also a very active volunteer with All Students Matter, which serves the Ravenswood district, so Bellhaven and East Palo Alto. And I've seen those students benefit tremendously from the Cultural Kaleidoscope program through the Palo Alto Art Center. I'm speaking as a private citizen, however, and mom of 2, and just wanted to first of all, really thank the Finance Committee. I know this is really difficult work during difficult times, and it's probably a largely thankless job. Thank you, and thank you for proposing to restore much of the funds for the Art Center, which we feel is truly a gem on the peninsula, and quite frankly, one of our favorite places of living on the peninsula. As far as the Art Center goes, 2 things I think that I highlighted last time for the Finance Committee worth repeating. First is that the teen programs offered through the Art Center are just so incredibly meaningful, and I think even more valuable right now when teens are experiencing higher rates of anxiety and depression during COVID, and art is a really important outlet that allows them to be their authentic selves. So those are crucial. And then also, as I mentioned, the Cultural Kaleidoscope program comes into the schools in the Ravenswood district, Bellhaven, so in my Menlo Park, and East Palo Alto. I've witnessed that firsthand while I've been there volunteering. I just happened to be there at that time. And the program was incredible. It featured artists who were people of color, and therefore helped to make the art feel more accessible and meaningful for that student population, which really needs a representation in the arts, as you know. So anyways, I wanted to reiterate my support for the Art Center. Thank you to the Finance Committee, and that's all.
Thank you, Angela. And our next speaker is Andy Reid. Andy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Andy Reid, and I'm calling in today to encourage council.
Your volume broke off, Andy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm asking the council.
No, you're muffled again.
I'm calling in today. How's that?
Perfect. Stay with that.
Okay. I would like to encourage council to retain a small line item that's very valuable, and that I'm talking about verbatim transcripts. Although it may be tentatively added back as of today, but just let me add my vote of support for that. Transcripts of boards and commission and city council meetings. Many residents rely on the actual written transcripts, even if we have attended the meetings, to nail down what is happening. It makes it much easier to pass the information along to our neighborhoods by attaching pages of a transcript rather than trying to get someone to open a link to a video and scroll to a timestamp. And also transcripts allow word search if we're having to look back some years. My iPhone transcribes my voicemails almost contemporaneously, even if I don't want it to. So it must be cheaper to provide these than taking up staff time writing editorialized summaries. So I just encourage council to please don't let this important transparency item slip away. And thank you for all your hard work on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Lauren Angelo, and then Mila Zelka. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Palo Alto City Council, you created this problem. You created this problem by letting a year and a half go by without taking advantage of the state of emergency that you declared, that the county declared, that the state declared, and that the country declared. That state of emergency, which is soon hopefully ending, will take away your right to do all sorts of things that you could have done but didn't do. Most notably, enact an emergency tax on large businesses. Had you done that, if you do that in the possibly remaining days left, you won't have to make any of these decisions. You won't have to cut any of these budget line items. Might I remind you that the headquarters of Tesla and Palantir, no, they have not given up 1 square foot of office space, and large offices of Amazon, Facebook, and Google are right here in our city. And these huge companies pay taxes in every other city they're located in. With the proceeds of those taxes, cities, which goes to the general fund, cities invest in community services, including services for small businesses. Don't tax small businesses, do tax large businesses. But because you haven't done that, and you're not going to do that, you are creating a legacy of which I don't know how you can't be ashamed, a legacy of destroying all the best things, all the reasons why people move here. This is all your choice, your terrible decisions. There is a little bit of time left, but I know you won't do it. Finally, moving the Haas onto the Palo Alto School District does not save us any money. They are us and we are them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Angelo, to be followed by Mila Zelka, and then Kat Snyder. Lauren, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Lauren Angelo. As a Palo Alto resident and the mother of 4 children, ages 5 to 14, I would like to thank the Council Finance Committee for their recommendation to restore funding to Palo Alto's community services. Our family moved to Palo Alto because we love and appreciate the Children's Theater, the Art Center, the Junior Museum and Zoo, and the city's libraries. These services are the beating heart of Palo Alto, and I cannot emphasize how important they are to families like ours and to the community as a whole. I'm here this evening to speak as co-president of the Friends of the Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo. On behalf of the Friends, I would like to specifically thank the Council Finance Committee for making the recommendation to lower the JMZ admission fee from $18 to $10. The Friends are urging the full City Council to adopt the Finance Committee's recommendation. The Friends strongly support lowering the $18 ticket price for many reasons. The jump from free to fee is a significant hurdle, and a fee of $10 is what comparable children's museums and zoos charge. By lowering the ticket price, the city will ensure that families of every income level will have access to the JMZ. The community has invested $25 million as well as so much goodwill into the new JMZ. Lowering the ticket price will send a message that the city recognizes and appreciates the generosity of the community. The Friends do recognize that many Palo Alto residents are disappointed that admission will not remain free. And so I want to emphasize that the Friends are committed to reducing inequity in our community. For over 20 years, the Friends have funded a program in which JMZ educators provide the same science lessons they teach in Palo Alto schools to children in East Palo Alto and other underserved communities. As we look to the future, it is our goal to make the JMZ and the richer experience that the new museum and zoo will provide as affordable and accessible as possible. We look forward to partnering with the city and the community in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Our next speaker is Mila Zelka, to be followed by Kat Snyder, and then Jennifer Lee Thurston. Our final speaker this evening will be Bill Ross. Mila, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Mila Zelka, CEO of Manzanita Works, a nonprofit whose mission is to support the welfare of workers and their families. We create novel multi-sector partnerships seeking to close local gaps that stem from regional dilemmas. In our Manzanita Transit program, we manage a sub-regional TMA to help employers navigate the return to in-person office work. Founding members include the diverse employers such as Google, the Ravenswood Family Health Network, and more recently, the US Geological Survey completed their process to join. This winter, our essential worker commute shuttle pilot provided free long-haul transit for frontline workers with a stop in Palo Alto. This service ran for 6 weeks, and now the second phase of the pilot is launching as the Essential Express. We submitted for your consideration a proposal where we can provide TDM outreach to Palo Alto workers, leveraging private dollars at an economy of scale that can save the city funds while continuing to subsidize the essential and service sector workforce. As you consider how to spend your limited resources, yet still working towards your SCAP goals, we ask you to consider our independent nonprofit as one currently offering a compelling and growing menu. If desired, we also collaborate with existing local TMAs, and as working together, employers can have a more comprehensive list of commute options. We have a limited window of time where people are open to trying new things and behavior change is possible. We encourage you to consider us as a community resource to create the behavior change you seek for continued quality of life for Palo Alto residents and workers alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mila. Our next speaker is Kat Snyder, to be followed by Jennifer Lee Thurston, and then Ashley Lee Mazawa. Kat, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. So I wanted to remind us that while we're having these difficult budget conversations, that the California state is also having budget conversations. And I specifically wanted to mention the Crises Act. That's back again. Now, if council members Ku and Tanaka remember, this was brought up during the HRC's criminal justice expert panel. And the Crises Act is basically grants money to community-based orgs to do crisis intervention services in areas of mental health, homelessness, substance use disorders, things like that. So it's in the public safety arena. The Crises Act flew through the legislature with wild support and then got vetoed by Gavin Newsom at the very end. It's back again as AB 118. I'm hoping, I don't know what mechanism we have, but I'm hoping that the powers that be, perhaps it's the city lobbyist, can actually, try and push Newsom a little bit, say, we need this money. We care about mental health, things like that. Will you please not veto it? Will you please fully fund it? I think that would help a lot with the budget problems that we're having right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Our next speaker is Jennifer Lee Thurston, to be followed by Ashley Yee Mizawa and then Erwin Morton. Jennifer, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Lee Thurston, and I'm a program coordinator at Youth Community Service. And I have the privilege to work with our high school peer leaders in our youth mental health program, the Youth Connectedness Initiative, which will lose the support of Palo Alto under the current budget proposal. I wish that the Youth Connectedness Initiative was more visible throughout this budget process. To quote from a statement prepared by one of our peer leaders, Yara, "Through our work with mental health, we've been able to open up to the group and also learn about their shared life experiences. It has allowed me to find people to relate to and also work with on providing a better community and connection for people we are helping. We are given the reins and can lead and produce whatever we think will help our community connect better." Many of our peer leaders have shared a similar account of once finding mental health a difficult topic to talk about, We're growing more and more comfortable and confident, and now wanting to be active mental health advocates in the community. To give you one example of what this means, while we are here deciding on the future of their program, our peer leaders are currently reaching out to our Asian seniors in Palo Alto through Stevenson House and Avenidas, inviting the seniors to share their racial experiences in the US, have conversations about their safety and their well-being. This is just one example of the brave work our youth are bringing to our community. Our high school students can't vote, they don't hold political power or financial power, they only have us adults. Santa Clara County Suicide Prevention Program have extended their supports, but it's not enough to secure a program. I ask you, Palo Alto, you are their community, you are their adults. Please show your support, not just in words, but in action by restoring the funding for the Youth Connectedness Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next speaker is Ashley Yee Mazawa, to be followed by Erwin Morton and then Audrey Gold. Ashley, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ashley Mazawa, and I am a program director at Youth Community Service and a lifelong Palo Alto community member. First, I want to thank everyone at the city for your support and recognition of the importance of youth in service. I'd also like to request that the council please consider reinstating the funding for the Youth Connectedness Initiative. Now is the time to be investing in youth mental health programs, not cutting funding. Mental health programs like ours is critical for the health of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ashley. Our next speaker is Erwin Morton, to be followed by Audrey Gold and then Karen Kwan. Erwin, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Erwin Morton. I'm the Vice President for Advocacy for Palo Alto PTA Council. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Council's Executive Board. I'm also a 40-year resident of Palo Alto. We married here and raised our family here. My personal priorities here coincide with the Exec Board's. The PTA Council Exec Board wrote to you last week about the importance of maintaining the current number of school crossing guards to protect our community's students on their way to and from school. I hope you will take into consideration the points made in that letter. And as Eileen Kim reminded us moments ago, this year we will have more than the usual number of school children who are out of practice at or completely new to navigating streets and intersections safely. And we will also have many drivers who are out of practice at keeping young pedestrians and cyclists safe. I know how difficult it is in times of decreased revenues to decide what to cut. And I fully appreciate that when we preserve or protect one budget item, that means we cut more deeply into others. But some items really do have to be prioritized. There is no cheaper alternative to protecting our children. And this is not like some maintenance items or capital improvements that within limits can be deferred for a year or two. I'm not talking about my own children here. Our youngest is 30 and lives on the East Coast. But one of the PTA's precepts is that all children are our children. I encourage the council to think about child safety from that point of view. As a longtime friend keeps reminding me, if we can't keep our kids safe, it doesn't much matter what else we do. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Audrey Gold, to be followed by Karen Kwong and then Maura Uman. Audrey, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Audrey, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Audrey, you need to unmute from your end.
There, can you hear me?
Now I can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. My name is Audrey Gold. I'm a parent of 3 teenagers and a member of the Palo Alto PTA Council. I want to echo the messages of Eileen and Irwin's thoughtful comments about the importance of crossing guards. And I want to advocate very strongly that they be funded in full because children make mistakes, and the crossing guards really give, they help save lives. It's that simple. And they make it possible for children to walk and bike to school, which is one of the values of our community. And I know these are difficult decisions ahead financially, but I just really want to plead for that program, echoing the same reasons that Eileen and Erwin shared. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. Our next speaker is Karen Kwan, to be followed by Maura Uman, and then Leif Erikson. Karen, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Karen Kwan. I'm the Director of Development with the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation, the fundraising and advocacy arm of the Arts Center since 1973. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I want to thank the City Council, especially Vice Mayor Byrd, Councilmember Cormack, and Councilmember Philseth on the Finance Committee for spending so much time and energy in the budget process. Thank you for listening to the pleas from the community and recognizing the city's responsibilities in maintaining these critical community services as we recover from the pandemic. I probably don't need to remind the council that the arts have been hit especially hard. We were the first to close and the last to reopen. Yet we remain resilient and dynamic. We continue to serve our community safely and creatively. The arts play a critical role in our collective mental health, especially for our youth who have been isolated. This is a time to double down on our effort. What the city chooses to spend money on reflects its value, that the arts are not extras or expendable, and that accessibility should trump cost recovery. The Palo Alto Arts Center is a gem in the community, representing 50 years of excellence in providing creative opportunities for all ages to see and make art. The seeing part is what makes the Arts Center a nationally recognized museum and not merely a community center providing art classes and camps. Our exhibitions are thought-provoking and provide a platform for dialogues that address relevant social issues, such as the current exhibition, The Black Index. This traveling exhibition features 2 MacArthur Foundation Genius Award artists, Titus Kafar and Whitfield Lavelle, along with Dennis Delgado, Alicia Henry, Kenyatta A.C. Hinkle, and Lava Thomas. The exhibition challenges visitors on the traditional Black self-representation as an antidote to colonialist images. I invite all of you to come visit. Ultimately, we all want to love where we live, and creative people want to live in creative places. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Maura Uman, to be followed by Leif Erikson, and then Mara Wallace. Maura, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Palo Alto City Council, I want to begin by thanking you and our city staff for all your hard work and dedication to our city. Today, I speak as the Executive Director of the nonprofit Youth Community Service, YCS, as a mother of a teenager and a resident of Palo Alto. In full disclosure, I volunteer on the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation board that raises important funds to support the Palo Alto Recreation Department programs and services. But I do not speak today as a representative of PARF. On behalf of the 2,500 people who have signed a petition, I want to highlight our request that funds for youth and children programs be restored. Specifically, I want to bring to your attention that it isn't clear that the parking lot includes the funding for Youth Connectedness Initiative, YCI, a youth mental health program on page 202 of the 2021-22 proposed budget. Of all the general human service contracts, the only one that is being cut in this proposed budget is in the middle of a pandemic is the youth mental health contract for YCI. This is not the time to be cutting funds from youth mental health services. YCI had its inception when the Palo Alto City Council, in partnership with the Santa Clara County, created this unique upstream suicide prevention support program that is informed by youth lived experiences. In recognition of the important work done by YCI, Santa Clara County has already extended its share of the YCI contract for 21-22. The work of YCI is far from expired, and the City of Palo Alto's support for youth suicide prevention remains essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leif Erickson, to be followed by Mara Wallace, and our final speaker, Bill Ross. Leif, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Leif Erickson, longtime resident, parent, grandparent, and retired Executive Director of Youth Community Service, YCS, the nonprofit agency here in Palo Alto, now headed by Maura Uman. Thank you for 4 years of funding by the by the YCS Youth Connectedness Initiative, YCI, Youth Mental Health Wellbeing Program, which now reaches thousands of young people and parents here in Palo Alto. This model program is co-funded by the Santa Clara County's Behavioral Health Suicide Prevention. We are grateful for County Supervisor Joe Simidian's continuing advocacy to address Palo Alto's painful history of youth suicide and teen mental health challenges. This program is a great example of public-private partnership and county-city collaboration that leverages and multiplies the impact of a relatively small investment of $50,000 in city funding. Renewal of funding for this program for the coming year has not yet been included as part of the CSD General Human Service contracts on page 202, as Maura said, in the proposed budget or the Finance Committee recommendations. This is not the time to terminate the city's contract of this effective teen mental health program. A recent report by the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, states that the proportion of 12 to 17-year-olds visiting emergency rooms for mental health reasons rose 31% for most of 2020 compared with 2019. Please act tonight to renew the $50,000 Human Services contract budget funding with YCS for the Youth Connectedness Initiative YCI program. As you do all your budget work across the board tonight, please join 2,500 petition signatures and hold in your minds and in your hearts the question asked by the recent Palo Alto Weekly cover story, are the kids all right? Are the kids all right? Thank you.
Thank you, Leif. Our next speaker is Mara Wallace, to be followed by our final speaker, Bill Ross. Mara, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Want to start, as always, by appreciating all the people here, the city staff and the city council, for all the tireless work and unbelievable number of hours. I'm also wanting to just say thank you to the really helpful people on the call who put in good ideas and spend the time trying to be good citizens, and I'm really impressed by that. And I'm thankful, and I'm especially thankful to Lauren Angelo and Karen Kwan, who are leading on 2 things I care deeply about, the JMZ and the Art Center. I was originally wanting to just say thank you to the Finance Committee in particular and the council as a whole for reinstating or planning to reinstate the budget cuts to the Art Center. I think that's a very wise move, and I commend you. And then I moved to ask a question yet again about the Junior Museum and Zoo. I am so hoping that there can be a way to at least start by not charging a fee when the zoo reopens, and see if there isn't some public-private partnership that might be feasible or something to do. I continue to believe that it's a huge mistake and really unfortunate outcome if we end up charging anything to anyone. I don't think there's a way to be equitable, and I think it would just be a shame. And I will leave with the question, and anyone who's on the call who has an idea for how I might help with that, please get in touch with me, because I'd love to see it stay free. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Bill Ross. Bill, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'd like to encourage the council to adopt the recommendations of the Finance Committee to address critical public safety services. One thing that was missing in the original transmittal on the budget was a risk assessment of what would happen if the 11 firefighters cut last year, plus the 5 firefighters proposed for this year, along with 1 deputy chief and 2 fire inspectors was implemented. I would respectfully suggest that the immunities that are afforded in the government code for lack of damages for inadequate fire suppression and inadequate EMS transport would not hold up. Why? Because you would be making a discretionary decision to cut those critical fire and life safety services. I pointed out before the Finance Committee, I'll point out again, Stanford gets under contract a full response of structural, wildland, patrol, and ambulance units, each with 3-person staffing. The city should not have a less response than Stanford University from the department. I would encourage the full staffing as indicated before and point out that it should also be applicable to police. Since the Finance Committee testimony, I witnessed during broad daylight 2 auto burglaries in College Terrace. You have to address police staffing also, or you are sending the message that the city is inadequately staffed to protect it, and it's just going to encourage more types of crimes as I just described. I also think you should utilize your advisors on the COP for the public safety building and look at refinancing that structure. I would rather have boots on the ground than a structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you to all the public speakers. So I'm going to suggest a process for our discussion tonight. So I'm going to suggest that first the council members that were not on the Finance Committee just do a round of questions, and then we'll do a round of the full council of questions, comments, motions. I also suggest we refer to the App Places memo and comment on the requested feedback items on page 2, and then provide other comments and direction as desired. So this is our chance to provide feedback to the Finance Committee before the budget returns for approval in June. So Greer, Lydia, Greg, I guess Greer, your hand is up. Would you like to start us off?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, just want to thank my colleagues on the Finance Committee. I mean, I feel exhausted these last couple of weeks working through this budget. I can't imagine how you all feeling working through this on finance. So I thank you for just your tireless work on it and very good work. I was very happy to see a lot of the services being restored. So I thank you all for that work, and especially in particular the restoring the funding to youth services. But I think there's more that needs to be done with restoring youth services. Yeah, I know I talked about this a little bit last time, but I'd really like to remind my colleagues really of just the importance of mental health concerns, especially as they relate to our youth. You know, the 2019 Community Health Needs Assessment reports that about 15% of Santa Clara County adolescents have seriously considered suicide. And the California Healthy Kids Survey back in 2019 found that 20% of students in 5th grade indicated that they felt sad most or all of the time. And in the other 2 age groups surveyed, about 33% of the youth in grades 7 through 11 indicated incapacitating sadness. And what's most alarming to me is that these surveys were done in 2019, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. But our nation and city, really, we've been experiencing another pandemic for decades, and that's teen mental health. And we know the mental health needs of our youth have only been exacerbated by the pandemic. There are national surveys conducted by organizations like Active Mind and I believe National 4-H Council reported an overwhelming number of teens reported feeling anxious, stressed, or depressed amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. But fortunately, we know there's hope in addressing the mental health pandemic. And research in the California Healthy Kids 2019 survey showed that students who reported high levels of caring adult relationships were less likely to report feeling sad often. And so I'm just kind of making this point to really point out that the work of YCI to foster youth and adult relationships is really critical for the well-being of youth in our community. They have a really unique program that utilizes, their model utilizes impactful service learning for youth to raise awareness among parenting and youth serving adults in the community, with the goal of improving youth and adult relationships and ultimately youth mental health. And yeah, I think at the end of the day, as a council member and as a teacher, I really can't imagine a more important cause to fund than youth mental health. And I think it's really imperative that we restore the $50,000 funding for YCI tonight. So those are some of my most immediate thoughts, at least as far as one of the areas on the proposed restoration that I did not see included. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get that back in there tonight. I have a couple more minutes, so I'll ask some questions. Can staff speak to the financing plan that was identified by the Palo Alto Museum's presentation tonight from Rich Green? He identified using impact fees to fund the project. And I was wondering if staff can kind of speak to that and provide a little more detail on exactly how that funding could be used.
Sure, I'll take a crack at this. The staff and the museum have looked at that funding strategy, and although it should be updated, the most recent public reconciliation that staff has provided was in December of this past year, where specifically we discussed those impact fee funds, as well as what the trade-offs the council would need to evaluate if they wanted to take that path. Some of the impact fee funds are allocated for other projects, and therefore would either those projects need to be deferred or find an alternative funding source or something. Other impact fees are not necessarily allocated at this time. So it's a mixed bag, I would say, but the staff report does outline all of that and did the calculations for square footage and allocations based on those square footage calculations as well.
Great, thank you. Get one more question in here. I was wondering, does staff have any revised or updated projections on revenue growth in fiscal year 2023 based on some of the dramatic shifts we've seen in the last few weeks since we last took up the discussion on kind of budget projections and revenue? I mean, the world has really changed since we've had that discussion. The efficacy of vaccines and the increased rate at which the economy is really starting to open back up. So are there any updated projections on that revenue growth in the next year, or has that work not been done and we're just kind of relying on the work from a month or two ago?
Sure. So from a financial planning perspective, since council had given staff specific direction on what assumptions to use, that is what we used. We used that direction, to build this proposed budget. One of the to-dos from the finance committee that staff's working on, not necessarily to restate the revenue projections, but to look at the ongoing impacts of the adjustments that the finance committee has made or recommended rather, as part of wrap up. So staff is looking at if we were to take these adjustments on the expense side in 2022 and forecast them out in 2023. We're trying to do 2024, Councilmember Philseth, but don't wed me to that, please. And see what it looks like in terms of beyond just this first year. So that does take a little bit more time and we're working on it. And the last piece that I would say is, that's why staff provided those preliminary estimates for 2021 last week. It's super early. Normally we wouldn't come out this quick with those kinds of preliminary numbers, but knowing and recognizing the critical point that the council's at, thought it was important to take the risk and bring that forward, even though we haven't fully vetted all of it. And I would say we will be coming back on a quarterly basis, again, at the council's direction. So you will have the opportunity to pivot as we know more as we move through this kind of recovery period.
And just following up on that, Ms. Noze, I mean, do you? I mean, you're definitely far more of an expert on this. Do you feel confident that, yes, definitely more than I am. Do you feel confident just from what you've seen in the last several weeks and months that we're looking at a better recovery than maybe we were when we first brought this up? I don't know when that meeting was.
I think it depends on your view of recovery and the pace of it. And ultimately, I think really what I would encourage the council to remember is whenever we put out a forecast, staff is balancing the risks basically on both ends, those that are potentially doing better and those that are potentially doing worse. And so I caution this council on cherry picking. Those areas that are doing better are probably doing better, but there are areas that aren't recovering as we thought they would. And Ms. Pross went through that when we did our preliminary numbers. Our TOT numbers are below what we thought they would be. So we're going to have to pull those estimates down. Thankfully, property tax and documentary transfer tax are doing a little bit better. So that's going to help offset that loss on the TOT side. And so there's no perfect magic formula for this, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka Ku. Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. And I do want to say thank you to staff for all the work that you're doing, and also the fast turnaround times, the 2 full days and then working into a night. Huge task. So I want to say thank you, but also to the Finance Committee for all the work you did, the many hours that you discussed so many things. So thank you. I think I might need to make a disclosure right now since we're talking about the budget. So I will just say that I need to disclose that my husband is actually a board member of La Comida, and this is an unpaid position. It's a volunteer position. And I am just very pleased. I was at first told I couldn't vote, but we have made new discoveries and I can vote because it is a non-compensated position. And I can participate in this budget discussion. So I'm very happy to do so. I wanted to ask, the Finance Committee placed this memo which produced the attachment A showing the capital improvement projects that was reappropriated to FY 2022. Did any of these projects, were they discussed and some of them eliminated, or how did it work in order to transfer CIP funds back to the general fund? So for example, there's some here that is facility interior finishes replacement. There's the dog park installation and renovation. Is that producing new dog parks, or would that be just maintenance of the existing dog parks? There's the City Hall space planning. There's also the Churchill Avenue enhanced bikeway. Is that different from that is obviously different from the Churchill Avenue, Alma Street railroad crossing safety improvements. That one is actually 100% reimbursed by state or by Caltrans. So what is the other one on Churchill? So was that discussed? Did you review all of that, or was that just discretion was given to finance, to staff in order to decide which ones will be deferred?
Sure. Just to make sure I'm on the same page, Councilmember Ku, you're talking about the memo that was issued for this item, the continued discussion item? Or
no, this was on 511 for the Finance Committee. It was the agenda item number 1, additional information, which you produced for capital fund reappropriation list, vacancy report.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. So for the so many documents for the public following along, this is an At Places memo that was released to the Finance Committee on the May 11th agenda, item 1, with additional information that staff provided just at our own behest in advance of the committee asking for it. So what you're looking at is a list of reappropriations from on the capital budget across all funds from fiscal year FY 2021 to I think FY 2022. And where you'll see what that is an increment of change, and how the committee reviewed both that list, but really they reviewed that list in the totality of the 5-year capital improvement plan. So on that date, they looked at the 5-year CIP, the lovely large 500 or 600 page proposed document that actually lays out not only those reappropriations, but also all of the projects that are planned, new, and revised over the 5-year CIP.
I see. Thank you. Thanks for that. And then, of course, then there's the full-time positions. Now, on the property usage report, are these all still leased or are any of them empty? So like the ones that have 0 per month, it just speaks about the address and then the square footage of the room, but doesn't say if it's leased or not leased. So do I assume 0 per month is not leased and vacant?
I would need to look at that a little bit closer in order to answer that. I'll have to get back to you.
And so I'm assuming 4000 Middlefield Road is Cubberley, 450 Bryant is what? I'm sorry, is where?
$450 Brian is Avenidas.
Oh, okay. $1 per year. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. I think I'm out of time, but I'll circle back again. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Councilmember Tanaka.
I just also want to thank staff for, and also the Finance Committee for your guys' work. So I wanted to just ask a few questions. I guess first question is for the Finance Committee, and maybe the chair can answer this, but what discussion did you guys have in regards to the city's span of control?
Honestly, I don't remember if it was there or at the council meeting before. I just know staff said that they were going to come back with additional information. I don't recall us discussing it in any particular detail. If one of my colleagues remembers differently, please raise your hand.
Staff published an org chart.
Okay, but you guys didn't look at it or talk about what is the current span of control?
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
But it's available. You should go look at it.
Oh, no, I did actually. So, yeah, no, actually I did look at it. And I guess my question is, so do we know how many people managers there are in the city? Did you guys look at that?
Are you still asking me, Councilmember Tanaka?
Either you or I guess maybe the city manager, if either of you guys know.
I think it's probably best for staff to answer these questions about
sure.
employees.
Sure. The org charts presented a different list way of listing the what had traditionally been referred to as management and professional classifications. So in this case, the org chart actually provided by color employees that actually had other employees reporting to them. This was in response to your interest in getting that information. I don't know that we did a statistical roll up on how many fit within each category.
But do you know what the count is?
No, I don't think we ran a statistic on that unless either HR or IT has that handy.
Okay. No problem. So basically the goal is we count up the green boxes. Is that basically how it works?
Well, depends if that's your definition of span of control. It would not be mine. Would really, as has been discussed previously at the council, suggest that that's really something that should be discussed on an individual functional level.
Okay. Well, I just looked at this and I just counted the green boxes because it looked like there were people reporting to people in the green boxes. So I assumed those were the people managers. The thing that I found really interesting is, I noticed that there are some people who have, like, for instance, you guys maybe can't see it because it's too small, but like the title like leader, or like in the fire department captain or police department captain, but there's no one reporting into them. So I guess even though they have the manager title or leader title, there's actually they're not actually people managers. They're just it's still individual contributors. Is that a fair interpretation?
Interesting that you picked on the fire department. That one is a bit anomalous, and I might ask Fire Chief Blackshire to describe the specifics as to why captains are listed the way that they are. They do have supervisory responsibility.
Oh, they do. Okay, but they're listed here as like individual contributors. So Because they're not green, they're blue.
Correct. So the captains are frontline supervisors. So each captain has a crew. So every time you see a fire engine or a fire truck, it's a company of 3, and each crew has to have a supervisor. In the case that they're first on scene, either by themselves or on an emergency incident, someone has to be supervise the incident until they get support.
That's fair. Okay, so there's actually more people managers than actually shown here in green boxes, but for whatever reason they're shown as blue instead of green as other people managers, and that's maybe true for some other ones, but that's okay. I just wanted to get an understanding of that. So because I didn't see a count, I actually went through and counted it myself. In fact, I counted it about 3 times just to make sure. I went through each of the departments that you guys had here. I counted how many green boxes are there on each of the pages. So for utilities, public works, police, planning, transportation, OES, libraries, et cetera, went through all of them. And I added up how many people managers are there, green boxes. Now, it's probably undercounting them because there's actually people who are people managers, but aren't green boxes. So let's just put that aside. Let's just pretend they're individual contributors, even though maybe they're not. So when I did that, I got about 211 green boxes. And this, I kind of went through and tried to be sure that I counted it carefully, but there's 211. So I try to be sure about this. Does that sound about right to staff, or am I off on this?
Can I offer my department as an illustration of why that's a crude and inaccurate way to make the assessment, at least with respect to our work?
Well, maybe
there are 11 employees in my department. There are
I'm running out of
three
time.
Green boxes. Excuse me,
So
let me finish.
Let me make my point first, and then we could.
Oh, I thought you asked a question.
I wasn't asking a question.
Oh,
was just making
I heard a
statement.
question.
Oh, sorry, rhetorical question. Sorry, I'm on a shot clock here. Sorry. Anyways, so when I calculate, okay, and I looked up how many employees there are, and it depends on how you count them, whether it's before. I'm not sure. I guess this org chart is either before the staffing cuts or after. If it's before, then it's 1,034, and it's after it's 938. So I wasn't really sure which one. But if you use the one before, if you subtract off the green boxes, that leaves 823 blue boxes. So that's a span of control of 1 manager to every 3.9 employees. Or if you use the one after the budget cut, which this org chart might be of, then it's 1 manager every 3.4 employees. So now this might be undercounting number of people managers, because as was mentioned earlier, there's some people who are actually people managers but are not listed as a people manager, or at least not characterized as a green box. So I thought this was interesting, and I have to thank staff for making this available, because I've never seen this before. So it was my first chance to actually look at this. And so I thought it was interesting to see that, a 1 manager for every 3.4 employees. And so it made me also wonder whether there's maybe opportunities here to look at the ratio of managers to employees. Now, I'm doing this purely based off of what was given in this report here.
Greg, just a heads up, your time ran out quite some time ago.
Okay. Anyways, so I just want to highlight this as a point that maybe this is not an area of opportunity for us. Thank you.
Right. I think we've been told too that people manage external consultants and vendors, but I don't know if any staff want to respond.
If I may, I would like to address this. This is Romy Portillo, Chief People Officer. The span of control concept in public sector is very different from what is typical in the private sector. The thing that is very different about the kind of work that is done in a municipality is there is a great diversity of business lines and types of work. And when you have diversity, it is very necessary to have additional supervision. And in addition, we run businesses that have very, very high liability. I do want to mention that on the fire service, they are looked at differently. There are different definitions of a supervisor and a manager. And what we often see specific to fire captain, They're comparable to police sergeant, where they may have some supervisory duties, but typically when there's disciplinary actions, when there are corrective measure, performance management, those types of things, by definition, it's typically one level above, even though a lot of supervisory duties might be with the captain or the sergeant. So if you're drawing parallels between what you see in, say, engineering work or in manufacturing work, or types of things that are very similar, that are very common to private sector, it is a very different way of getting work done in a municipality.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go ahead and jump in with some quick questions. So I guess there have been some recent large real estate transactions in the news in Palo Alto. So hopefully that means we'll see even more increases in transfer tax, property tax. I was curious, do we monitor real estate transactions?
We monitor the headlines, obviously, that you all see and we all see. We also obviously do get the reporting from the remittances of the tax.
Okay, but we don't try to forecast it.
We
anyway,
do.
So, okay.
We do, but obviously, to your point, one large property sale can massively adjust a forecast.
Okay, and then I wasn't super clear on staffing. I'm sure it was in there, but so I know we have an assistant city manager position open, a chief information officer, arborist. Are all of those positions to be filled, or are any of those cut at this point?
We are cross-staffing, I guess is the right term. The assistant city manager, as noted, we are pursuing refilling of the arborist, and the chief information officer is also pending for recruitment, as is our library department director. So among the department heads and executive leadership team, I believe that covers it.
Okay. And on the muni fee schedule, I saw that there was a drop in RPP fees proposed, and I was curious why, and why not just revert or keep them flat essentially to where they were in 2021?
Hi, Philip Kemi, Chief Transportation Official. Be happy to take that. Actually, the fees that you see are the FY20 fees. And it's actually not, it appears that we're raising and then lowering the fees, although those fees that appears the raised fees were never implemented, as we didn't charge, we had proposed charging higher fees in FY21, noting that we did not actually sell any parking permits in FY21, and we had actually some serious pushback on raising fees when businesses were in pandemic. So we never charged those raised fees. So it's actually just reverting to the original fees.
Okay, I'll come back to that one. And then it wasn't clear, what is the proposed utility rate increase, and are other utility rates staying at zero?
We wanted to surface for the council to consider a modest increase in electric instead of the 0% that had been coming through the process.
Oh, we haven't defined.
Nope, we just said moderate. We wanted to, sort of bring it to council attention.
Okay, but is there another rate that's staying at zero?
Water staying at 0. Wastewater was going up, fiber going up, gas going up. I'm forgetting one.
Just water, I think, then.
Yeah.
Right?
Refuse. Thank you. Yeah, refuse was staying at 0.
So thank you for answering those quick questions. I do want to thank staff. I know we've been dealing with some changing conditions, and I think staff really reacted to council's direction on scenario planning. We were pretty bearish and pretty negative, and staff built a budget based on that, and that was the draft. And I think we were really considering kind of worst case conditions, and that's where we had all these serious cuts that the community was pretty concerned about. And then I want to say thank you to the finance committee, for making some of the shifts that you did. I listened to some of the hearings on YouTube, And, there was quite a change from day one to day two of your meetings, and as more information came to light. And so, I just want the community to understand kind of this process. We had our draft budget. We started getting positive news. We got more federal funds. We got more tax revenue, more vaccines, to the point that we have a surplus of vaccines. And, we saw really rapid economic growth in the country this last quarter. So, we're still cobbling together a lot of sources, including some union concessions to make all of this work. But I'm hopeful that we're getting to a better balance. And I think we are trying to balance short-term and long-term, with appropriate consideration of risk. So I'll share my more specific comments in the next round. It is 9:20. Would council members like to take maybe a 10-minute break before we go into the next round? Or would you like to continue? Shake your head, yes or no. I'm seeing, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a lot of people eager to take a break. I would suggest let's just take a 5-minute break then, and we'll just come back. Please, we'll make it quick. Thank you. Okay, if council members are back, thank you for sticking to a short break. We'll just go into an open round of questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Koo. Well, why don't we go Vice Mayor Burt and then Councilmember Koo. Sorry.
Well, thank you. So first, thanks to the non-finance committee members for really using this opportunity to wade in a substantive way on the work, because we on the finance committee really need to hear your perspectives on where we should go from here. So in that context, I'd like to tee up a kind of a few conceptual themes and maybe some specifics in a second go round. So one of the things that's been discussed in the preceding meetings is that last year the city had a whole series of extremely severe cuts, and many of those are not yet visible to the community because the functions were largely shut down. Libraries were closed, so we didn't see that we had actually made those cuts somewhat permanently. The various community services were that way. Others are just starting to be appreciated by the community, and public safety cuts in fire and police and emergency services, but they aren't highly visible, or in areas like code enforcement. So these are big, big changes that to programs that have been the lifeblood of our community for a long while and have been slashed. And we were able to, as a finance committee, restore even deeper cuts that were proposed for this year, but we didn't restore any of those cuts from last year, to my knowledge. And one of the things that that I would like to encourage colleagues to consider is whether we have some opportunities, modest, but some, to restore some of the most critical cuts that we had from last year, or in other ways to respond to the most critical needs, whether they were cuts last year or not. So we received 13.7 million now over this year and next year on the ARPA funds, the federal relief dollars. And really the federal government is providing that to local cities for kind of two purposes: to help us avoid cutting critical services and to help us respond to additional needs. And within those, I think there are two areas that I'd like us to encourage us to look at. One is, what are exceptional needs that we have in this community right now, beyond just getting back to normal and trying to restore what we had before? And I think they're in two categories: exceptional social service needs and exceptional needs primarily of our youth, who got deprived of a year of their lives. And as Councilmember Stone was describing, we now are having an increasing body of studies that are showing that we have basically, not just in Palo Alto, but broadly, we've inherited a youth crisis in mental health and well-being from having been deprived a year and a quarter of this vital part of their growth phase, and where they have needs that really go beyond what we as adults have. So how do we really try to do the best job we can of making sure that as we come out of this pandemic and begin to return to normal, there's something there for them? And we still have cuts that basically are not there. We have, the children's library, we restored it to 2 days a week, not 5 days a week. The children's theater was slashed by $800,000 or more last year, as I recall. And those programs are not restored. Even for the community as a whole, the Summer Twilight concert series, which might seem like it's a wonderful kind of perk of the community, but we're talking about getting the community back together and families back together in some sense of normalcy. And for, I think it's $30,000, that's a big part of what we would feel like there. So there are a whole series of areas that I would like us to look at. That one specifically is on his rep funding on the social service needs. We had a discussion. I advocated a higher increase in funding than the rest of my colleagues. The committee recommended $50,000 increase, and I'd like to really hear what the council thinks about increasing it more. And we can talk later about how we have potentially additional funds that we could bring into this budget through how we balance the ARPA funds this year and next year and some other mechanisms. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo, you had your hand up.
I did see the other committee members, finance committee members' hands go up. So I'd like to hear from them before I ask my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Filsa.
Okay, so this is going to be not dissenting opinion is the wrong word for this, but let me first ask a question of staff. And sorry for the weenie question here. There's sort of two things that we're grappling with here. One is the COVID impact, and the other is the green verdict, which is going to cost the city. I mean, the green verdict is basically going to take $15 or $20 million out of the general fund and give it back as a rebate to people for burning fossil fuels. But we're going to have to account for that as well in this. So let me ask a question on slide 8. Okay, well, there we go. So on slide 8, that $8.4 million, if you look at the fiscal 22 general fund revenue plan, it's got a number of 23 million for operating transfers. And I think that includes 4 million in gas transfer. Is that correct?
I believe it's actually more than that, actually. There's about 20 million in gas and electric transfers.
It's 23 total.
There you go. And so we can find the exact number for gas.
But is the gas number for fiscal 22 in that 8.4 million as well? Because we got to give it back at some point.
Correct.
So is it in that 8.4?
The component that is at risk as a result of the ongoing legal transaction, then yes. Yes,
okay. So do we anticipate that in fiscal 23, there's going to be a drop in general fund revenues of around 4 million because of the gas transfer not being there?
Again, it just depends on where we're at with those legal proceedings. So
Right.
Based on the current status of them, we're expecting on average a $4 million annual ongoing impact.
In revenues starting in around fiscal 23?
In revenues, I can tell you the timeline.
Okay. So then if you look at slide number 7 here, I think it's one before that. Yeah, this one. So I think what everybody ought to look at is that, there's adjustments in the revenue side and adjustments in the expenses side. But if you look at the adjustments in the revenue side, which are all up at the top, those are all one-time things, okay? It's, the ARPA funds and digging into the budget stabilization reserve. Whereas if you look at the expense increases, they're all recurring things, okay? So that's going to be those every year, okay? So what's going to happen next year, we're still going to get the $6 million from the ARPA, or 6.8 or something like that. But there's a high risk that we won't have around 4 from the gas transfer, which is going to go away at some point if the green verdict stands. Okay, so in fiscal 23, we're going to have a 4 million drop. And in fiscal 24, we're going to have the ARPA is going to go away too. So we're going to have a $10 million drop. And so we need to worry about that because all the expenses here are recurring, but the one-time things go away. And so that's I really want to see, as Director Noze mentioned, I'm really hoping to see the fiscal 23 through 26 projection, because it looks like, you know, we're going to have a happy year this year because of all the federal money, but unless we get a bunch more money, we're going to see a significant decline in revenue. But expenses are going to keep going up as always. And so the question is, how big is the hole that we're going to dig from fiscal 23 through fiscal 26? Relative to you know, and we're talking both the capital and the general fund plan together. You know, I mean, what I think it is doesn't really matter. It's what staff thinks it is that's important. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. But to me, it looks like, you know, it's probably at least $50 million, and it might be closer to 100. So I think that I think we, you know, we should go through this exercise, but I don't feel comfortable sort of, you know, increasing and spending a lot of money and so forth until we at least see sort of a rough cut, a back of the envelope, I think the city manager said, of what fiscal 23 through fiscal 26 is. Because, you know, there's a very clear train coming that we're going to get a drop in revenue. And unless we supplement that with, you know, I mean, we got a bunch of mechanisms out there, maybe there'll be a business tax and so forth. You know, we got time to do that. But until we know what it is, I think caution in expanding expenses, especially recurring expenses, too quickly until we see that, right? I'll feel a lot more comfortable in sort of moving forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor, to Boys. To my colleagues on the Finance Committee, I feel like first we heard from Santa and then we heard from the Grinch.
Thanks very much.
You know, this is a cross your fingers budget proposal. That's what this is. We discussed at Finance, you know, this a bit, and there was not complete unanimity. I am willing to be cautiously optimistic, but that word cautious comes first. We are cutting the BSR by $2.5 million here. That's the part that's the optimistic part. Hoping that will be all right. I am unwilling, you know, to reduce the BSR any further. I know people are talking about rainy day funds, but you know, as Chief Duker says, you know, just because we have one emergency doesn't mean we get a pass on another one. And you know, given the tsunami we had last year, I hope next year is fine. But as many of us who've worked in the private sector know, hope is not a plan. So from a revenue perspective, let me just pick up on what Councilmember Philseth said, the small changes that we saw, which by the way, everyone's thanking us, but frankly, you should thank the federal government and like the ERAF numbers, because those were the two things that changed. And absent that, I think we'd be having a slightly different discussion. I know there's disagreement from one of my colleagues on that. But that I feel pretty strongly that way. So those are one-time funds. What does that mean? That means that we're digging that hole that Councilmember Philseth just said. I feel strongly that we have to hold the line and set some of this money aside. The 500K was a number that we picked as we went through the process. At the end of the day, there was another $900,000 or so available. I'll refresh everyone's memory. Last year, we set money aside because we didn't know what we didn't know. Maybe it's possible that vaccines will get down to the younger ages of children's theater. And maybe then, you know, in Q1, we'll be able to make some changes and add things back. I don't think any of us expected to be setting aside that money for, you know, reimbursing people at Coverly. I don't know that that was necessarily on on our radar at the time. So I think it's really important that we set some money aside. It is super tempting to allocate it. Gosh, each of us has a list of 5 or 10 things that we would love to add back, and we know the community wants us to add back. But I just am not going to be comfortable spending more than 50% of the money when it looks very much like we'll have similar problems next year. So that's where I am. I'm aligned with Councilmember Philseth on this. Let me just see if there's anything else on this page that I wanted to talk about. I talked about the BSR, the 50/50, school board labor, uncertainty reserve. Yeah, no, number 7, the uncertainty reserve I wanted to talk about. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing from everybody. I do want to say, what Councilmember Stone had said and what Vice Mayor Burt had said about last year, the deep cuts to community services and to public safety services. The cut was pretty deep, it was very deep. But then the thing is, at that point, we are mostly sheltered in place and could not interact. So it was something that I was willing to do. But now that we have that opportunity, knowing that there are people that are going to be looking forward to interacting and to getting back with the community, and also knowing fully well how our youth have been impacted by this, their social well-being, including the seniors. A lot of them had to shelter in place and did not have interactions and so forth. I think we have to look deeper into ensuring that our community services are reinstated. I agree also that, YCI, the Youth Community Services Connective Initiative is really important in addressing mental health and to prevent suicides. So I would really be supportive of that too. But I also have questions in the at Place's memo with the lined items of where Finance Committee made adjustments to the budget. I see that there is one here, revised ARPA allocation plus 1.2 million over 24 months. And then there's a 2-1 vote, Burt no. Could you give me an idea what that was about?
Councilmember Burt, Vice Mayor Burt was interested in us spending more than 50% of the ARPA funds in this year. And so voted against us spending 50%. And I'll let him speak to it. But as I recall, his interest was in spending more than 50% of it this year.
Okay. How many did he suggest?
I can speak to it. So the thoughts were either 2/3 this year or 1/3 next year, or even 60/40. That's a council decision. It's really in part a question of whether we think that next year that this year is the year we're beginning to recover, and next year is closer to normalcy, and therefore to utilize those funds when they're most needed.
Thank you. Okay, that's good to understand what that was. And then on I guess the city council contingency fund was another vote over there. Was it for to keep all 125 or?
So this was different. Councilmember Philseth and I voted to take it from $125,000 down to $25,000 and moved the $100,000 over. And I think the vice mayor was interested in the council contingency fund being larger, didn't feel it was appropriate to cut the contingency fund. But if I got that wrong, Vice Mayor, please correct me.
Well, I felt appropriate to cut it, not as much as down to 25,000.
Okay, and then to staff, in terms of the suggestion by members of the public to start off the JMZ pricing at free or zero, and then and then to bring in a price, maybe the $10 entry fee at a later time, what would that do to the budget?
I'll ask Director O'Kane to help us out with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo, for that question. So I would have to go back and run a new scenario based on a free attendance, given the additional expenses that are required for the new JMZ. When we have long planned for there to be an entrance fee to the JMZ, so we've done different scenarios from $10 to $18, but would have to redo that for a zero or a free entrance fee with the new JMZ.
And would you be able to do it, say, for a 6 months period or a 4 month period, and then see what the adjustments would be, and then we can take a look at that? I mean, that's just a suggestion.
We could do that. I'm not sure if that needs to be part of the a motion here today, but if the council desires, we could look at that model as well.
Okay.
If I might add, Councilmember Koo, I think it's worth noting that much of the finance discussion was a recognition of the limitations of the forecasting we have on actual attendance at the new facility, recognizing, again, it's a brand new facility, what would the demand be like, both on a opening day basis as well as steady state going forward. That obviously has a relationship between the pricing as well as the demand. And so again, not to speak for the committee, because everyone who is involved in the conversation is here, but I do think it's fair to say that there was some interest in doing some additional analysis. I would say that a no price entrance was not a part of what was asked for coming out of that. I do expect that a no price option would significantly change the demand. And so we would need to plan for a scenario like that above and beyond anything we've talked about to this point.
Okay, and then as you were talking, I was kind of thinking that if it was free at the beginning, obviously there's going to be a lot more people that are going to come, which may skew some of the sorry, it didn't come out right, but it was skew some of the numbers. And then once there is a fee, again, there might be, mismatch again. So it's a difficult thing to look at, but I just, thought, maybe it's something to consider and just to have the numbers. I think a lot of the council member asks us for data. I never thought I'd ever ask for that, but I'm actually asking, maybe we should see that. The other thing is on the to be decided purple line, teen services use of what is that one here? Why is that to be decided?
So I'll take that. Staff as we were going through the budget proposals with the Finance Committee and their intention to work to restore the service cuts, this proposal, staff said you don't need to restore because it's funded by a reserve, which is true. The majority of it is funded by a reserve, but there is this small component that had additional reductions. So staff took the liberty of adding it back to the list of restorations under the assumption that the committee's intention was to restore any service reductions. And so this was just an oversight and a miscommunication, but in true transparency, wanted to call that out and make sure that we didn't overstep.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh.
I saw Councilmember Tanaka's hand up. Is he still on? He might have dropped off. So I thought I'd go down the list of 7 items on page 2. I'm okay with going below the low point on the BSR this year as kind of a change of policy. However, if we do have extra funds, I think we should put them in an uncertainty reserve this year. We've got to see kind of how things go. And I think there's a lot of uncertainty. So I think that's appropriate. On number 2, I think we should pass this budget, and then I think we should come back in August or September to really look at this FY23 and longer, and particularly the impacts on the capital infrastructure plan, to see if we need to make adjustments at that point. I really want to look at the CIP pretty holistically and not project by project. And I think it would also let us get a little more data on how TOT is recovering. And again, some of the issues Councilmember Philseth brought up, I understand kind of what we're saying here about one-time money and ongoing expenses. I do think, again, the legal case will hopefully play itself out. We'll get more info on how the economy recovers. So I do think we're kind of trying to bridge this economic recession. And so I'm looking at some of this as bridge funding. And again, I think Councilmember Cormack kind of said about, cautious optimism. It's really, we're trying to forecast a recovery. So, I think we should try to restore some of these things this year, and we can either tweak it up or down based on what we're seeing, and again, if we may not get it 100% right, we may end up cutting some things, but hopefully we've restored some of the key things. On number 3, I was supportive of kind of a 2/3, 1/3. I actually think, things are moving quicker than a lot of people anticipated. I would support a 60-40 split on the ARP funds. I would support modest utility increases. I'm really prefer that to 0 this year and then larger increases in future years. I just think it's better to smooth it. On number 5, yeah, we should talk to the school board. I don't know how we manage that in this budget. I would like to see us restore the Children's Street outreach program, at least partially, and the hot dog programs. I think that makes a lot of sense. So I kind of see that in our budget. Maybe we restore 3 of the outreach plays to half the elementary schools. I think they used to do that, being kind of a 2-year cycle. Then lately, I think we've been on six outreach plays a year. So maybe that's something, if we fund 3, the school board could decide if they want to fund the other 3 or not. But I would like to see us be more of a partnership. And yeah, I think we could work collaboratively on several of these things. It's not, hopefully it's not misinterpreted as us just punting things to them. On number 6, again, I still think this is key. We're still need some concessions from our labor groups, or this whole budget blows up and we're back to cutting some of these programs that people really care about. And then so we have this $1 million in just other issues. On the JMC, again, we put a lot of money into it. It was always with intention there'd be an entrance fee. Back when it was free, my understanding, it was about a 1.3 million subsidy from the general fund. I know we don't know what the demand's going to be, but I think I read somewhere that at a $10 level, we think the transfer may go up to like 1.5 million. So I'm concerned about that. I'd love to see it be at least kind of where it used to be. So I'd be supportive of, considering that $12 fee. I do think we're going to have a shiny new museum. There's going to be a lot of interest, and it's about a price of a movie, and we could lower the price over time as the museum kind of ages. I am interested in using the impact fees for the Roth building, appropriate ones, and perhaps the Stanford medical funds. I like to have more discussion about the RPP fees. Again, we were raising them for a reason. I don't think we should raise the lower income worker fee, but I have heard nothing that tech salaries or attorney salaries are decreasing. So I'm not sure why we should go back to 2019 RPP fee levels. And then I do think things like the transcription service, I think that's a good putback. I do hope, unfortunately, Beth is retiring. We will have a new city clerk. There is a lot of technology out there. We may be able to find something that's less expensive, but I think it should be in the budget. I'm still concerned about the TDM, and I would like to see it be more self-sustaining. There was a speaker talking about, having be funded by private industry. I would be supportive of further cuts to the TMA, maybe down to like the 150K level, which would save another 90,000. And then again, on the capital infrastructure funds, again, I know you guys had a lot of discussion about Charleston and Rasadero. I'm concerned we are creating a hole in our capital budget. I still would like to see that maybe come back in August or September, and let's look at FY 2023 and look at all of those projects and make some decisions. I know I'm out of time. I'm almost done. I guess the last one would be, I would support some extra HISREP funding. Maybe again, that's in that uncertainty reserve or part of the council reserve, but I think planning for some extra funds for that would be good. All right, Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up the RPT thing again. I actually wanted to ask Director Kami a question. On the chart, we didn't really spend a lot of time talking about the fees at the Finance Committee, and so a lot of this stuff is sort of detailed. But on the chart, the proposed fee for the Evergreen Park RPP is $201.50. Is that 6 months or a year?
I would need to look at the exact chart you're referring to, but I believe that is 6 months.
Okay, that makes sense because it's almost exactly half. In fact, it is exactly half of what the garage 1 year.
Yeah, that's correct. So yeah,
okay.
We sell our employee permits in the RPP zones for 6 months,
yep.
And they are half the price of the garage annual permits.
Okay, I thought that was probably the case, right? Because that makes sense. Hey, I actually think that the RPP employee permits ought to be modestly higher than the garage permits, like maybe 10% or something like that. So can we just do that? So instead of 201, it'd be 220 or something like that.
That is certainly something that we'd like to consider.
Director Kami, I believe you're planning to bring back parking items. Could you elaborate on that schedule and timing?
Yeah, we are. Actually, apologies, I've got a lot of notifications going off, but yeah, we're actually working on the timing, but we're planning to bring back parking items separately, holistically in August.
Okay. Okay. So I'll wait to move my amendment then, but I think yeah, 10% or something nominal for the RPP versus the garage permits would be appropriate. I don't think it should be 2x, right? But there ought to be some incentive in there. The only other thing I would comment on is there was some discussion about the org chart, and I mean, it's hard for us to look at it and draw a lot of explicit conclusions. I guess what I didn't see in there was sort of lots and lots and lots of levels of hierarchy. We didn't have this, General Motors has 14 levels of hierarchy and Toyota has 5 stuff from the 1980s in there. So, and the only comment I would make is, if you wanted to purge, all individual contributors who had the word manager in their title, you'd probably have to get rid of half of Silicon Valley. So
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So first, I should mention that my wife is a volunteer board member for YCS, and like Councilmember Ku's husband, that's not a conflict on that issue, but I just wanted to disclose it. Quick question for staff. I'm trying to remember which slide it was where we had the additional revenues that were coming in this year, anticipated now. If you could pull that up where we had the 2.0 to 3.3 million in revenue adjustment that staff has updated us with.
It's slide 6 of tonight's presentation.
Great. So when those dollars were brought back in, were they not initially put into the budget stabilization reserve?
Well, I mean, these dollars are late breaking, so we haven't accounted for them. What would normally happen is they would go into the BSR. And what would happen if the council and committee took no action, this would bring the BSR level up to 18.5.
Right. So
and
right. So when it was described that we were reducing the BSR by 2.5 million, it was reducing it from having just raised it as a result of these dollars, correct?
yes,
Okay,
it
so
would.
yeah, so we didn't take, just so everybody understands, we didn't take what was the BSR that you saw a couple weeks ago and reduce it by 2.5. We upped it by 2.0 and then reduced it by 2.5 essentially, is that correct?
Roughly.
Okay, so we didn't also, so staff didn't take, they took the low end of those preliminary Q3 revenue increases and used that for the projection. We didn't use the 3.3, we used the 2.0, the low end of that range, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just so everybody understands, we didn't take 2.5 million out of the BSR that you saw before. We took 2.5 million out of BSR that had jumped up, or 2.5 million out of a BSR that had jumped up by 2 million just then. And that jump of 2.2 million was the low end of the range that staff is projecting. It's 2.0 to 3.3 is what they have there. Oh, sorry, Kylie, is there something you?
No, I was just gonna say again, I will keep saying this only just for my own sanity. These are all preliminary and these are just the taxes. So staff has not completed their review of all revenues in the general fund and expenses. So there may be other upsides as well as other downsides that we're not aware of. And that's one of the reasons why we recommended use of the lower number.
Right, and a couple of the upside potentials, the mayor had talked about the document transfer tax, which there's a lot of indications that there's quite a bit of that going on. There are actually, as I brought up in the finance committee, there are reference sources in commercial and residential major brokerages that track these things city by city, and they're not going to be precise, but they're informative, and there's quite a bit of activity going on there. We also had an update that it looks like the golf course is going to have more than $500,000 more in net profit this year than was in the budget book. That's after paying the debt service on the golf course. So that if that was the case, that would add $500,000 onto this year's FY21 and bump the BSR that much, but also for next year by a similar amount. So that one would add another $1 million to the budget. So it is, as Kylie said, it's preliminary to build those things in, but our staff correctly is conservative in their approach. And over the years, we, in almost every year, end up having greater funds that are greater revenue than we projected because we don't want to over project. And that's their proper role, but I want to explain that context. And I'll add that, you know, when we, so first, these weren't all one-time dollars that we adjusted. That's not correct. All this increase in revenue is not one-time funding. And as somebody who spent 30 years as a private sector CEO and 20 years in the public sector, I've seen the ebbs and flows of booms and busts in this valley and had to survive through them in both those sectors. And in the public sector, when I first got involved in civics, we were just recovering in the mid 90s from the downturn of the early 90s, which then became the dot-com boom. And for example, our city manager at the time wanted to refuse the possibility of a 2-acre heritage park because she was convinced the city would never have the dollars to build out a park nor to even maintain a park. And so wanted to decline that. We had the dot-com bust where woe was us. I mean, the Silicon Valley was like a ghost town for the next year. And then we had the Great Recession where we went through successive years of projected long-term structural deficits that were huge, and we tackled them. And then as we really started emerging from it, that's how we really had the funding to for the first time in many decades, to fund a massive capital improvement program. Now we're back in a hole, but the whole notion that we're going to stay in this hole forever, including we've got serious discussions and a likelihood that we're going to have a business tax, that we could have seek for the voters to readjust for this green funding loss. Councilmember Cormack has talked about potential parcel tax, I think it is. So we have future revenue streams. We have not built those in. We're not counting on them, but there's a good likelihood that we're going to be doing those. So when we look at this and say, well, in this year, must we be ultra conservative? I don't think so. I think we need to be cautious. And I think actually we're still being cautious here, and we still have some room to wiggle. Shifting 60% of the ARPA funds to this year and 40% next year is a very reasonable approach given where we see the economy going and the recovery going. So I can't see my timer. I'm guessing I'm up already. Yep.
Yes,
so
you are.
I'll pass right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, align kind of my optimism for the future with Vice Mayor Byrd and his comments, and hopeful of several new revenue streams that we can open up in the coming year or two. I have a few more questions and then a couple of comments. Are there any cost sharing agreements with PAUSD regarding crossing guards or the Children's Theater outreach or safe routes to school currently?
Not to my knowledge.
I wonder.
Same here.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
I can actually answer that about the outreach program at the Children's Theater, in that we do make revenue from that from PAUSD, so they do pay for that service or that program.
Okay, and you know how much what portion of that they cover?
Sure. So let's see. The cost is about $190,000, and the revenue that we get through the ticket sales and PAUSDs is about $40,000.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciated the recommendation coming out of finance regarding working with the school district to see what agreements we can come up with with some cost sharing. I mean, these are all really critical programs, and I've always been a big believer, and I think this goes both ways, that our responsibility of the youth in this community don't stop and start at the school ground, right? I think our responsibility are in tandem at all times, and the district is doing far better than the city financially at this time. So I think it'd be great to be able to see what kind of cost sharing agreements that we can work on with the school district. I concur with a lot of the concerns and comments from community members regarding the crossing guards, and I don't think it's a question that we can allow the crossing guard program to be eliminated or significantly reduced. But I do think that's an area where we should be working with the school district to see what costs that they can cover on that. My next question: Can the planning department or any staff talk about the need for the additional associate planner, and what happens if we don't restore the funding for an additional planner?
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the question. The associate planner position is one that would respond to planning applications when they are filed. And so we've made some reductions with the last fiscal year, and to meet our budget reductions, this position has been identified. in that to achieve that goal. What that means is, as you could imagine, with fewer individuals to process applications, it will take us longer to do that. That's those types of applications are new homes that people are wanting to build, individual review applications, our architectural review board applications. We could expect some delays in that. I'll just lastly note that we had some significant reductions this current fiscal year with our consultancy, and so we don't have the ability to send those applications out.
And thank you, Director Late. And in your opinion, I mean, is this more of a want for the department or a true need for the coming year?
Well, so this is a reduction that we are making in response to the asks, and we are, I would say, pretty thinly staffed in this regard. Again, because we do not have hundreds of thousands of dollars that we used before for consultant money to support our operations. So, I'll leave it at that. I mean, if we had the position, we would be able to respond to our service needs to move those applications out more quickly. If we don't, it will just take us time. And as long as the council and the community understands that, that's what we're up against.
All right, thank you. And I see I'm running out of time, so I'll quickly just kind of sum up some thoughts and kind of concur with some of the things I've heard my colleagues mention. I strongly support the increase of funds to his wrap. I've spoken favorably and at length regarding my thoughts on that in the past. I won't belabor that now. Definitely would like to see us be able to add increased funding to the Palo Alto Children's Theater. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to be able to provide some additional enrichment programs over the summer. I think that's desperately needed given the last year and the lack of those programs. I'd like to see us be a little more creative with our TDM programs, and I know Mila spoke earlier during public comment regarding Manzanita. See what opportunities there are for maybe some collaboration between the Palo Alto TMA and Manzanita. I really want us to move forward on the Arrastadero Charleston project, and I'd like to see us be able to start finally honoring the commitment that we've made to the Palo Alto Museum. I think it's about time that we finally move ahead with that. And I see I'm out of time, so I'll end there.
Councilmember Tanaka, and then Councilmember Cormack, your hand's up again, right?
Yeah, thank you. No, I had an internet outage and then my camera stopped working. I can't seem to get it working, so sorry about that. So I missed a bit of the meeting just because I was trying to get my internet working. But anyways, from what I understand, the green boxes on that org chart are people managers, not people that manage projects. But if I'm mistaken, let me know. But from the chart, that's what it looks like. There's actually people with manager titles, but they're not green boxes, and that's not counted in the 211. But if staff can help calculate what that is, like that, I counted 211. But if it's other than 211, let me know. I just did a quick rough cut. If it looks like if you actually count people with all the manager titles, it's more like a 2-to-1 ratio of managers to employees instead of a 1 to 3.9. But anyways, it would be nice to see what is staff's calculation of this, just to understand where we're at, because I think a good span of control is usually like 1 to 8, something like that, maybe 1 to 7 on the low side. But 1 to 3 or 1 to 2 is not good. And this could be an opportunity for us to provide more services while reducing the overhead that we have in our city. I agree with Councilmember Philseth about the one-time versus recurring. I think we have to be careful on that. So I think Councilmember Cormack and Philseth had a good point about that. So I have to agree with them on that topic. And I think it's something that we want to be cautious of, making sure that the revenue is not one-time versus expenses being recurring. So I thank you guys for pointing that out. And then let me try to show my screen again. I've been having a lot of computer problems tonight, so we'll see if this works. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, I don't know if do you guys see my screen here? I don't know if you guys could see it or not. Okay. Do you guys see the average city salary? Is that right? Okay. Okay. So on the left-hand side, I have the average city salary from last year. So this is the approved budget for last year. And the one on the right is the one for the proposed budget for this year. And I just wanted to understand if this is correct. So the average city salary for an employee was 225 in last year's approved budget, the adopted budget. And then for this year, it looks like it is 241,000. And so, this is like 241,000 divided by 225 it's about, I think, a 7% increase, right? It's about a 7% increase in cost to the city. And does staff have thoughts on what's happening here? Why is our average cost of employee going up, or at least proposed to go up from 225,000 a year per employee to 241,000? This struck me as, I mean, you guys don't have to respond away. I have 1 minute and 28 seconds, but this struck me as something that's kind of unusual, that the cost of our employees per average employee is going up by 7%. So it just a little bit alarming, but maybe there's more to it than that. Does staff have a quick answer, or do you guys need more time to figure this out?
Well, I can answer one of the drivers, which is last year, what is in the calculation for the adopted is the concessions that management took. So management didn't hold wages frozen. They actually took further reductions below. So their compensation was lowered in FY 2021. And so that sunsets on June 30th and freezes basically. So a large component of what you're seeing is that driver. The other drivers are pension increases, which is just the general cost of doing business associated with our contract with CalPERS, and the cost of both general liability and workers' compensation.
Yeah,
both of those were one-time costs in 2021 that we reduced. And so we're restoring those costs in 2022.
Okay. Because the employees are such a large cost, I think trying to hold the cost level from last year's adopted budget, I think is an important concept. I did notice the pension in cost increased by 4.9%, which is quite substantial given the situation we're in. So I also want to just encourage that we take a look at the cost per employee and try to keep it level if possible. I think that's a really important piece of making this budget work. I think the other thing that I noticed on page 35 here was, I just looked at the big numbers, right? So like debt service, right, went up by 30%. That's a pretty substantial increase from last year's adopted. Do you know what's driving this debt service increase?
Well, we've issued the debt service for the public safety building.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so I think that's something you have to think about, right? I love to drive a Tesla, but I drive a Honda or ride electric skateboard because I can't afford a Tesla. So that's something for us to think about. This is a fairly big increase of our budget, right? About 30%, especially when we're looking at cutting, very valuable.
If I could clarify that, Director Noze, that must be the parking garage for 22. I don't know that the public safety building would hit in 22.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You're
it didn't kick in until 24, right?
Yes, there's a partial payment in 23. You're right. Thank you, City Manager Chicago.
But whatever the case, one thing, I guess the main concept that I wanted to get across is that debt is not free. I mean, we may borrow money, but we eventually have to pay for it at some point in time. And it will show up like as big increases like this when we really don't like to do that. The other part that was kind of, I didn't quite understand is like, this was the general expenses going up about 19%, which I didn't quite understand what was driving this increase, the general expense. Is any ideas?
Councilmember Tanaka, I believe that's the ARPA funds that we programmed into the general expense.
You mean the reserve or what
Yes.
is? Oh, I see. Okay, that's the reserve. Okay, okay, that makes sense. And what about contract services? Why does that go up 16%?
We'd have to look into that further. You're looking at a citywide number, so there's everything from utilities in here, wastewater treatment to, our community and library services.
Okay, because I think these large numbers like the $7 million, 16%, this $6.7 million, these are really big numbers. And I think having a good understanding of these big numbers, of what's driving them, and how do we kind of mitigate that is going to be important in terms of trying to make this work. I mean, the other really big number is the utility purchase. And I don't know, is this a green transfer? What is this 8%?
No, this is the purchase of commodities.
Okay, so has our commodities really increased by 8%?
I would need Director Batchelor to help us out with that.
Okay, so I think we need to kind of get a pretty good understanding of these big numbers, as well as like I saw that net transfer. Actually, the other number that was kind of interesting was the allocated charges is 50 million here, and then 54 million. But then this is 2.4. So I was trying to figure out how the math worked, right? Because all the other ones kind of seem to make sense, but I don't know how this is 54 and this is 50, because 54 divided by 50 minus 50 is 4. 4.4.
Thank you for finding the typo. We will fix that.
Is it a typo or is it
It's a typo.
Okay, so yeah, so why does this go up by $4 million?
It's a typo.
No, is this a typo? Is it what is the real number? Because I can't tell by is it a 4.4 million increase or is it a 2.4 increase?
The team's looking at it. I don't know which one is the wrong one, but whether it's a $2 or $4 million increase, remember, allocated charges are things for costs like utilities, our internal services, such as workers' compensation, general liability, as well as IT services.
Okay, well, these are big differences though, right? 2.4 versus 4.4 is a big difference. That's $2 million difference. So that's something would be good to know. What is the real number? Is it 4.4 increase or is it 2.4 increase? Anyways, I think some of these really large numbers I've been pointing out here are things that I think we got to get a pretty good grip on. And this is the most alarming one. Is like I really think we want to hold the salary and expenses for our employees kind of level to last year. So I hope we could do that. I think we got to drill into this much deeper. And then net transfers, I didn't quite understand. This is a 22% increase, right? What's driving that 22% increase? Like what is this?
We're looking at that right now. 1 second.
Okay, so I know we don't have a lot of time on this, but I think these are big numbers. All these numbers are really big, and they make a big difference. So I think we gotta we have to understand what's going on there. And then if I just jump down to page 406.
Councilmember, just letting you know, I've let you go for quite a bit of time, but your clock is up.
I know. I missed around because my computer was out, so I hope you could accommodate this just for a little bit more. So on page 406, the one other thing I wanted to understand here is I was looking at this implied subsidy, right? And it looks like I'm trying to understand, like this is like 11%. I don't know, maybe can staff talk about what's going on here? I didn't quite understand what this implied subsidy was. It looks like it's going to cost, I don't know, these are negative numbers. So what does this mean? Like, and why is this 11%? Does staff know what this is?
Yes. So just first of all, staff knows what all the numbers are that you're referring to.
Okay.
There are many numbers that roll up into these. And so we're unable to by fire answer the specific details of them. It takes us a minute to comb through the 100 funds that have all of these changes in them.
I totally understand that.
An implied subsidy is the fact that we pool our healthcare. So when we talk about healthcare costs, our healthcare plans cover both active employees and retired employees. if you think about insurance and health insurance and how that works, obviously the health insurance costs for those that are older typically are higher, and those that are younger in population are lower. But our costs are averaged across our population of insured. And so the implied subsidy is working to identify that difference of essentially those that are typically less costly to insure versus those that are more costly to insure. And
So
we
are you
as an
saying that our
organization,
health insurance went up by 11%, 11.6%?
no, the implied subsidy is the component of the health insurance that is a different spread based on our population and the risk associated with essentially how healthcare insurance is done, which is typically by age of population.
Okay.
So Councilmember Tanaka, why don't you save the rest of your questions for the next round?
Okay, that's fine. I will do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Just wanted to circle back on a few things that people had brought up. First, on the Junior Museum and Zoo, there is some helpful data in the May 4th item from the Finance Committee. If you look on page 8, at $10 a ticket, the city would be subsidizing the Junior Museum and Zoo by $1.5 million. But the total expense is $3.7 million. So if we were to make it free, understanding we don't know how many people would come, and then it wouldn't matter because we'd get no revenue, we'd have to come up with another $2.2 million to make it free for a year. So just wanted to lay that number out there. With respect to the golf course revenues, especially in terms of next fiscal year, my recollection differs from that of the vice mayor. I recall Director O'Kane saying that they were unable to extrapolate this year's play to next year, given shelter in place and changes in travel that might be expected. With respect to whether or not the delta in the Q3 revenues are one time, I heard staff say that that's ERAF and document transfer. And those are one time. Those are the things that I heard staff say. Those are one-time changes in the Q3 revenue. I guess one other thing we haven't talked about very much today, and it's relevant to how the city has managed through, I think, some other times, is, and we heard a little bit of a reference to it with money for consultants. Typically, when there have been vacancies, my understanding is that staff has been able to use the money that was allocated to that to hire consultants or otherwise be able to provide the services on a temporary basis. We have eliminated vacancies absolutely everywhere. Those large deltas in staffing you see in this budget, those vacancies are gone. So staff really has a lot less flexibility going forward this year than we have in the past. And that's a real sea change. I think we've been kind of used to, oh, staff will find money for things, and they've been able to, but we've removed one of those tools. And I think we've done so appropriately, but we need to understand the consequences of that. And then finally, I did want to talk about the Stanford University Medical Center Development Funds. I remember asking about these at Finance a couple years ago, back when we met in person. I really appreciate staff bringing forward all that information. I was also super excited to see that the History Museum's proposal to get federal money is going very well, and that Congresswoman Anna Eshoo is moving that forward. So I hope that's the way we end up funding the Roth building. And I would like to support the staff recommendation, option 3 on page 7 of the App Places memo for this item that was published on May 17th. I realize that's a lot of information. I think, when we went through this and talked with staff during Finance about what are the uses of those various pieces of the funds of the Stanford University Medical Center Fund, I think moving ahead with option phase 4 of Charleston or Rastradero can be done now using those Stanford University Medical Center funds. I think that's a really appropriate use. So I'm going to be supporting that this evening. Thanks.
Okay, so go again. So it's been a really good discussion tonight. I think appreciate there's a pretty diverse range of views on council. I think I'm somewhat in the middle on this, though. I will say I am pretty bullish on the economy. I really think the stimulus funding is helping us to get a quicker recovery. So I'm going to just try a motion to get a framework up for discussion / modification, which I've sent to the city clerk. I don't know if you can bring it up. And while that's happening, I would say I have been talking to the History Museum people. If the SU funding comes through, they can use that for programming as well, which again, right now they've been focused on construction. So basically, just to try to explain this motion. So it's really to direct the Finance Committee and staff to adopt kind of the revised balancing strategy on page 2, the 7 points. I didn't call them all out, but with the following modifications: that we would go 60-40 on the ARP funds, that we would add back money for the Children's Theater outreach and hot dog shows, the YCI funds, and increase the council contingency budget, that we'd reduce the TMA budget, that we'd refer back to finance to look at the RPP fees, which level 2019, 2020, as well as, should they be priced slightly higher than the garage, that we'd come back with a long range CIP plan in the fall for 2023 and beyond, and that we'd ask the Finance Committee to find a way to fund the Roth building through a combination of impact fees and the Stanford Medical funds. And again, I'd suggest this is just a framework to get something on the table. Happy to modify these points based on kind of the will of the council.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask for clarification there? B little I says Children's Library. Do you mean Children's Theater?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so again, just to speak to this, I think the Finance Committee's done a really good job. I am adding a bit here. I kind of spoke through some of the thinking as I kind of read the motion. I am comfortable with using a bit more of the ARP funds this year. I am not kind of skeptical of the TMA this year, and kind of I just feel like that's it's an ongoing subsidy. We really need to start to see how it can become more self-sustaining. I think part of the way is we have started to require participation in TMA and our TDMs, so it's a little bit more of a stick than a carrot at this point. And I guess that's it. I'll stop there. Councilmember Coop.
Yeah, I support the ARPA funds, at 60% for this year. On the 260 for outreach and for hot dog shows, I thought that perhaps that could be part of engaging with the school board to see if there's any, I was wondering if you would consider also reaching out to a school board to see if they would consider working with us on that.
Yeah, I think my language at the top was meant to adopt the recommended revised balancing strategy on page 2 of the App Places memo, which includes that reaching out to the school board.
Okay.
I meant to include those other things. So as long as it's understood what was meant there. So all of the points on here, if it's not modified here, it was meant to say we support what's in the report.
Okay. And then so that would also include the 1 million for the uncertainty reserve.
Well, yeah, I think like B would come out of that.
Okay. No, I think this is great that we can restore some of the services to the youth, as well as mental health, well-being. And I do think that, TMA does need to start showing that they can do some funding of their own. I even wonder maybe 150K is a little bit high, but I can settle for it. Thank you for the motion. And I think also supporting the Ralph building, getting moving forward with it, especially since there were they've been working in good faith. And I think in the last few years, we've, the then council had actually given misguiding and misleading statements. So it is time to move forward on that. So thanks for the motion.
Councilmember Filsa.
So I agree with some of this, but I think we should reconsider some of it. Some of it as well. You know, the issue with the ARPA funds. I mean, to do simple math, this is sort of the analogy from the finance committee meeting. I mean, let's say it was 12 million and you had it 6 and 6 in each of 2 years. But let's say we had 9 million expenses in the first year, so that we want to, use an extra 3 in the first year. So we do that. So instead of having a $3 million shortfall in the second year, now we got a $6 million shortfall in the second year, okay, because we've used it up. So what does that map here? ARPA funds are $13.7 million. So if we go 60-40 in year 1 and 40% in year 2, then we're going to have $3 million less next year than we are this year, okay, which is how it works out. You're already going to have $4 million less next year because of the gas transfer, okay? So if you go 60-40, okay, you're looking at a $7 million revenue shortfall from fiscal 22 to fiscal 23. That's a pretty big dip. So I would propose that we stick to the 50-50 and find the money somewhere else, even the BSR if necessary. I gather that's not accepted as a friendly amendment.
Was that an amendment or a comment?
That's an amendment.
I guess love to hear more council members, I guess, or we could do it. Maybe we should just do it as an unfriendly amendment and just make some decisions. But are you moving that we go back to 50-50?
We go back to 50-50.
But we fund things out of the BSR. Is that the second part of your motion?
I'm actually more comfortable taking stuff out of the BSR than out of the ARPA funds. If you go, the reality is if you go look at the BSR is supposed to be at 18.5% of revenues, but if you strip out all the one-time issues, then instead of having 210 million in revenues, we really got like 196 or something like that. And if you look at the difference between 18% of 210 versus 196, which is what the real organic revenues are, yeah, we're still at 18.5% of that, even with the $2 million drop. So I'm actually more comfortable taking stuff out of the BSR.
I mean, if you put that in your motion, just so it's clear, like how we're paying for B or.
Well, yeah. I'm still not sure how much we're paying for what, because we still got an extra $1 million or something like that theoretically lying around too, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's just a note I wanted to clarify with the council, or perhaps, and this is something for your deliberations as you move through this. If I'm adding up what is on this screen, one, I think the finance committee has already identified some funding that might match with what's in this recommendation or this motion. So for the council's consideration, you may want to consider reconciling those. The other thing to consider is there is still 960,000 unallocated. And so if we were to add up what's before on this motion, we're well within that. To just kind of cue you into that table with the finance committee restorations on there, there is an additional 50,000 for his rep to be paid for by SUMC. One option is that the council could choose to allocate that full 50,000 to YCI. Obviously, it's not a requirement. You could choose to upgrade it or fund it from the general fund. Another thing, just of note, the Finance Committee allocated $125,000 to CSD for them to determine what to add back. So perhaps that could go towards that 260,000. So not to impose or barge in on the motion that's going on, and not to suggest that the council and committee have to nail down each of these individual pinpoints tonight. The committee will be reviewing all of these finer details on the 25th. Obviously, the clear direction, I'm sure the committee members will appreciate to help them in their rounding this out, but just wanted to add a couple points. For you.
Thanks very much. So if I understand what the director just said, it's, you know, that there's enough flexibility in the system here that there might be multiple options to do what you want to do with the stuff in B.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack, do you want to speak to your second on the amendment?
You know, Councilmember Philseth and I have been singing the same tune last week and this week, and I would be very concerned about spending more than 50% of it this year. We're going to have these needs next year, and the cost for, you know, our healthcare and our staff will increase next year. So I think it's a really important budgetary principle to match, you know, one-time funds with one-time uses. So that's why I'm there. I'll have a lot to say about other parts of this, including how we B and F when we get there, but I'm happy to second this amendment.
Does anybody else want to speak to the amendment itself? Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I'm going to be supporting Councilmember Philseth and Carmack on this. I think they make a lot of sense in terms of trying to make sure that we don't get ahead of our skis here. So thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember Kerr.
Yeah, I'll just say I won't be supporting the amendment. I think that we have last year and this year that are the depths of this downturn. We've slashed critical programs that are serving our youth who are badly in need and other members of the community. And our responsibility and mission should be bridging through this downturn so that we aren't like all the other cities in the region who are not going through these kinds of drastic cuts that we are. We have a slightly different financial situation that's gone on, but we should be working to bridge this period. And I believe that there are a series of means by which we will begin to restore revenues in 2023 and beyond. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Ku, did you have a comment on the amendment?
Just a question to what Ms. Nozay said. She said 960K is unallocated. Is that different from the 1 million for the uncertainty reserve?
No, those would be one and the same.
Okay. Okay.
I will say the council or the committee also allocated a $500,000 uncertainty reserve. So it's allocated for a future undetermined use, similar to the 770 or 744,000 that the council had allocated in 2021. So
that's an additional 500K?
Yes. So if you look on that table, hold on, let me find the page. I think it's on the third page.
Page 3.
Thank you. Page 3. There's a line in there that says reserve for council future allocation, 500,000.
Oh, at the very bottom. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to suggest we vote on the amendment. I think I'm up on first, and I'm going to vote no. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Nope.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
No.
Councilmember Ku?
No.
Councilmember Philseth?
Yes.
Okay, I think that failed on a 3-4 vote. Back to the main motion.
So I actually want to propose another amendment on a different part of this. The Roth building. It seems to me that the economics of that change fairly significantly depending on whether we get the federal money or not. It seems to me that our strategy changes depending on whether that comes through or not. So I think that ought to be reflected in the motion. And so it ought to be, contingent on, there ought to be an addition on there, contingent on federal funding.
Saying the construction is contingent on the federal funding?
Our ability to, yeah. I mean, it's, yeah.
Is there a second?
I know the History Museum folks feel really strongly about, well, it's impact fees. It doesn't affect the general fund and so forth, but it does. And it's only SUMC. It doesn't affect the rest of us and so forth. Well, of course it does, right? I mean, at some level, it's all fungible, right?
I'll second that, and I have additional thoughts.
So you done speaking to the motion?
Yep.
Councilmember Cormack?
So it is not true that the impact fees are not allocated yet. Some of the ones that is that right, staff? Aren't the library funds already set aside for automated material handlings to be able to open some of our smaller branches and run them efficiently?
That's correct.
And
I need to recheck the balances if there's any additional fees that we haven't accounted for.
And there are fees in another category that are already being allocated for Rinconada, and we've voted on that multiple times. Is that also correct?
Yes, I believe the proposal requested or suggested to reallocate that to a different impact fee pot.
And has the Parks and Recreation Commission recommended in their list of park restrooms, is Heritage Park at the top of their list?
Ms. O'Kane, do you have that?
Thank you for that question. No, I don't believe Heritage Park is. I would have to look at the Parks Master Plan.
Great. Thanks so much for that. I would love to see a way for the Roth building to get done. It is a tragedy that building has deteriorated for the past 20 years, and we all bear some responsibility. And I'm super excited that the federal government might help us. But I would much rather use those SUMC funds for the health and safety, of kids and people biking on Charleston or Astrodero. So I'm happy to second it. Thanks.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
So first, Kylie, were you able to check whether there are any remaining library impact fees beyond the automation?
No, we're working on that.
Okay, thanks. Looking forward to hearing that. And then actually on the Rinconada Park, what I believe for reasons that are a little confusing, Rinconada Park was, I think, using community center impact fees. And so that project is really a park impact fee project more properly. And then lastly, I'm not sure what this contingent on federal funding means. My understanding is that those federal dollars would not be until 2023. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the library. Could you repeat the question?
So on the, I'm going to also ask Councilmember Philseth to clarify what he means by contingent on federal funding. But I thought that the possible federal dollars would not be available until 2023. Is that the understanding we have of that? If they get that funding?
We might be talking about federal fiscal year versus our fiscal year, which are different. If I remember correctly, and that Ms. Cotton Gaines, if you can correct me if you're online, I think we'll know more about the funding both by June of this year, end of June, as well as then it goes to the Senate, which would mean December of
But then
2021.
that's the knowing about it versus availability, correct?
Yes, but it would be for the upcoming year.
I believe it was actually fiscal year 22, but Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines will need to confirm. Again, this is within the context of the earmark requests for community project funding.
Okay, and then, and I'm sorry.
I said I'm checking right now.
Oh, thank you. And Councilmember Philseth, what did you mean by contingent on federal funding? That they'd only have any impact fees or SUMC funds if they first got the federal dollars? Is that what you're saying?
I assume I assume that if we get a commitment that the federal money is going to be there, that we can figure out how to move money around in time to make it all work. Okay? But I think the economics of the project change quite a bit if we get $4 million from the feds.
I agree, but I'm trying to get an understanding. Are you saying that we would only move forward with any impact fees or SUMC funds if they got first the federal dollars?
Yeah.
Okay, so I won't be supporting it for that reason. But then I look forward to clarifications from staff on the other two questions I had.
Councilmember Koo.
So while we can say that, everybody has a part in this, I also believe that, the museum has been misdirected and misled for the last few years, and that they are cut off at their knees as well as their arms in terms of fundraising. Would be a further along right now. And yes, it's one thing to say it's unfortunate that the museum is deteriorating, but it's beyond sad and beyond unfortunate that it is in the condition that it is. And what we're talking about right now is just a warm shell. But there's a lot of community aspects to this project right now. We're talking about community and making sure that the community has a place to go to, has a place to find out more things. But in addition to what we're going through right now is racial issues, and the museum is a historical, with its historical background, has a lot to offer here. So again, community has a lot to do here. And the fact that they're going to be offering community meeting spaces, they're going to have second, third, fourth grade access to required studies in local history. And that's really important right now. And, while we can discount that bathroom that they talk about, Heritage Park has the children playground right there. And, having a bathroom, it only provides a benefit to everybody who uses that park. So I do think that, it is prudent to start thinking about doing some of the repairs that is necessary over there and to get it in shape for its next step. So I won't be supporting the amendment either.
So if council members have spoken and don't mean to have their hand up, please take your hand down. So Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I think, we're in a really tough year again. And I think what we have to do is we have to be able to categorize what is a must-have, what I would characterize like crossing guards for our kids going to school versus a nice-to-have. And I think the History Museum, is definitely really nice, right? I mean, it's a great concept, and it's been something that community's been trying to do for a long time. But we have to think about, is this a must-have? Because I think we're in a year of must-haves, right? If it's not a must-have, maybe we don't need to do it right now. Maybe we could do it next year instead. And so, to me, this is more of a nice-to-have. I don't think we're going to get kids getting run over because we don't have a history museum, but we might if we don't have crossing guards. So I think we got to, unfortunately, think pretty pragmatically about what's super critical this year and what can be delayed and still do maybe next year when maybe the economy has recovered. So I'm going to be supporting this amendment.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
just say,
Before you go, how about Director Eggleston?
Sorry to raise my hand. I did just want to jump in with one clarification since we've been discussing in some recent meetings the Rinconada Park project, and there's that issue of the community center impact fees. So just wanted to clarify what actually went on there is that project for Rinconada Park was used for the city to pay to the Friends of the JMZ the contribution to the JMZ project that was under the agreement between the Friends and the city. And that original contribution was made with the basically general fund, capital improvement fund monies. And so because this is all happening in one project, the community center impact fee funding that's there is being used for the park improvement project that's expected to move forward soon. And we actually can't use park impact funds, is my understanding, for the type of improvements where we're actually doing capital rehabilitation of an existing asset rather than building something new. So I know that's a bit of a nuance and detail, but I just wanted to put it out there for the council's consideration.
Okay, sorry, Councilmember Stone, thank you for that.
Yeah, no worries. I just 110% agree with what Councilmember Koo said. I mean, we've kicked the can down the road plenty of time, and I think it's time we finally honor the commitment to this museum and the critical role it's going to play in this community. And I agree with what Vice Mayor Byrd said as far as the contingency on the federal funding and the issues with this being pushed back now another couple of years. We need to get this done. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes, I realize I need to ask the city attorney a question about F. Just doing a little math here. Is the council able to direct the finance committee essentially how to vote? Because it's possible that 2 of the 3 members of the finance committee might not want to vote to do that. So how exactly would this transpire, even if F is amended and passes?
Well, I interpreted F to be a referral to the finance committee to work on the issue. I think then finance makes the recommendation back to the full council that it deems appropriate, taking into account those items that are mentioned there in F. I don't think it limits the finance committee to only to one particular result. And ultimately, of course, the full council will decide on the funding and the funding sources. But I think that the council members who made and seconded the motion may want to correct me if I've misunderstood it, in which case maybe there could be an issue there. I didn't see that as an attempt to dictate a precise outcome from finance.
Yeah, I think that was a good summary.
Okay, F looks pretty precise to me. So, all right, thanks.
Ms. Gaines.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to clarify answering the question on the federal appropriations process. The timing that Ms. Nose mentioned is accurate for the next step, so there are plenty more to go, but I wanted to clarify that it is the appropriations process for FY22 for the federal fiscal year, which is October 2021 through September 2022.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll jump in just for a second. I think, giving the timing on the federal funds, it does come later, and the museum can use that for exhibits or other uses. Again, I feel like this is a shovel-ready project. It's a city building that I think we need to refurbish. So I see this more as an opportunity to protect the city building. Okay, so I guess Director Nose, and then Councilmember Stone, is your hand still up or up again? Okay, thank you.
Okay, a couple things to see if I'm catching all of them. library impact fees that are not already allocated to either AMHS or the Roth rehabilitation itself is about 65,000. So already there's 300,000 or so that's been allocated to Roth. So anything beyond that, there's only $65,000 that's not unallocated. So any funding beyond that $65,000 level would require us to defund an AMHS project. That's an automated handling system for the libraries. The other point, the submittal to the federal government for the Roth building was specifically for the rehabilitation of the facility. So I don't know, and I suspect both Chantal and I would need to coordinate with Congresswoman Eshu's office on our ability to flex the use of it beyond what we had submitted it for. Just throwing that out there. And then the last piece, as we're kind of going through this, staff is looking into this, but one thing to consider as you're moving through these issues on the ARPA funding, we are supposed to get that in 2 distributions at which the timing is not yet known. So there's some concern from the staff that I want the council to be aware we may need to draw from BSR 1 year and backfill it with ARPA another year from a cash flow perspective. Okay, I think those are all the notes and extra questions.
Director Nozay, there should be a webinar Wednesday where we'll find out more information, but an email I received last week says we'll receive the first half in June and the second half in May 2022.
Okay, but I guess what I understood is we could basically float it through the BSR, and even I guess if the funds need to be used for construction, I wonder if we could pay for the construction and reimburse ourselves with federal funds for that construction. But we're filling a lot of time on this one amendment. I'll go to you, Vice Mayor Burp, then I think we should vote on this.
Yeah, just very quickly on the use of the federal funds for rehab. Isn't the Roth building rehab 2 parts, the hard shell and then the soft shell?
Could you define hard shell and soft shell? I've heard warm shell and cold shell.
Okay, then.
Is that the same? Sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm using them interchangeably.
The $4 million that we're talking about goes all the way through a warm shell. The cold shell option was another option that we talked about. That was less funding. But I believe the project has been presented by the Palo Alto Museum gets through to the warm shell.
So they were specific in the federal request?
The funding requests requested up to the funding necessary for a warm shell, yes.
It wasn't just rehab, it was a specific phase of the funding in the request?
I don't know that we got that specific.
Excuse me, a specific phase of the rehab?
I'm not sure that we got that specific in it. I have to go back.
Well, that's the distinction I'm trying to make, is that if both of those phases are rehab and the submittal was for those dollars for rehab, then they would still be applicable, even if some of them were for the second phase of the rehab, basically.
I think we might be saying the same thing.
Okay,
to
good.
me, rehab means cold shell and or warm shell. But
good.
what I heard of Vice Mayor, or not Vice Mayor, either Mayor or another council member say was for building out the museum like exhibits.
Right. So
and
that
that's a
I would
separate
agree.
section.
Yes, that would not be part of it, but the 2 phases of the building rehab, so that even if there were city funds that were used on the first phase of it, the federal funds could still be used on the second phase of the rehab.
Yes. Yes, I think we're saying the same thing.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment. We're starting with Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
No.
Councilmember Ku,
No.
Councilmember Fulseth,
Yes.
and I will vote no. Okay, so we're back to the main motion. Vice Mayor Burt, if your hand's still up.
Sorry. Yeah, I guess, can you clarify whether E is worded in the way that you intended? Are you saying to wait until fall of 2023 to review it, or for the construction to go
No.
forward at that time?
I think there's a comma missing. I meant return with a long-range CIP plan in the fall of 2021, comma.
Great. Okay.
For the CIP kind of 2023 and beyond.
Thanks for that clarification. And then the other things, we don't have anything in here about whether the council is receptive to greater HISRUP funding than the 50,000 proposed by the Finance Committee. And so are you receptive to adding that to the motion?
I think it'd be good to pick a dollar amount, maybe add it to B.
Yes. So I would like to move it up. This is where we've really got needs in the community in response to the emergency. So I would like to add an additional 150,000 beyond what the Finance Committee recommended. So a total of 200,000 increase to HISRUP program, which is all these social service programs combined that we help fund through HISRUP.
Second.
Well, if the maker and the seconder accept it, then it would be.
Can you explain where that number comes from?
Well, it's a percentage basis. So we had both the agencies, the nonprofits that we funded were seeking more funds generally than we were able to give. And then we had a number of really good groups who were also seeking funds who we didn't fund at all. And yeah, I was saying an additional 150,000. It's, where we draw the line on it is a little bit arbitrary, but it's less than a little less than a 50% increase in our HISRUP funding. So that was the basis.
Okay, I'll accept it. I guess that would be B4 or something.
Can I ask a question? So additional 150, making it a total of what?
200 added beyond the baseline HISRUP funding.
Okay.
And did the seconder accept it?
Yes.
Great.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Anything else, Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes, one final thing would be to restore the 30,000 for the Twilight Concert Series. That would be B5.
Okay, I would accept that one as well.
Thank you.
Yes, me too.
All right, thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So as I was talking earlier, I think there's a large area of opportunity for optimization and perhaps restoring some of the services back to the community. And that really is around the span of control. For my count, we have 211 people managers, not people managing project, people managers, green boxes. That's one people manager for every 3.9 employees. That's about half of what it really should be, maybe a third, perhaps. And so my proposed amendment is that the Finance Committee looks at this to see if there's any savings possible from improving the span of control in the city. So we don't have to cut as many services by, because by reducing a manager, because managers are usually much higher paid than individual contributors, we can keep a lot more individual contributors in the city, provide a lot more services for our residents, and make the organization a lot more efficient. So basically, I think there's a lot of opportunity here. It's great that our city manager finally has us, has org charts for us. So we can actually look at the organization and see how to optimize it. So I think this would be a great thing for us to look at, and I'm hoping that you guys would accept this friendly amendment.
Again, I think I'd like to hear what the other council members say. So if you can get a second. Does anybody want to second this amendment?
I will just say that I think that that's outside of the budget process. Whether it has merit for additional consideration by the finance committee, I don't think it's part of the budget.
Okay, so I'm not hearing a second.
Okay.
Councilmember Stone.
Wait, hold on. I have another one.
Oh, okay.
So I noticed that the finance committee put back the transcription service, but I don't know if you guys are aware, but YouTube actually automatically transcribes for free all videos that go to the website or go to YouTube. So I don't know whether we want to really spend $63,000 on YouTube on transcripts when we can get them for free on YouTube. So
if I might offer, the finance committee did have a significant discussion on this, and that the feedback was that staff has really explored it, and there are quality issues with that. There was some interest in whether there could be some kind of a hybrid, but we did have a significant discussion about it.
Okay, well, I think because we have video and you can also read it, it may not be perfect, but maybe good enough given our budget constraints. I don't know if that's if the maker and second are willing to adopt it.
I've also had discussions with the clerk's office about looking at other vendors. Again, we do transcriptions. We have a lot more requirements, I think, than what YouTube does automatically. So I'd say no, but Councilmember Koo?
Yeah, I looked into the transcriptions on YouTube, and it was very, very difficult to even copy and paste onto a Word doc. So it was just difficult. I can't see how the clerks, they might just end up spending more time on it. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to accept.
That's fine. And then the other one I was just thinking of is, do we really? I mean, I think staff actually got it right on the federal lobbyist contract. That's extra $40,000. It's not a big dollar amount, but I don't know, maybe the finance committee can talk about what was the motivation to put that back in?
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so we did have a robust discussion on that. I think we were persuaded by the vice mayor's description. We also discussed the fact that while staff is hoping to combine the two, both state and federal, it's rare that a lobbying agency does both of them. We also discussed the fact that in the past 4 years, the federal government was not particularly receptive to things that we were interested in. And there's a belief that in the future, that might change. It's currently changing. And so we might have more ability and more receptiveness. So it was done intentionally.
Okay.
And we did consider it.
Okay, great. Thank you for explaining. In general, I have to agree with one of the speakers that spoke earlier, which is I don't think shifting funding from our school district to our city is really solving the budget issue, because it's really largely the same payer, same taxpayer. So, I'm not necessarily a big fan of the school crossing guards trying to put that load onto the schools, or but I guess I'm just trying to keep track of all this. So right now, is that still? And I guess I'm trying to look at this current motion and what the finance committee did. Is that still? Are we still trying to push this cost back onto the school district, or is it? I'm a little bit. I'm trying to figure out where this is right now.
Yeah, I think that's the intent, that these items, the 7 items for consideration, would all be approved by the council with these exceptions listed.
Okay, so that the school, that we're trying to get the school district to pay for the crossing guards, is that basically?
No,
the
to
current-
clarify, that's not quite correct. What we're wanting to do is explore with the school district on several different areas their willingness to share costs on programs that are very much oriented toward students, and historically where the city has supported the school district to a good degree.
Okay.
And so it's to share the cost, as was explained earlier.
Okay, so I guess I'd rather not share the cost. I'd rather we just keep paying it, because I think, to me, it's taking money out of your left pocket and putting in your right pocket. So I don't know whether the maker or seconder would be willing to accommodate that amendment.
So again, I think what's in there is the request to have a conversation, and it is a separate budget, and the school district has a separate budget from the city budget. It's not the same money. So I think having the conversation makes sense.
Okay, and the Children's Library Theater is in here, right? I think that's what I gather, correct?
Say that again.
The Children's Theater and like the College Sheriff's Library, that is in this current motion.
I think the library was in the add backs on page.
Yeah, that's right, from the finance, right? Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Okay, and I asked some questions earlier, and I know, Kylie, you need time to kind of research some of these top level expense questions, but maybe that could be in the next staff report, or I don't know if you have some of the answers I asked earlier available now.
I do.
Okay.
All right. Going down the list, allocated charges, the correct number is the 54.5 million. So the increment of change is the number that's wrong. It should be 3.7 million.
So it's 3.7 million. So
is
it's
the
actually neither.
increment
It's
of
actually
change.
not 2 or 4. It's 3.7.
Well, if you do the math between the 2022 proposed and the 2021 adopted, that's the number you get. It's not a cool 4 million. It's 3.7.
Okay.
So no, it's not both. The proposed column and the adopted column are correct. The increment of change column is incorrect.
Okay.
The contractual services, the reason why there's such a large increase is the reserve. And staff's looking into it, we can adjust it. The reserve for the green case, the 8.4 million, was put in a contract services general ledger account. We'll likely move that to a general expense account. But for right now, that's the cost category where that reserve was placed. Moving down, let's see, what was the other question? Salary and benefits, the 5 million we went over. That's some of the costs for workers' compensation, the furloughs, and the general liability costs. Utility purchases, I think we're still looking that one up, but obviously those are straight pass-throughs on our utility contracts for commodities. So I think those were all the changes you asked for.
So I actually, sorry, I didn't understand. So why is there a 5.5 increase in salary and benefits?
An increase in pension costs, an increase in workers' compensation costs, and an increase, or rather restoration or moving salaries back to zero from the concessions that were taken by the management professionals.
I see. Okay. 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 One thing I wanted to just clarify with you was, how many funds do we have in our city? We have quite a few, right? We have, I don't know, what, 12, 20? I don't know. How many different funds do we have in our
Oh,
city?
no, we have about 100.
100, okay. So we have 100 different funds, right? And these are like separate buckets of money. And, when we move money between these different funds, it's typically we just do a council vote on that, correct?
Well, I'm not quite sure I'm following.
Oh, I'm just trying to understand. So we have 100 funds, right? And I'm trying to understand how the money moves between the different funds. Like, how do we, if you want to move money from one fund to another, how does that, what's the I think, isn't the mechanism
It's
eventually?
an appropriation action or the budget approvals.
Okay, so it's basically council action. We say,
Correct.
yes, this is how we want to move the money, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I understand. Yeah, because I think the vice mayor earlier was saying that you can't move money between funds, but it's really a council action, so we can if the council agrees to.
False. There are legal restrictions on certain funds, and so staff will advise the council that certain movements are not legally permitted.
Okay, so it depends on which fund of the hundreds.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and let's see. And then in terms of that general expense, did you have the $3 million increase? Do you know what happened? Why that's 19% increase over last year?
The general expense increase, Ms. Pross, do you remember what that one was?
I believe we said it was the reserve of the ARPA funds.
Oh, that's right.
Yes,
Okay,
that's right.
I
Thank you.
forgot. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if the maker and the seconder would be amenable to, in letter E, removing including phase 4, Charleston and Arastadero from letter E.
Can you say more? I mean, that was kind of the point of this one, was to come back in the fall and look at the CIP plan.
Well, I spoke strongly regarding this issue last couple weeks ago. I think this is a project that needs to move forward. I was happy with the recommendation coming out of the Finance Committee and staff's recommendation regarding how we can fund phase 4 with the various options. And if we're able to do that, we can, my understanding, move ahead immediately regarding the current bids. So I'd like to see that begin to move forward. If not a friendly amendment, then I'll offer an amendment.
Just to clarify, I think maybe staff could clarify. I thought option 1 and 2 would not happen immediately. Option 3 would happen immediately, but then we'd have a conflict with item F on the Roth building. Is that understanding correct? Or?
Thank you. My understanding of the recommendation in the memo was that any of those 3 options that are using the SUMC funding would allow us to use the current bids we have and move ahead with the full remainder of the project.
Okay. Yeah, again, I think to be consistent, why don't we do this as a separate amendment?
I'll second.
Okay. Do you want to speak any more to your amendment, Councilmember Stone?
No, I think I already spoke to it.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack?
Councilmember Stone, did you want to add the remainder that staff was talking about, which is implement, which option, by the way, were you going for?
Yes, thank you. I didn't see that wasn't included in there. I don't have a strong preference. My preference would be option 1. Councilmember Cormack, I know earlier, I think you said you prefer option 3. I don't really have a strong opinion on this. Is there a reason why you prefer option 3?
I just felt that it was such a good use of the Stanford University funds, and I'd prefer not to cut our bike pedestrian plan right when we have to go back and redo it. I mean, we have to go back and redo it. So
I'm wondering that if staff can talk about how option 3, what that would do then to the Roth building if that's moving forward.
It would drain the allocations in the SUMC fund. The only allocation that would be left unspent is the expansion cost mitigation pot. So it really depends on the council's priorities.
So because of that, I wouldn't want to do option 3. Option 1 would be what I would propose in this motion. Hopefully that still keeps you, Councilmember.
I regret that I have to withdraw my second. Definitely supportive of doing it and getting it done and not making any further cuts to things we've already agreed on. Sorry about that.
No worries, understandable. Hopefully somebody else.
I will second it.
Thank you.
You want to speak to your second?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, so the amendment would be, we would look in the fall at the CIP for 2023, but we would move Charleston Arrested Darrow forward with option one. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so I think these are all old hands that are up. Let's go ahead and vote. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
No.
Councilmember Philseth.
What are we voting on here?
This is an amendment to
Okay, right.
E.
So I'll vote. I'll support the amendment.
Okay, I will vote yes. And Councilmember Cormac.
No.
Okay, so that passed on a 5-2 vote, I believe. Okay, it is getting late, but let's go back to the main motion. Again, hard to tell if hands are back up. Councilmember Cormac.
Thanks very much. I want to talk about Part B. First of all, if the clerk could just update, there's two numbers that are wrong. B3 and B5 are both missing a 0 at the end. It should be 100,000. It looks like you've already fixed the other one. Oh no, and B4, 150,000 also. Just want to clarify my understanding. Would staff be able to, look at this and say, okay, adding back 260 to Children's Theater, we have 125 available. Am I right? That means there'd only, it's possible they'd only need to find another 135. Yes, okay. And we set aside 50 for SUMC funds, right?
For his rep.
For his rep. Could we use that for item 2?
The YCI matching county funds?
Yes.
That would be council's discretion.
Okay. And then the restoring the council contingency budget. I'll just say I'm not sure how important this is because we've got now 2 other buckets. I think the only issue would be the percent of the number of votes we would need to spend from it. I was very confused about B4. Is this $150,000 additional to the 50, or is this 100,000 on top of the 50?
Additional to the 50.
Okay, so it is 150. Okay, 30. So I'm seeing 135. I mean, I think there's a way to think about this, that BI is 135. We cover 2. I mean, I guess you could put 75 back in from one budget to another. This is definitely under 500K. What is staff's math here? I've got 285, 315 maybe, around there. 135, oh, I guess plus the 75. So like 400K.
Yeah, I'd go up to probably more like 400.
Yeah, 400K.
In
okay.
Rough math.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the mayor to split out item B when we vote on this. I've already voted against A. I think there's room for us to fund these these modest changes in B, and I appreciate my colleagues bringing them up. I'm not prepared to do item C until Mr. Kami comes back. Item D also should not be done until Mr. Kami comes back with all that information. Staff has been very clear that in item E that there isn't any more that they can do. So I think, I'm not sure what will happen if we ask for E. And I don't agree with F. And I don't think that's the way to do G. So if the mayor could please split out B when we vote on it, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. Vice Mayor Burt, is your hand up again?
No. Sorry.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and vote on the entire motion. We will vote on everything.
Mayor DuBois,
Yep.
sorry. If I might just say one thing before we vote on this, and it doesn't necessarily have to be solved here, but it has become increasingly, or rather, I have been increasingly aware of the excitement that this council has for restoring services and being able to recover quickly with the pandemic. I also have seen many of the adjustments are to add back, obviously, those direct services to the community. One thing that I just want to start to really make sure that we are all on the same page of, or at least aware of, is one, what it takes to do all of this. And by that, I mean the legal teams to review the contracts, the purchasing teams to go through the RFP contract or RFPs to get the vendors on, or the service providers on board. And, you know, the human,
Managers,
the HR.
contract managers for
Sorry,
the
thank you.
services
Right.
that are being provided.
Yep, contract managers for
Little
the services
four-letter
being.
word there.
Yeah, I'm like, hold on, watching my words. It's getting late, you guys. I'm trying not to slip. And frankly, the HR team necessary to recruit. We purposefully have been in a hiring freeze, as you all know. So we are running without any backups to backups to backups. So the minute someone goes out on a maternity leave or paternity leave or for sickness or for an accident, we are literally in a gap. So I very much appreciate all of this. But one thing I just would like the council, and this can, like I said, be punted to the finance committee on the 25th to discuss, is what it's going to take to move at the pace that I think you all think we're going to be able to move at. And right now, I'm really, really worried we don't have the infrastructure in order to execute this at the pace that you're wanting.
Okay.
And so just
yeah, thank you
throwing
for
that
that.
out.
Yeah, and this is a referral to finance, so you guys will discuss it and come back.
Perfect.
I do have my hand raised now.
I can't tell the difference. Vice Chair Burt.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused because there's very little in this motion that appears to involve bringing staffing on board and things. The HISREP funding is not that way. That's a review of how we're going to just distribute funds. The Twilight Concert Series is covered by Children's Theater staffing.
No, that's a contract. Oh, I'm sorry. The Children's Theater staffing was reduced. I'm sorry. So those positions were reduced last year, so they're vacant or unfilled right now. So we would need to do a recruitment to pull
That's the
staff
one
back.
that is in there. Although I think the Children's Theater director manages the Twilight Concert Series. The YCI is a grant. The contingency fund doesn't involve any of those things that you described. So I don't see where we're talking about a bunch of recruiting. It's a little bit, but I don't get it. I'm looking through this list.
Well, let me try to, if I could elaborate a bit. So what you had as a proposed budget reflected an overall, try to get right here in the camera, an overall shrinking of the organization. That the council has been very focused on the direct services, but the infrastructure to support those direct services were proportionally, or actually more than proportionally, reduced as a part of the proposal. What the council is engaged in right now is restoring those direct services, while understandably completely oblivious to the behind the scenes organizational infrastructure necessary to support the restorations that the council is now doing.
Well,
so Director Noze pointed out the one piece of it, which is recruiting, but quite frankly, as much as everything else, are the analytical support to do the types of analyses that the finance committee has requested that we've been, quite frankly, unable to respond to. They are, as was mentioned, the oversight of the contracts. It's actually doing the HISREP process with the HRC and the steps involved with that. There's the administrative support within CSD, within the attorney's office, within the auditor's office. Again, throughout the organization, these are incremental reductions that have been taken and that are part of the proposed that will be taken. These are reductions that will be taken as a part of what's before you, and you haven't restored. So once again, we will not have the organizational infrastructure to deliver some of what's shown here. So Director Zone is not saying tilt, but I do believe she's calling attention to the fact that we've got to go back and look at how the overall program balances, and I think if nothing else, throw the marker down for some additional work that's needed.
So I understand the overhead dimensions when you add downstream in a budget. My point was that if we were talking about restoring staffing that was cut last year in a series of departments, that's one thing. But when I look actually at what's in this particular set of restorations, for the most part, they don't have significant overhead functions. I'm not saying they're non-existent. I don't see these particular ones having significant ones, is the point I'm making.
Well, let's just accept that there is some, and the finance committee will discuss it and come back.
And just for full clarity, and I'll be honest, Vice Mayor, I'm not, in my head, I'm not looking at just this list. I'm looking at that full list from the Finance Committee, which we have 5 officers that are vacant. And so that means now recruiting for police officers. I'm thinking the library positions that we've been holding vacant, that have been restored,
Okay,
that we
so
would
that's
need
an
to be
important
doing.
distinction between this
So,
motion and
yes,
the other
apologies. I'm watching the series of meetings as we move through this process and just adding up in my head, okay, that's 5 more, okay, that's 5 more. And just as Ed said, want to throw a marker down.
Well, so I think it's fair to say that, you know, if we're talking about needing to rehire for police and things like that, and staff needs to come and say, we need additional staffing in administrative services to carry out the rest of your changes, that's a fair thing for staff to come forward with.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and vote on the overall motion. We're going to vote on parts A and C through G first, starting with Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Cormack
No.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, now we're going to vote on section D. So that passed 4-3. So motion B, starting with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Oh.
No. Okay, so I think that was a 5-2. Okay, thank you. And again, I know it's been a lot of work for everybody, and we'll look forward to seeing it come back in June. So we're on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, the city manager gave an update on some the COVID updates, and I wanted to just share some of the information we were provided through the every Saturday. The county has an update for cities. So basically, we may see a transition to the yellow tier for our county as soon as Wednesday, based on low infection rates and other factors. And the county was awaiting guidance on the CDC guidelines for what the governor might do, and the governor is now indicating that he's probably not going to change things on masking until June 15th when everything else opens up. The county reported that they're getting a very strong response on the 12 to 15-year-old vaccinations, just great enthusiasm. And that was encouraging because frankly, there was a concern whether there'd be as strong a response. So that was an issue, and that the county schools expect that all schools will be fully normal this fall for 5-day-a-week, everyone back. So those are, I think, the main elements, but there's a lot going on there, and I just want to make sure everybody was hearing those updates from the county.
And I just wanted to let council know on May 25th, which is a Tuesday, 5 to 6 p.m., the Consul General of Japan is hosting a session for Palo Altans. It's one of the Asian American Pacific Islander events this month. Be great to see some of you there if you can make it. And you can sign up on the city website or on Councilmember Ku's website.
Don't count on the finance committee being there.
Yeah. Any other announcements? All right. Well, thank you all. I know it's a tough night tonight. Meeting adjourned, and we'll see you tomorrow.